मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री रमन भाई सोलंकी, श्री हसमुख भाई पटेल, श्री दिलीप भाई पटेल, श्री ए.के. राकेश, श्री डॉक्टर राजशेखर, श्री पिरोज खंबाता, प्रोफेसर वसंत गांधी, श्री राजेश भाई पटेल, श्री कांति भाई सोढ़ा परमार, श्री मिनेश भाई शाह, और हमारे बीच पधार रहे हैं गुजरात राज्य के माननीय सहकार मंत्री श्री जगदीश भाई विश्वकर्मा। आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Namaskar. A very warm welcome to all of you to the pre-Vibrant Summit on Leveraging Logistic Strengths of Gujarat for Agro and Food Processing Sector, which is organized by Agriculture, Farmers Welfare and Cooperation Department of Gujarat in association with Amul. Today, we are indeed honored to have with us Honorable Minister Shri Raghavji Bhai Patel, Honorable Minister Shri Jagdish Bhai Vishwakarma, and Honorable Minister Shri Bachu Bhai Khabad. A warm welcome to all of you. We also extend our welcome to all the dignitaries on the desk and our esteemed guests in this auditorium. As we are celebrating 20 years of the successful journey of Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit, we are pleased to organize this pre-summit event as a precursor to the main event. Anna Brahma Raso Vishnu Bhokta Dev Maheshwara, यानी अन्न ब्रह्मा है, उसका रस विष्णु है और उसे ग्रहण करने वाला साक्षात महेश्वर है। अन्न संस्कृति के 3 प्रमुख आयाम यानी अन्न उत्पादकों, अन्न उत्पादन प्रवृत्ति और अन्न उपभोक्ता, इन तीनों के लिए हितकर एवं प्रगतिकर विचारों के आदान प्रदान के लिए हम सब यहाँ सम्मिलित हुए हैं। आइए हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति की परंपरा के अनुसार दीप प्रज्वलन से कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करते हैं। We now request all the dignitaries on dais for lighting the lamp. આપણા આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી જ્યારે ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા ત્યારે તેમણે વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટની શરૂઆત કરાવી અને એ રીતે આપણું રાજ્ય વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત બન્યું। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત જેની અંદર વાઇબ્રન્ટ નવરાત્રિ મહોત્સવનો શુભારંભ પણ આપણા યશસ્વી પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી અને ગુજરાત રાજ્યના તત્કાલીન મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ કરાવ્યો અને હવે ગુજરાત એ વિશ્વ ફલક પર ચમકી રહ્યું છે। એની એક બીજી ઓળખ ગરબાને જ્યારે આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય સ્તરે યુનેસ્કો દ્વારા માન સન્માન મળ્યું છે। ગરબો ગુજરાતની ગરવી મિરાત છે। Gujarat's spirit of celebrating life was recognized by UNESCO yesterday when it tagged the vibrant Gujarati folk dance Garba in its representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we now request Mr. D.H. Shah, Managing Director, Gujarat Agro Industries Corporation Limited, for the welcome address.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to welcome you to the Pre-Vibrant Summit 2023 on leveraging logistic strength of Gujarat for agro and food processing sector. This platform celebrates the transformative potential of Gujarat logistic strength to take the agro and food processing sector to new heights. As your host, it's an honor to welcome this August gathering. The Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit was started 20 years ago under the visionary leadership of the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Sri Narendra Modi ji. Over time, it transformed into a global event for business networking, knowledge sharing, and strategic partnership. Agro and food processing sector play crucial role in connecting farming and industries for overall development. The food process industries has grown average annual growth rate of 11.18% in last 5 years. It has so of 12 to 14% of employment generation also. India's food processing sector is one of the largest in the world, and its output is expected to reach $535 billion by year 2025-26. About 51 billion worth of agriculture and processed food product was exported in year 2022-23. ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ એક એવી તાકાત છે કે જે ગ્રામ્ય વિસ્તારની અંદર વિશાળ પ્રમાણમાં એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટ જનરેશનનું એક માધ્યમ છે. પ્રધાનમંત્રી ફોર્મલાઇઝેશન ઓફ માઇક્રો ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ કે જે ભારત સરકારની સ્કીમ છે એના અંતર્ગત આપણે જોઈએ તો અત્યારે ગામડાની અંદર ખાસ કરીને બહેનો કે જેની જોડે એવી કોઈ ટેકનિકલ સ્કિલ નથી છતાં પણ વિશાળ પ્રમાણમાં આ ઉદ્યોગ સાથે જોડાયેલા છે અને એવા કેટલાય દાખલા છે કે પોતાનું કુટુંબ તો ચલાવતા જ હોય, સાથે સાથે ગામડાની અંદર લગભગ 15થી 20 વ્યક્તિઓને રોજગારી પણ પૂરી પાડતા હોય. આ ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝની તાકાત છે. ગુજરાત હેઝ એ વિટનેસ an unprecedented growth in agriculture sector. The production of horticulture crop in Gujarat has increased from about 60 lakh ton to 260 lakh ton in last 20 years. So it's a right time to leap forward in agro and food processing sector. Friends, Gujarat stands as a shining example of how logistical prowess can significantly impact various industries. The logistical strength of Gujarat are the backbone of its economic vibrancy. The state's well-connected ports, extensive road and rail network, efficient warehousing facilities, and business-friendly environment forms an ecosystem ripe for fostering the growth and development. Gujarat is a home to several major ports like Kandla, Mundra, Dahej, and Hazira. These ports play a crucial role in handling both domestic and international trade. ગુજરાતના સ્ટ્રેટેજિક લોકેશનના કારણે ગુજરાતની અંદર જે કોઈ ફૂડ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ છે એને વિશ્વમાં એક્સપોર્ટ કરવા માટે આપણા 1600 કિલોમીટર દરિયા કિનારો અને એના ઉપર આવેલા આપણા પોર્ટ્સ એના કારણે ડાયરેક્ટ માર્કેટ મળે છે. જ્યારે બીજા રાજ્યોમાં જો કોઈ પ્રોડક્શન કરતું હોય તો એને એટલું ટ્રાવેલિંગ અને એટલી કોસ્ટ એડિશનલ થતી હોય છે. આ ગુજરાતના સ્ટ્રેટેજિક લોકેશનના કારણે એક મોટો ફાયદો છે. To showcase as a Gujarat as a preferred global agribusiness destination and enhance the ease of doing agribusiness, a dedicated cell, iNDEXT-a, Agribusiness Extension Bureau, has been set up under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Bhupendrabhai Patel. So today on this occasion, I extend a warm welcome to guiding light of our department, Sri Raghavji Bhai Patel, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Cow Breeding and Fisheries, who is deeply connected to Gujarat agriculture. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome Sri Jagdish Vishwakarma, sir, Honorable Minister of State Cooperation, Independent Charge. Under his leadership, the strong cooperative sector of Gujarat is getting further augmented. I also welcome Sri Bachubhai Khabad, Honorable Minister of State Agriculture, who has always motivated and support us. આ તબક્કે શ્રી રમણભાઈ સોલંકી, નાયબ દંડક અને ધારાસભ્ય શ્રી બોરસદનું પણ હું સ્વાગત કરું છું. શ્રી A.K. રાકેશ, સર, એડિશનલ ચીફ સેક્રેટરી, Agriculture Department, has a rich experience in public governance. Team Agriculture Department take this opportunity to express the gratitude for his valuable insight and support. We welcome you, sir. આ તબક્કે અત્રે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત જિલ્લા પંચાયતના પ્રમુખ શ્રી હસમુખભાઈ પટેલ સાહેબનું હું સ્વાગત કરું છું. દિલીપભાઈ, એક્સ મંત્રીશ્રી, રાજ્ય સરકાર, તથા રાજેશભાઈ પટેલ, પ્રેસિડેન્ટ આણંદ જિલ્લા ભાજપ, ચેરમેન NDDB મિનેશ શાહ સર, કમલેશભાઈ, વાઇસ ચેરમેન અમૂલ, શ્રી રાજશેખર સર, સેક્રેટરી એગ્રીકલ્ચર ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ ઉત્તર પ્રદેશ, પ્રોફેસર વસંત ગાંધી, ચેરમેન સેન્ટર ફોર મેનેજમેન્ટ ઇન એગ્રીકલ્ચર IIM અમદાવાદ, શ્રી ભૂપેશ સિંગલ સર, CGM નાબાર્ડ, શ્રી જયન મહેતા, MD GCMF, અમિત વ્યાસ, MD અમૂલ, પિરોઝ ખંભાતા, MD રસના, and Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University, કથેરિયા સર, તેમજ અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત મીડિયાના કર્મીઓ, આપ સર્વેનું હું ખૂબ સ્વાગત કરું છું. સાથે સાથે I also welcome all esteemed speakers, all participants and officials on behalf of Government of Gujarat and INDEXT-a. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. I am confident that the discussion and collaboration here will pave the way for transformative initiatives to leverage Gujarat's logistical strengths for the growth of agro and food processing sector. Thank you very much. આપ સર્વેનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આવકારું છું. જય હિન્દ, જય ભારત.
Thank you, sir. And now we take this opportunity to welcome our guests on desk. First of all, I would like to request Shri D.H. Shah, Managing Director, GAICL, to welcome Shri Raghavji Bhai Patel, Honorable Minister, Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Cow Breeding and Fisheries, Government of Gujarat, with a bouquet of flowers. आइए हम सब भी माननीय मंत्री जी का स्वागत करते हैं अपनी तालियों की गूंज के साथ. We now request Shri Kamal Shah, Registrar of Cooperative Societies, to welcome Shri Jagdish Vishwakarma, Honorable Minister of State Cooperation, Government of Gujarat. Thank you. We now request Shri S.J. Solanki, Director of Agriculture, to welcome Shri Bachubhai Khabad, Honorable Minister of State Agriculture, Government of Gujarat. We now request Dr. P.M. Vaghasya, Director of Horticulture, to welcome Shri Ramanbhai Solanki, Honorable MLA, Borsad. We now request Dr. Falguni Thakur, Director, Animal Husbandry, to welcome Shri Hasmukh Bhai Patel, Honorable President, District Panchayat, Anand. We now request Ms. H.K. Desai, AGM, GAICL, to welcome Shri Dilip Bhai Patel, ex-MP. We now request Shri B.M. Modi, Director of Gujarat Seed Certification Agency, to welcome Shri A.K. Rakesh, Additional Chief Secretary, Agriculture, Farmer Welfare and Cooperation Department, Government of Gujarat. We now request Shri P.S. Rabari, MD, Gujarat State Seed Corporation Limited, to welcome Dr. Raj Shekhar, Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We now request Shri M.K. Qureshi, Director, GOPCA, to welcome Shri Pirus Kambata, MD, Rasna. We now request Dr. Kiran Vasawa, Additional Director of Animal Husbandry, to welcome Professor Vasant Gandhi, Professor at IIM Ahmedabad. We now request Shri Nitin Shukla, Joint Director of Agriculture, to welcome Shri Rajesh Bhai Patel, Honorable President, BJP, Anand. We now request Shri Manish Oza, Chief Finance Officer, Amul, to welcome Shri Kanti Bhai Sodha Parmar, Vice Chairman, Amul Dairy, Anand. We now request Shri Manoranjan Pani, GCM Amul Anand, to welcome Shri Minesh Shah, Honorable Chairman, NDDB. और अब मंच पर आसीन सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों के स्वागत के लिए हम अनुरोध करना चाहेंगे डॉक्टर एन.बी. प्रजापति, डायरेक्टर एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, और डॉक्टर के.जी. ब्रह्मक्षत्रिय, जॉइंट डायरेक्टर एनिमल हस्बेंड्री। आप दोनों से अनुरोध करेंगे कि आप मंच पर आसीन सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत सम्मान करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। This event has been organized to create a platform from where, together, we can deliberate upon the development journey of agro and food processing sector. So let's begin this inaugural session with a thematic address by our esteemed guest who has been working since decades in the field of agribusiness. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Vasant Gandhi, Professor at Center for Management in Agriculture, IIM Ahmedabad. प्रोफेसर वसंत गांधी, आइए तालियों के आदर के साथ उनका स्वागत करते हैं।
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here. The chief guest, Shri Raghavji Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Cooperation, Shri Jagdish Vishwakarma, Minister of State for Agriculture, Shri Babu Bhai Kabada, and Shri A.K. Rakesh, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak at the Vibrant Gujarat Summit once again after some years. I am also really delighted to be back in Anand. This is where I started my career. After completing my MBA, I came to the National Dairy Development Board and worked with NDDB for the first 3 years of my career. And therefore, I have very fond memories of Anand and the Amul dairy and all the different bodies here. So it's a great pleasure to be back here. The topic of for today is extremely important. Gujarat has great logistical strengths, and how can we leverage it for the growth of the agro and food processing sector. So you may have learned that Gujarat has once again topped the country in logistics. Gujarat in the Leeds Index of efficiency, in the ease of logistics and movement, Gujarat came out the top, and this achievement is a result of proactive policies and infrastructure development taken up in Gujarat with the blessings of the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister over the years. Various projects for boosting ease of logistics include road modernization, double gauging of railways, new railway lines, and new terminals at the ports. Gujarat has a 1,600 kilometer long coastline and carries 40% of the country's cargo. It has built comprehensive logistics infrastructure, value chains with a vast network of road, rail connectivity, ports and jetties. The advantage of robust logistics infrastructure encourages and attracts various industries to Gujarat, including the food processing industries. You must be all familiar with the robust logistics infrastructure in Gujarat, the road network, the highways, the railways, covering the whole state very extensively, as well as the various ports. Beyond the roads and the railways, Gujarat has substantial greater infrastructure in terms of inland container depots, container freight stations, air cargo terminals, warehouses, a large capacity of warehouses, as well as cold storage capacity. These are all a part of the wonderful logistics scenario in Gujarat. Apart from that, Gujarat has taken a number of mega projects. The Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor goes through here, Gujarat. Dedicated freight corridor being developed are going to have a huge impact. The Dholera SIR and airport, the Mandal Betaraji SIR. Apart from that, many others such as Gift City, the high-speed railway, ports, greenfield development, and coastal employment zones. So a lot of measures are taken to improve infrastructure and logistics in Gujarat. Gujarat's agriculture sector is extremely vibrant. 30% of the cotton production of the country takes place in Gujarat, 40% of the groundnut production, almost 84-90% of castor and fennel production. Cumin is another very important crop. Apart from that, mangoes, milk, fisheries, so many other sectors are there in which Gujarat agriculture sector has ventured into and become very good now. Beyond this, the food processing sector is also developed very strongly and rapidly in India. Now, various products coming out of Gujarat are going all over the country as well as abroad. Now, a few of them are shown here. And we have the presence of top brands, top companies, the national companies, Amul, Rasna, Vadilal, Parle, as well as the international companies, McCain, Nestle, and so on. So There is great strength in the both the agriculture and the agro-food processing sector in Gujarat now. From here, I would like to take you into how can we grow from here? How can we improve from here now? And what we find is that despite these strengths, a major challenge today for the growth of agro-food processing industry in the state is marketing. Marketing is not easy. It is a big challenge, has become more important than ever before. Now, markets have become very competitive and there are large changes in the business environment. For leveraging the logistic strengths of Gujarat, the agro-food processing sector must improve its marketing. This is something very important. Traditional marketing is not working. There is turmoil in marketing due to the internet, disruptive business models, changing consumer habits, increased market unpredictability, and then volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So all of this, because of all of this, traditional marketing is not working, and advanced marketing skills and tools are urgently required by the industry in Gujarat if they are to grow and prosper. The companies also need to have a much deeper understanding of the main source of income, the customer, and address their needs better on a daily basis. There is need to put the customer firmly at the heart of what the company does now. So this is, I believe, going to be very important, meeting the marketing challenge, how to change and improve marketing now. And that is what I am going to focus on now. Advanced marketing skills and tools are required. Some of the new skills that are required in marketing are neuroscience skills, predictive skills, innovation skills, and adaptability skills. And I will discuss each of these in my address now. Also, new tools are required, not just product, but empathic product, not just price, but experiential price, ever-present place, and engaging promotion. It is predicted that better customer engagement will surpass productivity as the main driver of growth. So far, we think of productivity as the main driver of growth. Now it is going to be better customer engagement, better addressing the needs of the customer is going to be the main driver of growth. Let us look at some of these skills briefly. I will not go over all the points, but in terms of the start of marketing, everything a company offers should be seen through the eyes of the customer. And for this, data is required, and data is often collected through customer surveys or focus groups. However, it is found that it is not reliable, and this is the cause for many product failures. The experience is that customers do not fully understand what is making them buy or making choices. Besides, customers can't often convey the exact truth. And the result of this is a high rate of failure of new products that the industry faces. 80% fail or don't meet their objectives. And many startups fail in the marketplace. So neuromarketing has come about as a new field, started because marketing as practice does not work. And there is acceptance now of a more emotion-driven decision process rather than just rational. Most of the past marketing was based on the assumption that customers are rational. Well, that is not the case. Emotions are always there. Daniel Kahneman's Nobel Prize winning work, Thinking Fast and Slow, proves that. Neuroscience is an attempt to become better and more accurate in market research, and this includes various techniques like EEG, fMRI, skin conductance, eye tracking, and so on. And at IIM Ahmedabad, we have a special lab which companies can use to implement these techniques for whatever their purpose is. Through this, we can better predict product purchase decisions, consumer response to branding, packaging, pricing, communication, retail setup, website response, and so on. So this is the new skill that is required in marketing. Then One of the other major skills required is predictive skills. Data is dubbed as the new oil, and data strategies have always existed, but today with internet there is too much data. There is a lot of data which is called big data. And so if you look at this, what happens online every 60 seconds, millions of WhatsApp messages, thousands of emails, YouTube uploads are there, Twitter, WordPress, Instagram, Google. So much of information is getting generated all the time. And for a while, marketing was overwhelmed by this. It did not know how to use this data. Data has volume, data has variety, data has velocity coming quickly, and also veracity in terms of all of it is not reliable. So you have to filter. Yeah. But now artificial intelligence powered marketing tools are available, which can use this data, chatbots, ChatGPT, content curators, dynamic pricing models. These are both easy to access and affordable now, creating opportunity for businesses to reap the benefits of predictive analytics, even on a low budget, shoestring budget. This helps marketers to turn data into usable insights, and also many marketers are using social listening technologies to analyze social media conversations. Social listening tools are there, such as Brandwatch, Crimson Hexagon, Salesforce, and so on. With predictive marketing, one can accurately predict which marketing actions and strategies are most likely to succeed, and it can predict consumer behavior more accurately. The more you understand the customer, what they want, when and how, easier it is to reach them across channels. And predictive analytics can also drive automated segmentation, and this can be used for personalized messaging. Another important skill that is now required is innovation skills. And if you look at, there are lots of disruptions these days in the world, and disruptions are drastically changing the way we live and work. If you think of Google, WhatsApp, which were not there earlier, now these have come and they have completely changed the way we live and work. The question is, how do investors choose a company to invest heavily in? And the big factor here is customer loyalty. Great companies come out with great new products which loyal fans rush to buy. But these great new products need great innovation. And innovation is very important. And the successful companies are getting into this in a big way. Even standardized McDonald's has come up with McDonald's Next, a different layout in the restaurants, with the times. What is unfortunate is that managers often kill innovation by asking, why do we need it? Who is responsible? How risky is it? Which drastically reduces innovation, and this needs to change. For example, everybody knows about the failure of Nokia. Nokia CEO said, we didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. And this is something that will happen with more companies unless you innovate. Everyone has a substantial capacity for creativity and innovation, but it is suppressed. It needs to be invoked, and many techniques are available for this. At the team level, you need creative processes. Organizationally, you require innovation engine. Market level, customer innovation. So this is something new that is required. Then you have the adaptability skills. And here, standard models do not work anymore. And in fact, they create a disadvantage often. Nassim Nicholas Taleb's famous book, The Black Swan, the impact of the highly improbable, the sudden appearance of the black swan, is a classic one here, which points the direction that the black swan theory, that people tend to be overconfident and very comfortable in the status quo before a significant, unprecedented event wreaks havoc to the current ways and changes everything. So this is something that is frequently happening, and therefore adaptability is becoming very important. The surprising answer to uncertainty is not a different kind of strategy, but a different kind of thinking. And this is given in the analogy of foxes and hedgehogs. The fox knows many things, but the hedgehog knows only one big thing, the best. In a stable environment, the hedgehog will win, but in an uncertain, chaotic world, the fox wins, because he knows many things, and he tries many things. So one has to respond to this world of VUCA that is there, volatility, through increased agility, be ready to change, revise decisions. With uncertainty, one needs to increase sensitivity to information, constant vigilance, expanded knowledge is required. With complexity, you need to have more experts from different fields and places, restructure teams because multidisciplinary approach is better. And with ambiguity, one needs to experiment and learn by doing and keep a portion of the budget for the black swans, which are almost invariably going to appear. So this is something that is very important that needs to be incorporated. Apart from this, there are tools that are required, and the 4 P's of marketing, famous 4 P's of marketing, need to change into 4 EPs. And what we find here is that empathy has become very important in business. Your business needs more empathy. Genuine empathy is good for business. For far too long, creating products has been a one-way process. A frequently ineffective approach, reflecting more what the company wants, can produce, and less what the customer really wants. This needs to change and move to a two-way process in which products and services target core customer needs, solve real customer problems, and address key customer pains. And this is what you find in the more successful companies of the world. The design concept can be applied here. The designer toolkit has empathy and experimentation is used to arrive at innovative solutions. What is also important is, from the point of view of empathy, warmth analysis happens faster in our brains than competence analysis. Between warmth and competence, warmth is the top determining factor in customer attitude towards brands. So with empathic products, marketers transmit more warmth towards their customers and connect better with them. There is also a much better way to deal with pricing, and often price is considered only a matter of economics, finance, and cost, but is very much a part of marketing. There has been important research on hidden psychology of value, psychology of price, yielding many principles. For example, rather than presenting one price, present 2 prices, like they did for a journal. 29 for online, 115 for print version. Everyone went for online. But when they put a third option, inserted at 125 for both online and print, 85%, 84% choose this option. So how you present your price is very important. And then similarly, there are other principles such as pain avoidance principle. Where you allow payment through other means rather than cash. Anchoring principle in which you need to know what the anchor price customer has in mind and act accordingly. Fairness principle and money principle. And with all this, what you see is that price is not a rigid accounting number, it is a perception. And if you put it in a way that buyers are going to perceive it better, you are going to make success out of it. Then ever-present place. These days online marketers are buying brick and mortar buying online. What is the reason? The reason is that it is good to be everywhere. So in this age of internet, social media, smartphones, and so on, new marketing opportunities are created, and one can incorporate the product at every step of the customer's life and shopping journeys. Brand products cannot afford to be hidden anymore in this world because of the speed, abundance of choice, short span. so marketers should make sure that their products and brand messages are present wherever the customer goes and sees, anywhere, anytime. And this is something that needs to be implemented. Finally, but one engaging promotion that traditionally the way of promotion was interrupt consumers and grab their attention, like television advertising. Now with the mass adoption of digital technologies, too many brand messages are there, resulting in shifting consumer attention. And so the promotion needs to change from interruption to permission, where customers opt in through newsletter subscription, WhatsApp groups, and so on. And online promotion is beating television now. Promotion is no longer a one-way mass communication, but a two-way conversation with customers. And this is something that is happening. And companies such as Tesla, for example, so companies such as Tesla, for example, do not pay for advertising to make sales. Instead, they concentrate on media stories, word of mouth, user-generated content, and so on. Herd marketing is what is being used. So these means are important to adopt for better performance in marketing. Finally, brands are becoming very important. They are extremely important and become pervasive. And corporations should focus on brands rather than reputation. Brands not only bring customer loyalty, but also motivates employees, suppliers, and service providers. Brands are here to make people forget the price. And this is true not only for Apple and Mercedes, but also the lower priced options such as Walmart, Indigo, Amul, where people will go for it, assuming that the price is going to be low there. Also, brand promise needs to be higher now, have a collective appeal. It should create a community of followers and have a higher meaning, such as connection with environment, health, and be dynamic with times. So that is a change that is required. So I'll summarize. Gujarat has excellent logistics and infrastructure strengths. Gujarat also has a highly diversified and vibrant agriculture and agro-food processing sector. In order to utilize the logistical strengths of Gujarat for more rapid growth in the sector, improvement and excellence in marketing are very important. Marketing has become very challenging due to competition, internet, and frequent disruptions and changes in the business environment. Advanced marketing skills and tools are required in the industry. The skills include neuroscience skills, predictive skills, innovation, and adaptability. And the tools include emphatic products, experiential price, ever-present place, engaging promotion, and new strategic brand management. These advanced marketing skills and tools can greatly enhance the performance and success of the agro-food processing industry in Gujarat and lead to the best leveraging of the great logistic strength that Gujarat has. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In this pre-vibrant summit, we have a galaxy of speakers. So we request all our speakers to respect the time. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite Mr. Pirus Khambata, Chairman and Managing Director of Rasna Private Limited, for his special address.
Good morning. At the onset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me today morning. It's a great honor to share the dais with our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Raghavbhai Patel, Honorable Minister for State for Cooperation Independent Charge, Sri Jagdish Vishwakarma Ji, Sri Bachubhai Kharaj Ji, Minister of State for Agriculture, Sri A.K. Rakesh, Additional Chief Secretary, my friend, colleague in many, many events, Sri Jayan Mehta sir, Mr. Minesh Shah, Mr. Vasant Gandhi, and most importantly, Mr. D.H. Shah, Managing Director of Gujarat Agro. My partnership with Gujarat Agro is from many decades because I have been involved with Vibrant Gujarat right from the day Vibrant Gujarat started. And with Gujarat Agro, we were partnering in summits abroad, roadshows abroad in India, and this summit. So it's a great partnership with Gujarat Agro. And I do believe that Gujarat Agro has truly been a catalyst for Gujarat's agri and food processing growth. And we should thank Gujarat Agro for its contribution of so many years, if you ask me. And now this transformation from Index B to Index A, with the headquarters being Gujarat Agro, also is a very good news. Honorable Professor gave us a lot of speech right now on what needs to be done. I don't intend to give such speech because today a Gujarati interpreter sitting here has much more knowledge than I do. And whatever knowledge is in books is of no use to a Gujarati interpreter. You go to any bar in London, I have to go to bars in London, obviously, not in Gujarat. So nowadays you don't get chips, you get, what do you get? Ragi khakra from Gujarat. Year of the millet, and our Gujarati bhai has made the most of it. And millet is a good example. હું બધાને ઘણાને આપું છું કે ગવર્મેન્ટની સ્કીમ સાથે અગર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી મળી જાય તો what difference takes place is a good example in millet. Government schemes and government policies we all think are only for launching in media. No, we can make ourselves part of that policies. And millet is a good example. Make in India is another example. But I'll come to it later. Mostly I'll first like to focus on this year's theme for Vibrant Gujarat. Honestly, what is the theme? Viksit India at 47. Now, should Gujarat be 47, the target? No. Gujarat has to be the engine of India's growth. So, Gujarat's target to become Viksit Gujarat should be 30, 35. Think. Now, similarly, let us take our Prime Minister's vision of Make in India. Can Make in India be true without export from India? Can India be 2% export in the world and be world leader? And that is why in this G20, the biggest announcement, Sauti Motu announcement was the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. We are not understanding. With one announcement, with the free trade agreement with UAE, coming with GCC, Europeans and British people want FTA with us more than we want with them. So with all this one corridor, imagine earlier we were talking of Delhi-Mumbai corridor, here we are talking of corridor from Gujarat up to Italy. So look at the benefit that if we can export our products from here to the world, and that also in a free market. So what we are able to do is we are able to actually become the manufacturing hub of the world. And today when the world is looking at alternates to China, it is a huge opportunity because people are not only wanting to use Indian products, they want to make their foreign products also here. So we are not restricted to make Indian products here. We can make noodles, we can make pasta, we can make tomato sauce, we can make chips, we can make the products which foreigners want in India and export to the world. And this is what I call the real genesis of this Vibrant Gujarat, how we can make Gujarat into a manufacturing hub for the world. This is what I believe. And today in this Vibrant Summit, I think today where we are all here, let us take up this challenge. And honestly, we are at a very good place because the typical India's, Gujarat's food processing industry, if I go to Gulf Food also, if I go to Sial also, I go to Apeda also, I see maximum stalls now from Gujarat and Gujaratis. So we should all, as part, Indian entrepreneurs, I would say, more than Gujarati entrepreneurs, take this challenge up, increase our export and make in Gujarat for the world. This is in my mind the most important takeaway of this Vibrant Summit. Now let me come to the second part of the discussion, which I want to put today. A lot of people think that Vibrant Gujarat is just a Davos of the East. I honestly believe it is not. We have to actually plan how we are not, because Davos of the East means just having planning and strategies. No, we have to implement. And what are the strategies we need to implement? I'm going to give 4 or 5 of them, and I strongly urge you to consider. Number 1 is, which I already mentioned, making Gujarat for the world. Number 2 is a government scheme called PLI, Productive Link Incentive Scheme. We in food processing got it, even for marketing and branding. I believe we all should take full advantage of it. More PLIs are coming, how we can take full advantage of it. I also urge the state government to look at a PLI at the state level. I honestly urge, especially for MSMEs. MSMEs should grow from PLI. What does PLI say? That you give a certain percentage for growth. It is not a charity. That is the extra benefit we need to fight with what I call countries which have better schemes, like Malaysia, Vietnam, China. So this is the money we need to really compete. So I do believe that we need something like that. Number 2 is the SEZs. I do believe there's a huge scope today in agri-SEZs in Gujarat. Because when we are talking of an export-led economy, we need agri-assets. Next, I believe there is a very small thin line between food and health and pharma. Food, આજે લોકો ખાલી ખાવા માટે નથી ખાતા, health માટે ખાય છે. How do we incorporate nutrition in food? Millet is not the only example. There are many other ways we can incorporate. In my mind, dairy. Today, as per Euromonitor, I am in from beverage side, I'll tell you, the biggest growth in beverage is coming from milkshakes, not from soft drinks. So honestly speaking, how we can incorporate more milk? I'm talking of milk. Honestly, I am on the milk land and I'm going to make a statement. I somehow believe that we should stop all type of trade barriers in milk. I honestly urge that if we have a free trade in milk and milk products, I'm making a controversial statement I'm making on purpose. We will, on the contrary, make India more globally competitive in dairy. And I'll give you an example, live example. I'll give you an example also. 90s food processing, 100% FDI came, 100%. People told me, Mr. Kambata, the dhundo band thi jase. Our exports are 10 times higher than in 90s today. Koi thayo nathi. Bija MNC na dhanda band thi gaya. So honestly speaking, if you are competitive, you should not be afraid of global trade. If you are good products, if you have a manufacturing capacity, you can make in India, feed Indian market and export to the world. We should not be ourselves looking at barriers. On the contrary, we want a free market. Let foreigners put barriers on us, which you have to protect. So honestly, I believe, and this will increase India's export, and most important, it will increase the value which we give to the farmer, because it is my experience which says, in whichever industry export increases, the farmer benefits. Farmer no benefit થાય છે. પછી એ frozen potato હોય કે dairy product. This is my honest belief. So I definitely believe there is a huge export potential and export in value-added dairy products, be it mozzarella cheese, milkshake, whatnot. Other big option I see definitely is in e-com. I definitely believe our Indian companies can put our products on the Amazons of the world. And I have been always urging the central government. I was in the Chintan Shivir today, last month. And what I said is that we need to create an India marketplace for world markets. Let the Indians put his products in this India marketplace. Anybody in Canada, Nigeria, or Thailand can access and buy Indian products from Indian marketplace. Why should we be depending on MNCs to give us a marketplace? India should have its own marketplace, and the example is GEM portal. If we can create a GEM portal in India so that we can buy from GEM, why can't we create a GEM portal equivalent for the world? This is the need. In that case, people will be able to, small SME, sending whatever small product anywhere in Ahmedabad, Jamnagar, he will be able to access the world markets through the India portal. Huge opportunity. Next opportunity is startup. In fact, I told my children, ભાઈ તો મારી કંપનીમાં નહીં જોન થાય, અહીંયા કોઈ વેલ્યુએશન નથી. નવો કોઈ ઇનોવેટિવ પ્રોડક્ટ બનાવો, લોકો પૈસા આપશે. Huge opportunity. Youngsters are here today from colleges. Don't look at employment only. If you look at employment, only look for learning with me. Put up your own units. Huge potential is there. Indian startups have shown the way, and under the regime of our Honorable Prime Minister and with the good startup policies of the central government and state government, I see huge potential coming in startups. So I believe these are all the good things. Gujarat has a lot of conducive policies for food processing. I personally believe Rasna has gained because of being in Gujarat, being a Gujarati, and I would invite people from all over the world to come to Gujarat. Ourselves, we are the best example. If we can do it, everybody can do it. If Amul can do it, everybody can do it. I would not like to take too much time, otherwise I can go on. But let me tell you one important thing. Anybody, JV food processing mein investment kare che, we have to look at this investment as our contribution to the social sector. We are not in it for making profit. We should not look. Food processing is our way to contribute to the real growth of India, which is in the villages and rural areas. Do you think India will become good and prosperous if we add millionaires to the Forbes list? We are very moto thoyo અને પેલા નામનું કન્વેન્શન સેન્ટર બનાવ્યું, પેલા એના નામનો 10th નંબર આવ્યો, એનો PS એનું પબ્લિક લિસ્ટિંગમાં એ નંબર 5th છે માર્કેટ કેપમાં. That is not the numbers India needs. India's number is કે એવરેજ મેન ઇન્ડિયાનો એની પર કેપિટા ઇન્કમ કેટલી હતી? $2,000. આજે કેટલી થઈ? 10,000. એમાં આપણે શું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કર્યું? આપણી કંપનીએ શું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કર્યું? How we increase? So I believe this sector is very important. Unlike other sectors, we have to, because when this sector we develop, rural India develops. This sector we develop, per capita income develops. This sector we develop, The agriculture is, the farmer gets a better value of the crop, which I just now explained. So let us look at this as a social sector, look at this as our contribution to our Prime Minister's vision of a true, what I call, Viksit Bharat, Viksit India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. And now we would like to invite Mr. Minesh Shah, Chairman, National Dairy Development Board, for his special address.
Good morning, Namaskar, Sri Raghavji Bhai Patel ji, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Cow Breeding and Fisheries, Government of Gujarat, Sri Jagdish Vishwakarma ji, Honorable Minister of State Cooperation, Government of Gujarat, Sri Bachubhai Khabat ji, Minister of State for Agriculture, Government of Gujarat, Sri Raman Bhai Solanki ji, Sri A.K. Ramesh, Additional Chief Secretary, Agriculture, Farmer Welfare and Cooperation Department, Professor Vasant Gandhi, Sri Pirus Kambata, Dr. Rajshekhar, Special Secretary, Government of UP, Sri Dilip Bhai Patel, Rajesh Bhai, Sri Kanti Bhai Parmar, Vice Chairman of Amul, Sri D.H. Managing Director, Gujarat Agro Industries Corporation, my friend Sri Jain Bhai, MD GCMMF, Amit Bhai, MD Amul, all the dignitaries sitting on the dais, all the my colleagues from the Anand ecosystem of institutions, NDDB, GCMMF, Amul, all government officials, आमंत्रित अतिथिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, इस वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट 2024 के तहत आज हम एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर पर एक आयोजित प्री समिट कार्यक्रम में आप सभी के साथ मिलना और मेरे कुछ विचार आपके सामने रखना मेरे लिए बहुत ही एक प्रिविलेज मोमेंट है। 2003 में जब वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट की शुरुआत हुई थी, तब से लेकर आज तक आई थिंक इस समिट ने न केवल हमारे देश में बट पूरे दुनिया में एक बिजनेस सेक्टर के लिए क्या नए आइडियाज़ होना चाहिए, क्या नए इनोवेशंस होना चाहिए, हमारी इंडस्ट्री का कैसे डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इन सब को कैसे हम इंटरकनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, उसका एक बहुत अच्छा एक प्रतीक बन चुका है। और पिछले 2 दशकों में हमने जो देखा है, गुजरात एक पूरा ट्रांसफॉर्मल एक बिजनेस जर्नी जो गुजरात ने दिखाया है, इसमें इस समिट ने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। हम जैसा जानते हैं, गुजरात आज हमारे देश की जीडीपी में ऑलमोस्ट एक ग्रोथ इंजन की तरह जा रहा है और उसका योगदान 8% से भी ज़्यादा है। भारत सरकार, प्रोफेसर गांधी ने बताया, भारत सरकार का जो एक लॉजिस्टिक ईज अक्रॉस डिफरेंट स्टेट्स एक लीड जो रैंकिंग होती हैं, गुजरात लगातार कुछ पिछले सालों से उसमें बहुत ही अग्रेसर स्टेट बना हुआ है और जो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन एक ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड लॉजिस्टिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट में एक अच्छी भूमिका निभा रहा है। प्रोफेसर गांधी ने बहुत डिटेल में बताया कि हमारी लॉजिस्टिक इकोसिस्टम कैसे वेल कनेक्टेड है, चाहे वो सड़कें हो, रेलवे हो, हवाई अड्डे हो या पोर्ट्स हो। हमारे राज्य में एक बहुत ही विशाल नेटवर्क है, जो राज्य के भीतर आपको ट्रांसपोर्ट करना हो या बाहर ले जाना हो, बहुत एक अच्छी तरह सारे इंडस्ट्री को एक अच्छा मीडियम प्रदान करता है। मैं उसकी डिटेल में नहीं जाना चाहूँगा, बट मैं एक थोड़ा एग्रीकल्चर के संदर्भ से बताना चाहूँगा। अगर हम एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर देखेंगे तो वर्ल्ड का जो फूड बास्केट है उसमें हमारी जो अर्थव्यवस्था है और ज़्यादातर जो गुजरात ने जो उसमें योगदान दिया है, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर का बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट भूमिका है। और दुनिया में आप देखेंगे, इंडिया बहुत सारी एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट, चाहे वो अनाज हो, फल, सब्जियां, मसाले, कपास, भारत एक बहुत ही अग्रगण्य देश है ये सारी चीज़ों में। दूध में आप जानते ही हैं, हम काफ़ी सालों से दुनिया में सबसे बड़े उत्पादक हैं। हम देखेंगे कि हमारे जो फूड बास्केट हैं उसमें आप फल या सब्जियां देखेंगे, 1950 के बाद हम आज ऑलमोस्ट 12 टाइम्स प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं। हमारे अगर हम सीरियल्स की बात करेंगे, हम 6.5 गुने से ज़्यादा हम प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं। दूध में हमने 15 गुने से ज़्यादा हमने इसमें ग्रोथ लिया है। तो ये सब हमारी जो देश की एक फूड सिक्योरिटी है और एक न्यूट्रिशन जो देश को प्रोवाइड करना है, उसके लिए बहुत ही अच्छी भूमिका निभा रहा है। हमारा जो अभी फोकस है वो एग्रीकल्चर में एक जो सप्लाई चेन है उसकी कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रॉब्लम है, एक चैलेंज हम फेस कर रहे हैं। और बहुत सारा एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस हम देख रहे हैं कि वो वेस्ट होता है क्योंकि हम उसको एक अच्छा लॉजिस्टिक, एक अच्छा सप्लाई चेन नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। तो उससे जो हमारा जो आर्थिक नुकसान हो रहा है उसको हम अगर देखेंगे तो गुजरात में आपके पास अमूल का मॉडल है। ऑपरेशन फ्लड के तहत हमने एक गांव के स्तर से में जो दूध उत्पादन होता है उसको पूरा एक मेट्रो तक पहुंचाने के लिए एक अच्छा लॉजिस्टिक नेटवर्क किया। एक प्रोसेसर्स हो, रिटेलर्स हो, सबका एक बहुत बड़ा एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया। और इसी मॉडल को शायद हमें बाकी सारे जो एग्रीकल्चर के हमारे कमोडिटीज़ हैं उसको हमें सारे कमोडिटी में इस मॉडल से हम कहीं ना कहीं कोई सजेशंस ले सकते हैं। आज हमारा जो दूध का मॉडल है, हम कंज्यूमर का जो रुपया है उसमें से 75 से 80% शेयर हम प्रोड्यूसर को वापस दे रहे हैं। तो ये मॉडल अगर हम बाकी एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस में भी अगर यूज़ करेंगे, कंज्यूमर से जो हम पैसा कमाते हैं उसका बहुत सारा हिस्सा हम प्रोड्यूसर को पहुंचाएंगे, तो किसान हमारे साथ और जुड़ेंगे। हमने देखा करीब करीब आज 2 लाख से ज़्यादा गांव में डेयरी काम करती हैं, सहकारी समितियां उसमें बनी हुई हैं। पूरा दूध का वहाँ से संकलन करना, उसको परिवहन करके ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से पहले तो प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में ले आना, फिर उसको एक जो हमारे कंजम्पशन सेंटर्स हैं, मेट्रोज हैं, बड़े अर्बन सेंटर्स हैं, वहाँ तक पहुँचाना, ये सारी एक बहुत अच्छी सप्लाई चेन हो गई हैं। हम इसमें रोड मिल्क टैंकर का यूज़ करते हैं, हमने रेल मिल्क टैंकर किया। आपको याद होगा बहुत साल पहले ही हमने अमूल से कलकत्ता एक रेल मिल्क टैंकर भेजना चालू किया। आज भी वो दूध आनंद से कलकत्ता पहुंच रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें ग्रामीण क्षेत्र को एक शहरी क्षेत्र के साथ जोड़ने के लिए हम लॉजिस्टिक को कैसे अच्छी तरह यूज़ कर सकते हैं। कमोडिटीज़ को वो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के दौरान अच्छा रखना भी पड़ेगा, मतलब लॉजिस्टिक्स में उसकी क्वालिटी पे ना इम्पैक्ट हो, वो भी हमें देखना पड़ेगा। और इसी तरह से कुछ जो मुख्य जो लर्निंग है जो डेयरी सेक्टर से शायद हम बाकी के एग्रो फूड इंडस्ट्रीज़ में यूज़ कर सकते हैं। एक सबसे पहले है, हमें जो बिचौलियों हैं जो बीच में जो प्रोडक्शन और सप्लाई के बीच में है उनको शायद हमें कम करना पड़ेगा। और जैसा मैंने बोला, रूरल सेक्टर को अर्बन सेंटर से जोड़ना पड़ेगा और बीच में जितने भी हमारे बैरियर्स हैं उसको निकालना होगा। दूसरा, हमें कोल्ड स्टोरेज और वेयर हाउसिंग पे बहुत ही फोकस करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर हमें लॉजिस्टिक में इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है तो ये एक बहुत ही बड़ा सेक्टर है। हमारी जो अभी एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में जो वेस्ट हो रहा है, जो भी प्रोडक्ट्स वेस्टेज हो रही हैं, अगर हम अच्छा वेयर हाउस कोल्ड स्टोर प्रदान कर पाएंगे तो जो हमारे पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस हैं करीब करीब 15 से 20% सबका अनुमान है, इतना हम लॉस करते हैं प्रोडक्शन होने के बावजूद, उसको हम बचा सकते हैं। और तीसरा जो है, मैंने बोला कि प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर को एक कंजम्पशन सेंटर से फिर से जोड़ना, उसमें भी बहुत सारा, अभी जैसे आप बोलेंगे हमारे जो एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स हैं शायद 6 से 7% तक ही एक अच्छा प्रोसेसिंग होके हम कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। क्या हम आगे जाके इसको 25%, 30% तक जितने भी हमारे एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस हैं उसको एक अच्छा एक ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में लेके कंज्यूमर्स तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। तो इसलिए आप फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज हो, बैकवर्ड लिंकेज हो, ये अगर हम प्रदान करेंगे तो आज जो हम प्राइस फ्लक्चुएशंस देख रहे हैं जो एग्रीकल्चर कमोडिटीज़ में, हम कभी 100 रुपया में भी टमाटर खरीदते हैं, कभी 5 रुपया में खरीदते हैं। इतना सारा वेरिएशन जो एक ही कमोडिटी में एक साल में हम देखते हैं, अगर हम अच्छी तरह से फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज, बैकवर्ड लिंकेज और एक कोल्ड स्टोर वेयर हाउस का एक अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अगर बनाएंगे तो शायद हम किसानों को उनकी प्रोडक्ट्स का एक अच्छा प्राइस भी दे पाएंगे और कंज्यूमर्स को भी एक अच्छे रिलायबल रेट में ये सारे प्रोडक्ट ले आएंगे। डेयरी के परिक्षेप में मैं थोड़ा बोलूँगा, जैसा आगे भी बात किया गया, एक्सपोर्ट के लिए इंडिया एक डेयरी टू दी वर्ल्ड बन सकता है। आज हमारे देश में अभी जो रिसेंटली मिल्क प्रोडक्शन फिगर्स आए हैं, हम 230 मिलियन मैट्रिक टन्स दूध प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। सेकंड जो कंट्री है हमारे बाद यूएस हैं जो 104-105 मिलियन मैट्रिक टन्स में है। मतलब आप देखते हैं हमारा प्रोडक्शन करीब करीब हम दुनिया का 24%, 25% दूध हमारे देश में पैदा करते हैं। जिस तरह से पॉलिसीज़ हैं, जिस तरह से हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ग्रोथ हो रहा है, हमें उम्मीद है अगले 2030 में 2032 तक हम शायद 1/3 मिल्क दुनिया का हमारे देश में प्रोड्यूस होगा। हमारा जो पर कैपिटा अवेलेबिलिटी है, जो हमारी न्यूट्रिशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए चाहिए, जो 115 ग्राम था जब ऑपरेशन फ्लड चालू हुआ था, आज हम 450 ग्राम मिल्क पर पर्सन पर डे पहुंच गए हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर अब हमें किसान को एक अच्छा प्राइस कंटिन्यू करना है, उसको अच्छा प्राइस देना है, तो हमें एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट को देखना पड़ेगा। और एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में आज हमारा हिस्सा क्या है? इंडिया का जो टोटल ट्रेड होता है वर्ल्ड में 0.5% से भी कम है। एक इनसिग्निफिकेंट हमारा प्रेजेंस है। क्या हम एक अच्छा उसमें हमारा हिस्सा हो सकता है? हमारा आप लॉजिस्टिकली देखेंगे बहुत ही एडवांटेज है। आप ईस्ट में देखिए, हमारे वियतनाम, श्रीलंका, बांग्लादेश, आप जो कोई भी कंट्रीज़ देख लीजिए, ये सारे दूध का प्रोडक्ट इंपोर्ट करते हैं। वेस्ट में जाइए, आपके सारे गल्फ कंट्रीज़ जो हैं वो दूध और दूध के जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उसको इंपोर्ट करते हैं। तो हम एक बहुत ही अच्छी तरह प्लेस हैं, हम बहुत ही अच्छी तरह हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उसको एक्सपोर्ट करके और अच्छा एक उसका वैल्यू एडिशन जो होगा किसान तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। अभी हाल ही में कोऑपरेटिव मिनिस्ट्री ने बहुत अच्छे स्टेप्स लिए हैं। एक मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव, नेशनल मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव एक्सपोर्ट के लिए फॉर्म किए हैं, जिसमें अमूल चीफ प्रमोटर है। ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स को लोकल मार्केट और एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए नेशनल ऑर्गेनिक मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बनी है, जिसमें एनडीडीबी और अमूल फिर से दोनों प्रमोटर हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे जो इनिशिएटिव लिए जा रहे हैं और जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सपोर्ट ऐसे समिट से हो रहे हैं, हम कहीं ना कहीं एक अच्छे हमारा जो प्रोड्यूस हैं उसको एक्सपोर्ट कर पाएंगे। बहुत अच्छा उससे हम आमदनी किसानों तक पहुंचा पाएंगे। और अभी जो एक एग्रीकल्चर के लिए जो इकोसिस्टम और एक एक्सीलेंट नेटवर्क जो दोनों मिलके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो रहा है, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है गुजरात सरकार कृषि और फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर को जो प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए एक इन्वेस्टर फ्रेंडली पॉलिसी लागू कर रही है। हम आगे जाके एक कुशल लॉजिस्टिक, डाइवर्स एग्रीकल्चर और स्ट्रेटेजिक जो गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव हैं उसके साथ मिलके इनोवेशन और इकोसिस्टम का एक अच्छा निर्माण करके और एक की प्लेयर के रूप में गुजरात और हमारे देश का एक हमारे पास जो क्षमता है उसको पूरी तरह करेंगे, उसको यूज़ करेंगे और क्षेत्रीय और राष्ट्र के दोनों के आर्थिक विकास को एक बढ़ावा भी देंगे और एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देंगे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. And now we invite Shri A.K. Rakesh, who is the guiding force in the agribusiness growth story. Please welcome Shri A.K. Rakesh, Additional Chief Secretary, Agriculture, Farmers Welfare and Cooperation Department, Government of Gujarat, for your address.
Good morning to all of you. Namaste. Honorable ministers present on the dais, Shri Raghavji Bhai Patel, Shri Jagdish Vishwakarma, Shri Bachu Bhai Khabar, Deputy Chief Whip, District Panchayat President,
dignitaries present on the dais, dignitaries present in the audience, media persons, delegates from different sectors in the field of agriculture and food processing. I also, first of all, welcome all of you. And I'm also thankful to the speakers before me. Professor Gandhi, he covered all the aspects of food processing business in a very comprehensive manner. Dr. Minesh Shah, Pirush Khambata, all of them have given their angle to it. And looking to the fact that we are running behind schedule by at least 15 minutes, I have many things to say here. I have a lot of statistics, I have a lot of numbers with me, but I'll cut my speech short and only dwell very briefly on what the government has done to promote agriculture. Because बेसिक जो रॉ मटेरियल है फूड प्रोसेसिंग का वो बेसिक एग्रीकल्चर से आता है और अच्छी क्वालिटी का रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल होगा और अच्छे दाम पे अवेलेबल होगा तो नेचुरली फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री करने वाले जो लोग हैं, जो इन्वेस्ट करने वाले लोग हैं, वो अट्रैक्ट होंगे. तो उस एंगल से सिर्फ मैं थोड़ी बात करूंगा. एक तो पहले मैं गुजरात की तो बात है, उसमें खास कच्छ की बात करूंगा कि when I came to Gujarat after being allocated Gujarat cadre, when I landed here in 1990, that time everybody will tell us that, Kutch is a very backward district. We also visited Kutch. And that time, I think the average rainfall in Kutch district was less than 15 inches. Now, nature also has been very bountiful, and average rainfall in Kutch now has reached more than 25 inches every year. For the last more than 5 years, we have been receiving very good rainfalls there. And so that is, of course, the nature's help that has been provided. Other than that, our visible government interventions that have led to, say, tissue culture, date palm, dragon fruit, and strawberry. Like, I think the best quality dragon fruits, they are being grown in Kutch district. Earlier, I think it was all imported, and now the quality of dragon fruit being grown in Kutch is better than the ones that were imported earlier. So I'll say the Kutch has emerged as the fruit basket of Gujarat. Not only Gujarat, but I'll say, I don't know, I don't have that number with me, but maybe probably the #1 district in the whole country itself. बाकी यहाँ काफ़ी बात की गई कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो गुजरात में अवेलेबल बहुत ही अच्छा है. A lot has been talked about the business in Gujarati blood, the conducive environment, and I'll emphasize here that we are a policy-driven state. We are a policy-driven government. We do not believe in doling out favors on our whims and fancies. So everything is governed by policies here. And recently, if you have been following the newspapers, I think Micron has made a big investment here. And that MOU was signed in record time. All the clearances were given in record time. So you can imagine if such a huge investment is cleared in a matter of a few weeks, I think food processing industry proposals, they will be relatively smaller compared to, say, the Micron investment. So I think all the proposals, all the people who are willing to invest here, their proposals will be cleared in no time. So that is one very good positive aspect of Gujarat, that we clear the things at the fastest possible pace. I'll talk a little about the government interventions, which has gone to, the betterment of the grassroots agriculture. State has launched Mukhya Mantri Crop Storage Yojana, which aids setting up small godowns on farm to reduce post-harvest losses. Then to reduce post-harvest losses and double farmers' income, Kisan Parivahan Yojana was also launched to assist farmers for the purchase of vehicles to market their produce. The state has given due attention to accelerating the pace of water resources development to increase the net water availability by creating additional storage, improvement in water use efficiency, bridging the gap between the irrigation potential created and its utilization, restoration and modernization of old irrigation system, participation in water conservation programs, among other initiatives to save, conserve, and judiciously use water for crop irrigation. I like to add a sentence here that water has become available, both, as I said earlier, nature has been very bountiful of late. If you look at the rain pattern from the eastern parts of the country, where the rain used to be very heavy, there the quantum has reduced a little bit. And states like Gujarat, now the rainfall is much, much better compared to, say, what it used to be 20 years ago. But still, just because water is available, we should not waste it. So that is why we also promote judicious use of irrigation water. The state has recognized the need for increasing water use efficiency through micro-irrigation systems and is implementing the micro-irrigation scheme through the Gujarat Green Revolution Company. More than 20 lakh hectares have been covered under micro-irrigation. Realizing the importance of horticulture in agriculture growth, the state has formed the Gujarat State Horticultural Mission for growth in the field of horticulture through development of post-harvest infrastructure and marketing facilities. With a major focus on mango, chiku, amla, banana, papaya, lime, cumin, fennel, flowers, and medicinal and aromatic crops. Under Indo-Israel collaboration, the state has set up 6 centers of excellence and 4 new centers of excellence are in the process of being set up. These centers provide training and financial support for the use of technology to enhance production and quality of horticultural crops. Gujarat, being a state with a huge coastline of 1,600 kilometers, accounting for more than 25% of mainland India, has been the top producer of marine fish in the country. It accounted for 18.80% of total marine fish production in India. The Gujarat government has taken various steps and initiatives to promote food processing sector in Gujarat, including initiating, as was said earlier, establishment of iNDEXT-a. This will be a dedicated cell for promotion of food processing. Western Freight Corridor and Delhi-Mumbai Expressway will also prove beneficial to the state for industrial and agriculture development in a big, big way. With world-famous breeds of cattle and buffalo having immense potential of milk production, Gujarat is the 3rd largest producing state in India. Gujarat is also renowned for its robust dairy industry, with Amul being a prominent player, not just in the state, but also on the national and international stage. We all working together in sync will create a resonance that will catapult the agri and food processing sector to the trajectory of super fast growth. With these words, I invite you to become a part of the Gujarat growth story. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji said, India's growth story is a story of transformation and change, of innovation and reform, of creating opportunities and securing the future. And Gujarat has realized his vision. Now, we bring to you an AV about the achievements and the initiatives taken by Government of Gujarat in agro and food processing sector.
The global quest for quality food ingredients has been leading foreign ships to Indian shores for centuries now. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India is striding towards realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. And among the front-runner states driving the growth forward is Gujarat. An unprecedented growth has been ushered in agro and food processing sector. Today, Gujarat, the growth engine of India, accounts for 30% of the agro and processed food exports of India.
एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री निवेश में गुजरात का हिस्सा देश में सबसे अधिक है। आज गुजरात में 30,000 से अधिक फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स काम कर रहे हैं।
Under the able leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Patel, Gujarat is opening doors to the world. Come, invest in the agro and food processing sector of Gujarat, a growing powerhouse. In last 2 decades, Gujarat's agro sector has witnessed profound transformation. This transformative journey has witnessed an average annual growth of 123% in horticulture production over the past 15 years. Divided in 8 agroclimatic zones, Gujarat takes pride in being a leading producer of many diverse crops in India, thus offering a basket of opportunities to investors. The 1,600-kilometer long coast belt is significant to Gujarat's blue economy, contributing 19% of the marine production of the country and advancing brackish water aquaculture farming. With over 10 million milch animals, Gujarat contributes to over 8% share to India's milk production. Led by the cooperative dairy movement, the state has covered a path of efficient milk accessibility chain and value-added products nationally and globally. Gujarat has embraced the resurgence of millets and natural farming practices. Value addition to these produce has a huge potential waiting to be unleashed. A strategically planned ecosystem accentuates Gujarat's strengths for agro and food processing sectors. A robust network of air, rail, road, and ports. Makes Gujarat a well-knit hub for agricultural enterprises. 38% of Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, that is DMIC, passing through the state, augments its logistic strengths, further making it a global gateway. Gujarat extends warm invitation to investors to be part of its growth trajectory in the agro and food processing sector. This sector has been designated as thrust sector under the Atmanirbhar Gujarat schemes, wherein investors are greeted with a myriad of incentives. Government of India offers a gamut of incentives as well. In order to handhold the investors in this sector, Gujarat has recently set up iNDEXT-a, dedicated to foster investments in agribusiness sector of Gujarat. iNDEXT-a welcomes you to invest in the ecosystem of policy-driven governance, state-of-the-art infrastructure and enterprising farmers. At the flagship event of Government of India, World Food India 2023, Gujarat showcased its agro and food processing potential to global investors. The state seminar witnessed participation of a wide spectrum of speakers and delegates. As a partner state, Gujarat Pavilion received over 1,000 visitors. B2B meetings opened avenues for 100+ potential collaborations. Come, reap the benefits of agro-industrial growth in the fertile land of Gujarat. Come, invest in the agro and food processing sector of Gujarat, a growing powerhouse.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अपने अनुभव और कौशल्य से कृषि और किसानों की समृद्धि के लिए सदा मार्गदर्शन कर रहे गुजरात राज्य के माननीय कृषि राज्य मंत्री श्री बचुभाई खाबड़ को अब सादर अनुरोध करते हैं, आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए पधारें।
आज के प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट में उपस्थित हमारे गुजरात के कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर कृषि विभाग श्रीमान राघोजी भाई पटेल जी एवं मान्य सहकार मंत्री श्रीमान जगजीत भाई पंचाल जी, नायब दंडक श्री रमण भाई सोलंकी जी, हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रमुख मान्य राजेश भाई पटेल जी, मीरेश भाई शाह जी, चेयरमैन श्री एनडीडीबी, हमारा दिलीप भाई पटेल, पूर्व सांसद श्री हमारा कांति भाई सोढ़ा, परमार वाइस चेयरमैन अमूल डेयरी, अधिक मुख्य श्री ए.के. राकेश जी, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर श्री गुजरात एग्रो श्री डी.एस. शाह जी, कलेक्टर श्री प्रवीण चौधरी जी, हमारे यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश से उपस्थित डॉक्टर राजशेखर, सेक्रेटरी कृषि जिला विकास अधिकारी मिलन बापना जी, श्री पीयूष भाई कंबादा जी, एमडी रचना, श्री वसंत भाई गांधी जी, सेंटर मैनेजर कृषि आईएम अहमदाबाद एवं ये मंच पर उपस्थित महानुभाव और यहाँ के उपस्थित सभी उद्योगकारों और अधिकारी एवं मीडिया के दोस्तों का आज के ये कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित आप सभी का मित्रों स्वागत करता हूं। वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट की कल्पना 2003 में गुजरात के तत्कालीन माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री और आज के वर्तमान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने की थी। वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट आज बिजनेस नेटवर्किंग, ज्ञान साझा करने और व्यापक सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास के लिए रणनीति साझेदारी के लिए सबसे प्रतिष्ठित वैश्विक मंचों में एक बन गया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की इस विरासत को आगे बढ़ाते हुए उनके मार्गदर्शन और गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के नेतृत्व में गुजरात सरकार जानकारी 2024 में वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट के 10वें संस्करण का आयोजन कर रही है। मुझे ये बात से कहते हुए खुशी होती है कि वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट तहत आज अमूल आनंद डेयरी में एग्रो एंड फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्राइवेट समिट का आयोजन किया गया है। एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र गुजरात के आर्थिक विकास में प्रमुख योगदान करने वाले क्षेत्र में एक है और ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री की विकसित भारत की 2047 में दृष्टिकोण में भी योगदान हो रहा है। फसलों की वैश्विकता, मजबूत बुनियादी का ढांचा, अनुकूल नीतियों, विविध संसाधनों की उपलब्धता के कारण गुजरात एग्रो एंड फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए बहुत अनुकूल है। गुजरात राज्य औद्योगिक और कृषि विकास के साथ देश के विकास में भागीदार बन रहा है। गुजरात राज्य में कई प्राकृतिक विविधता ये है गुजरात में, जहां एक तरफ अधिक वर्षा होने वाले केला, गन्ना, धान जैसी फसलें होती, दूसरी तरफ कच्छ में अधिक शुष्क वातावरण में होने वाली खारेक की भी फसल उगाई जाती है। इसी वजह से गुजरात को 8 एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन में विभाजित किया है। गुजरात में प्राकृतिक वातावरण की विविधता के कारण 40 के ज्यादा विभिन्न प्रकार के अनाज, तिलहन, दलहन, फल, सब्जियां और मसाले की पाक की खेती हो जाती है। कृषि के क्षेत्र में राज्य सरकार द्वारा किए गए कई कदमों आगे सहाय योजना के कारण गुजरात राज्य देश में कृषि क्षेत्र में अग्रिम राज्य बन गया है। गुजरात राज्य के विविध फसलों के उत्पादन के बारे में बात करें तो 2001-2 में कुल अनाज फैसले का उत्पादन 45.15 लाख मैट्रिक टन था, वो 2022-23 में बढ़कर 27.22 लाख मैट्रिक टन हो गया है, जो 93% की वृद्धि दर्शाता है। 2001-2 में कुल फसलों का उत्पादन 3.69 लाख मैट्रिक टन था, वो 2022-23 में बढ़कर 17.93 लाख मैट्रिक टन हो गया है, जो 386% की वृद्धि दर्शाता है। 2001-2 में कुल तिलहन फसलों का उत्पादन 36.30 लाख मैट्रिक टन था, वो 2022-23 में बढ़कर 72.52 लाख मैट्रिक टन हो गया है, जो 99% की वृद्धि आज बताता है। कपास गुजरात की मुख्य फसल रही है। 2001-2 में पहले कपास की कीट और रोग समस्या को कारण उत्पादन कम हुआ था। तकनीक और अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बीटी कपास की किस्मों को मान्यता देने के बाद और गुजरात के सही मार्गदर्शन प्रदर्शन करने की वजह से 2001-2 में कपास का उत्पादन 17 लाख गांठ था, वो 2022-23 में बढ़कर 1 लाख गांठ का आज हो गया, वो 488% की बढ़ती दर्शाता है। आज गुजरात राज्य कपास के उत्पादन के मामले में दूसरे स्थान पर और देश के कुल उत्पादन का 24% उत्पादन कर रहा है। राज्य सरकार किसानों को बुआई से लेकर बिक्री तक की विविध चरणों की सहायता प्रदान कर रही है। आजकल मजदूरों की कमी की वजह से विभिन्न कृषि गतिविधियों के आसान और अधिक कुशल बनाने के लिए किसान को कृषि में अधिकतम मशीनीकरण अपनाना आवश्यक है। आधुनिक मशीन उपकरणों की लागत अधिक होती है, इसलिए गुजरात सरकार द्वारा खेती की गतिविधियों के लिए ट्रैक्टर और आधुनिक उपकरण पर सहायता दी जाती है। इसके लिए इस साल में 700 करोड़ से ज्यादा का बजट का प्रावधान गुजरात सरकार ने किया है। पिछला सालों में जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण राज्य में कई बार भारी बारिश, चक्रवात, बिन मौसमी बारिश जैसी कई प्राकृतिक आपदाएं आती है। उसमें सरकार प्रभावित किसानों की मदद और सहायता के लिए कृषि सहाय पैकेज की तुरंत घोषणा करती है, ताकि किसानों की आय प्रभावित न हो। पिछले सालों में 86 लाख किसानों को 10,000 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा रकम की सहायता राज्य सरकार ने की है। बाजार मूल्य कम होने की स्थिति में सरकार की किसानों ने न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य पर फसलें खरीद करने को ये आय को सुरक्षित करने के राज्य में कृषि उत्पादन के बागबानी फसलों का भी महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा है। बागबानी फसलों की प्रति हेक्टेयर पैदाश पर अधिक होने से किसानों का रुझान उनकी ओर बढ़ रहा है। राज्य सरकार किए गए विभिन्न उपायों, योजनाओं और किसानों की मेहनत की वजह से बागवानी पाकों का क्षेत्रफल 29,60,000 हेक्टेयर और उत्पादन 260 लाख मीट्रिक टन हो गया है। हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहनों भी पारंपरिक खेती के स्थान पर काजू, पपीता, आम, चीकू, भिंडी, बैगन, टमाटर जैसी फसलें उगा रहे हैं। कच्छ के सूखे इलाके आज पपीते, कमल और अनार के बागों में तब्दील हो रहे हैं। गुजरात के एकमात्र हिल स्टेशन सापुतारा के पास स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई जाती है और अच्छी गुणवत्ता वाली स्ट्रॉबेरी सापुतारा, आहवा, वघाई जैसे प्रमुख स्थानों पर किसानों द्वारा बिक्री की जाती है। हमने कृषि एवं बागवानी उत्पादन में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति की है। अब मूल्यवर्धन और मार्केटिंग का समय है। एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र में पैदावार के स्थिर और कुशल आपूर्ति बनाए रखने, हार्वेस्ट के बाद नुकसान को कम करने और कीमतों को नियंत्रित करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है एवं रोजगार के पर्याय अवसर पैदा करते हैं। भारत के कृषि निर्यात में गुजरात का प्रमुख योगदान रहा है। राज्य की कृषि उत्पाद साथ ही प्रोसेसिंग फूड विश्व स्तर पर निर्यात के लिए जाती है। यह क्षेत्र राज्य की समग्र आर्थिक वृद्धि को बनाए रखने और बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र में रॉ मटेरियल की आपूर्ति मौसमी होती है, उस बारिश पर निर्भर है। इसलिए इस क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए विशेष अलग से विचार विमर्श की जरूरत है। इस क्षेत्र में छोटे बड़े सारे निवेशों के लिए समान अवसर मिले। इंडेक्स ए संस्थागत तरीके से एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र को सही गति प्रदान करने के लिए हमने एग्रो बिजनेस एक्सटेंशन ब्यूरो इंडेक्स ए की स्थापना की है। हमारे पास पहले से ही इंडेक्स बी का अनुभव है, जो गुजरात सरकार का सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस और निवेश के अवसरों की तलाश कर रहे हैं, निवेशों को सुविधा प्रदान करते हैं। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने गुजरात में एग्रो फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र में निवेश को बढ़ावा देने के लिए इंडेक्स ए की स्थापना की है। मुख्य वाइब्रेंट समिट के हिस्से को रूप में कृषि व्यवस्थापन और खाद्य प्रसंस्करण क्षेत्र पर एक पूर्व वाइब्रेंट समिट आयोजन किया जा रहा है। इस आयोजन का उद्देश्य कृषि व्यवसाय क्षेत्र में नई पहल का मार्ग प्रस्ताव करने के लिए विचार मंथन और विचारों के आदान प्रदान के लिए एक मंच तैयार करना है। इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर नए स्टार्टअप के सफलता की बातें कल्चर के नियंत्रण दृष्टिकोण द्वारा निकास सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट ऐसे विविध विषय है जिस पर उद्योग, शैक्षणिक संस्थान और सरकार के वक्ता अपने अनुभव साझा करेंगे और अपने विचारों करेंगे। गुजरात सरकार एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र में गुजरात का समर्थन देखने के लिए आगे वाले सभी लोग का स्वागत करते हैं। गुजरात का कृषि विभाग हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आत्मनिर्भर भारत और लोकल फॉर वोकल के दृष्टिकोण को साकार करने के लिए सर्वोत्तम नीतियां, प्रोत्साहन और व्यावसायिक स्थितियां प्रदान करके एक व्यवसाय अनुकूल वातावरण बनाने की और प्रतिबद्धता और अग्रसर है। कृषि और खाद्य संस्करण क्षेत्र में आने वाले वर्षों में गुजरात में कई नई परियोजना आ रही है, जैसे एफएमसी, कास्ट मूविंग कंज्यूमर गुड्स उत्पादों के लिए खाद्य विनिर्माण उद्योग, विदेशी प्रौद्योगिकी आधारित ब्लूबेरी वृक्षारोपण परियोजना, डेयरी उत्पादन प्रसंस्करण संयंत्र प्रस्तावित करने की परियोजना को कोल्ड स्टोरेज दर्शाने की संयम आदि। इसमें कृषि क्षेत्र में कृषि और खाद्य प्रसंस्करण क्षेत्र में रोजगार के नए अवसर सूचित होंगे, जो हमारे देश के युवाओं का डेमोग्राफिक डिवीजन पूरा उपयोग करे, विकसित बनाने की और आगे बढ़े। मुझे विश्वास है कि गुजरात के एग्रीकल्चर उन्नत औद्योगिक और स्थानिक और विदेशी निवेश के अच्छे संयोजक के साथ गुजरात को खाद्य प्रसंस्करण क्षेत्र में नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाए। इस तरह राज्य सरकार एक बिजनेस फ्रेंडली वातावरण बनाना जा रहा है, जिसका आप अभी को लाभ लेने के लिए मैं आह्वान करता हूं। आप सभी गुजरात में अन्य स्टेट से, विदेश से जो आए हैं और गुजरात के भी उद्योगपति आए हैं, इनको मैं निवेदन करता हूं अपना गुजरात 2047 में जो देश का प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी ने विकसित भारत का जो सपना आपके सामने रखा है, इसमें गुजरात अग्रसर इसकी भूमिका बजाएंगे। आप सबका आभार। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय। सहकार से समृद्धि इस संकल्पना को साकार करने की दिशा में सदैव कर्तव्यरत ऐसे गुजरात राज्य के माननीय सहकार मंत्री श्री जगदीश विश्वकर्मा जी को अब सादर अनुरोध करते हैं अपने प्रेरणादायी उद्बोधन के लिए।
आज के इस प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट के अंदर उपस्थित गुजरात राज्य सरकार के एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर श्री राघवजी भाई, श्री बच्चू भाई, श्री रमण भाई, श्री हसमुख भाई, पूर्व मंत्री श्री दिलीप भाई, श्री ए.के. राकेश एंड अदर डिग्निटी एंड ऑन द डायस एंड ऑफ द डायस। मैं समझ सकता हूँ कि करीबन 10 बजे से हम लोग बैठे हैं और काफ़ी लंबा स्पान हो चुका है और राघवजी भाई को हम सबको सुनना है। हम लोग 20 साल पीछे थोड़ा चलते हैं कि वाई वी आर कमिंग हियर टुडे और क्यों प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट की जरूरत पड़ी। जब देश के यशस्वी वडाप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2003 के अंदर जब पहला वाइब्रेंट समिट अहमदाबाद के टाउन हॉल में किया था, तब करीबन 300 से 400 लोग थे और उस वक्त गुजरात की चैलेंज काफी थी। आज मुझे बरोबर याद है उस वक्त गुजरात के अंदर भूकंप का माहौल आया हुआ था, भूकंप था और भूकंप खत्म हुआ था और उसी वक्त पीएम साहब ने जब सीएम का पदभार संभाला था। गुजरात का सिनेरियो देखा जाए तो उस वक्त गुजरात के अंदर पानी की भी काफी शॉर्टेज थी, चैलेंजेस काफी थे गुजरात के पास। घर घर हर गांव तक शायद बिजली भी नहीं पहुंची थी। उसी वक्त गोधरा कांड भी हुआ था। तो गुजरात खड़ा कैसे हुआ? इस सारी चैलेंजों के सामने गुजरात के पास चैलेंजेस काफी थी और गुजरात को खड़ा भी होना था और देश के सामने गुजरात को प्रेजेंट भी होना था। और आज हम सब देख रहे हैं कि एक ही बंदा, एक ही इंसान पूरे देश के अंदर नहीं, पूरी दुनिया के अंदर उन्होंने कुछ करके दिखाया है। आज गुजरात का सिनेरियो देखा जाए तो गुजरात के अंदर काफी फ्रेंड्स यहाँ, जितने भी मेरे पहले के जितने भी स्पीकर थे, उन्होंने फूड एग्रो के लिए बताया कि भाई फूड इंडस्ट्रीज क्या है। हम सबको पता है, जिस इंडस्ट्री से हम लोग आ रहे हैं, हम सबको पता है कि फूड इंडस्ट्रीज क्या है। मगर मैं इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि आज गुजरात के अंदर 20 साल के अंदर पिन से लेकर प्लान तक सारी चीजें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो रही है। सेगमेंट वाइज इंडस्ट्रीज आज गुजरात के अंदर डेवलप हुई है। आज जब उत्तर प्रदेश के एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी भी आए हुए हैं और काफी अदर लोग भी आउट ऑफ गुजरात से आए हुए हैं, तो मैं एक बात जरूर कहूंगा कि गुजरात के अंदर गांधीधाम के अंदर एक छोटी सी पिन वहां मैन्युफैक्चर हो रही है। बड़ौदा के अंदर टाटा ने जो प्लांट डाला, वहां जेट रफाल भी वहां मैन्युफैक्चर होगा। और अभी ए.के. राकेश जी ने कहा अहमदाबाद के पास साणंद के अंदर सेमीकंडक्टर भी मैन्युफैक्चर होगा। सूरत के अंदर एल&टी हजीरा में करीबन मोर देन 100 से ज्यादा टैंक हमने मैन्युफैक्चर करके ऑलरेडी सप्लाई कर दी है। राजकोट में किसी महिला ने रिवॉल्वर और राइफल का लाइसेंस लिया है मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए। आज गुजरात वर्ल्ड लार्जेस्ट, सेकंड लार्जेस्ट डेनिम इंडस्ट्रीज के अंदर है। हम लोग पूरे दुनिया का सेकंड लार्जेस्ट डेनिम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के अंदर है। सूरत हमारे लिए एक सबसे बड़ा पूरा वर्ल्ड का डायमंड मार्केट है, डायमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड गोल्ड एंड ज्वेलरी, जेम्स ज्वेलरी के लिए। उसी तरह सूरत में टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री सबसे ज्यादा है। सेगमेंट वाइज देखा जाए तो अंकलेश्वर, वापी हमारे पास पेट्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्रीज है, केमिकल इंडस्ट्रीज है, फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्रीज है। राजकोट हमारे पास ऑटोमोबाइल का हब है। बेचराजी वहां मारुति का प्लांट आया हुआ है। ये सारी चीज इसलिए कह रहा हूं, आप कहेंगे साहब आज तो फूड एग्रो का हमारे पास कॉन्फ्रेंस रखा है, आप सारे गुजरात का सिनेरियो क्यों दे रहे हो? मैं सारी चीज इसलिए दे रहा हूं कि गुजरात के अंदर 20 साल के अंदर जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेवल से लेकर आज तक जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, 1600 किलोमीटर का दरिया किनारा, सबसे देश में सबसे ज्यादा लेंथ वाइज कोस्टल एरिया गुजरात के अंदर। वो ऐसा नहीं है कि नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के आने के बाद बना है, वो सालों से है। मगर 48 जितने पोर्ट्स जो डेवलप हुए हैं वो मोदी जी के राज में जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, और आज जब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल है, और पूरा देश का मोर देन 48% एक्सपोर्ट वो गुजरात के पोर्ट से हैंडल हो रहा है। तो ये है गुजरात की सिद्धि। दैट्स वाई वी से टू यू कि प्लीज कम इन गुजरात एंड गुजरात का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देखिए। आज 19 से ज्यादा एयरपोर्ट आज हमारे पास गुजरात में एक्टिवली काम कर रहे हैं। रेलवे लाइन, रोड लाइन, मोर देन 2.5 लाख किलोमीटर रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गुजरात के अंदर है, छोटे से गांव से लेकर नेशनल हाईवे तक। मेट्रो है, बुलेट ट्रेन स्टार्ट होने वाली है, सारी की सारी चीजें आज गुजरात के अंदर है। और इसीलिए गुजरात के अंदर फूड एग्रो की इंडस्ट्रीज अगर मैक्सिमम आ रही है तो एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड वाइज अगर देखा जाए तो काफी बड़ा वॉल्यूम पूरे वर्ल्ड के अंदर फूड इंडस्ट्रीज का आने वाले दिनों के अंदर आने वाला है। अगर हम देखकर जाए तो मोर देन 4000 से ज्यादा आइटम्स फूड इंडस्ट्रीज के अंदर है। हम लोग अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, पोटैटो चिप्स, फिंगर चिप्स, दूसरी पॉपकॉर्न, 4-5 आइटम गन के हम लोग रुक जाते हैं। मगर आज गुजरात के अंदर एग्रीकल्चर के माध्यम से अगर देखा जाए तो आज एग्रीकल्चर का भी सिनारियो काफी अच्छा है। मेरे ख्याल से राघव जी भाई उसको ज्यादा फोकस करेंगे। मिल्क इंडस्ट्रीज में भी उतना ही काफी आने वाले दिनों में हमें शायद, जो आज अभी देखा हमने वीडियोस के अंदर देखा कि गुजरात में मिल्क इंडस्ट्रीज का शेयर पूरे इंडिया के 8% है। आप सोचिए अगर यही चीज अगर हम मल्टीपल करके बेचते हैं वर्ल्ड मार्केट के अंदर तो कितने रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी। आज ग्लोबली मार्केट देखा जाए तो वर्ल्ड के अंदर फूड इंडस्ट्रीज का रेशियो सबसे ज्यादा है। जो जीडीपी देखा जाए कि सबसे ज्यादा नीड आज वर्ल्ड के अंदर रेडीमेड फूड की है। हमारी हैबिट्स डे बाय डे चेंज होती रही है। 25 साल पहले हम लोग क्या खाते थे और आज क्या खा रहे हैं। ब्रेकफास्ट के अंदर 25 साल पहले हम लोग ब्रेकफास्ट में क्या ले रहे थे और आज क्या ले रहे हैं। मील के अंदर दोपहर का लंच है, पूरे दिन के अंदर 2 से 3 आइटम ऐसी रहती है हमारे पूरे ड्यूरिंग द डे टाइम कि हम कुछ ना कुछ प्रोडक्ट, हम रेडीमेड फूड हम लोग खाते हैं। तो यानी हम लोगों की फूड हैबिट्स डेफिनेटली चेंज हुई है। तो आने वाले दिनों के अंदर पूरा वर्ल्ड सिवाय इंडिया को छोड़कर कोई भी रोटी बनाता नहीं है। सिर्फ इंडिया के अंदर रोटी, चपाटी, ये सारी इंडियंस ब्रेड बनती है। और बाकी अदर कंट्रीज के अंदर मोस्टली वो दे आर यूजिंग द रेडीमेड ब्रेड। ब्रेड की अगर बात की जाए तो गेहूं मिलते हैं 8 रुपीज केजी, अच्छे से गेहूं लो 12 रुपीज केजी ले लेते हैं। और ब्रेड का एक छोटा सा पैकेट, एक ब्रेड का छोटा सा पैकेट 10 रुपया 12 रुपये में आता है, जिसके अंदर 200 ग्राम ब्रेड आती है। आप सोचिए मार्जिन कितना बड़ा हुआ, फूड इंडस्ट्रीज का मार्जिन कितना बड़ा हुआ। और फूड सामने दिखे तो फूड इंडस्ट्री का वॉल्यूम कितना बड़ा है। 800 करोड़ पृथ्वी पर 800 करोड़ लोग हैं तो उनका रोज का ब्रेड का कंज्यूमशन कितना बड़ा हुआ। पोटैटो चिप्स की बात करते हैं, पोटैटो का प्राइस क्या है, 7-8 रुपए केजी। और फिंगर चिप्स और पोटैटो चिप्स जब बेचते हैं तो एक पैकेट के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से 25 ग्राम 35 ग्राम एक पोटैटो चिप्स के अंदर, उसका प्राइस क्या है, 10 रुपया 20 रुपया। तो आप समझ लीजिए कि पोटैटो चिप्स जो 35 ग्राम की पैकेट जो 10 या 20 रुपए में बिकती है और पूरे 1 केजी पोटैटो लेने जाते हैं हम लोग 10 या 12 रुपये में आते हैं। तो हमारे पास प्रॉफिटेबल रेशियो काफी बड़ा है। आने वाले दिनों के अंदर फूड सेगमेंट के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से सबसे ज्यादा तक आने वाले दिनों के अंदर है। इसके साथ साथ हम लोगों को यह भी देखना होगा कि आज वर्ल्ड एक और से वरीड भी है हेल्थ कॉन्शियस के लिए। आज जितने भी फूड इंडस्ट्रीज के लोग आए हुए, डायस पर जो भी लोग बैठे हैं, हम लोगों को सारी ये चीजें ये मायने भी रखने पड़ेगी कि फूड इंडस्ट्री, रेडीमेड फूड इंडस्ट्रीज के हिसाब से ह्यूमन पर हेल्थ पर क्या इफेक्ट हो रही है, वो हिसाब से इंडियन ट्रेडिशनल के हिसाब से हमें फूड डेवलप करने पड़ेंगे। आज हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ नकल कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ कॉपी कर रहे हैं कि फॉरेन के अंदर ये ब्रेड चल रही है, मायोनीज चल रहा है, ये चीज चल रही है, तो हम लोग हमारी फूड हैबिट जाने बिना, हमारा एनवायरनमेंट जाने बिना यहाँ फूड डेवलप करते हैं। तो सबसे पहले हम लोगों को इंडियन की जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं, यहाँ के जो फूड हैबिट्स के, वो हिसाब से हमें फूड्स को भी उसी दिशा के अंदर डेवलप करने पड़ेंगे। तो इसके लिए हमें सबसे ज़्यादा इनोवेशन की जरूरत पड़ेगी। फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में जितना भी हम लोग प्रमोशन करेंगे, तो सिर्फ फूड इंडस्ट्रीज का प्रमोशन होगा ऐसा नहीं है, सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर का प्रमोशन होगा ऐसा नहीं है, साथ में पैकेजिंग इंडस्ट्रीज का प्रमोशन होगा, साथ में लेबर्स का होगा, साथ में प्रिंटिंग स्टेशनरी होगा। काफ़ी चीज़ें ऐसी है कि फूड के साथ रिलेवेंट अलग अलग नंबर ऑफ बिजनेस जो है उसका भी प्रमोशन साथ साथ में होगा। तो मेरे ख्याल से ऐसी कई चीज़ें हैं जो हम लोगों को एक इंडस्ट्रीज के आने से, अगर मारुति इंडस्ट्रीज बेचरा जी के पास आई तो ऑन पेपर मारुति में भी 27,000 लोग वर्क कर रहे हैं, मगर डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट मोर देन 1.5 लाख लोगों को वहां जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिली है। मारुति का प्लांट कंस्ट्रक्शन हाउस से लेकर मारुति बाहर प्रोड्यूस होती है वहां तक। उसी तरह अगर फूड एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज यहाँ मैक्सिमम आती है तो उसके रिलेवेंट जितने भी अदर बिजनेस है, वो सारे बिजनेस के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से सबसे ज्यादा प्रमोशन और बूमिंग पीरियड आने वाला है आने वाले दिनों के अंदर। आज ये प्री वेडिंग समिट के अंदर काफी लोग बाहर से भी आए हुए हैं। मेरे ख्याल से इस पर गौर करना चाहिए कि इंडियन ट्रेडिशनल के हिसाब से इंडिया को और गुजरात को और बाहर विदेश के अंदर क्या क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, अगर हम लोग एक बार सेग्रीगेट कर पाएंगे तो यही फोकस हम लोग आने वाले दिनों के अंदर हमारे फूड इंडस्ट्रीज में भी ये टेक्निक और ये स्टार्टअप में हम लोग शायद प्रमोशन कर पाएंगे। सिर्फ आज काफी सारी बातें भी हुई है और इस कार्यक्रम के बाद काफी सारे सेमिनार्स भी होने वाले हैं, मगर आने वाले दिनों के अंदर फूड इंडस्ट्रीज की चैलेंजेस क्या है, कॉम्पिटिशन्स कहाँ है, इस सारी चीजों पर भी गौर करना पड़ेगा। सिर्फ प्री वाइब्रेंट इवेंट करने से आज का ये कार्यक्रम खत्म नहीं होता है, काफी लंबा सफर है। आने वाले दिनों के लिए हम सबको इसके लिए और गौर भी करना पड़ेगा और सोचना भी पड़ेगा। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात की ओर से, माननीय भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल की ओर से गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात रेडी है, आप सबके लिए एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म लेकर आई है कि जैसे राकेश जी ने कहा कि गुजरात एक पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट है, काफी पॉलिसी का आज गुजरात के अंदर बनी हुई है। मैंने भी डीएस शाह को बोला जी कि हम लोग हमारे पास फूड इंडस्ट्रीज की पॉलिसी है कि नहीं, तो वी आर वेरी ईगर टू, वी आर वेरी थिंकिंग टू प्लानिंग की भी हम लोगों को आने वाले दिनों के अंदर फूड प्रोसेस की पॉलिसी भी तय करनी पड़ेगी और किस तरीके से इंडस्ट्रीज को क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है वो दिशा में हम सबको सोचना पड़ेगा। आज गुजरात के पास एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, सेमीकंडक्टर पॉलिसी है, ऑटोमोबाइल पॉलिसी है, टेक्सटाइल पॉलिसी है, नंबर ऑफ मोर देन लगभग 19 डिफरेंट टाइप की पॉलिसी आज गुजरात के पास है। तभी गुजरात आज 2000 के साल से लेकर 2023 के आज जो सफर तय किया है मोदी जी के कार्यकाल के अंदर, इसीलिए तय कर पाया क्योंकि गुजरात ने काफी पॉलिसीज डेवलप की है और सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम्स वो सबसे पहले देश के अंदर गुजरात लेकर आया है। ऐसी कई चीजें हैं, कई बातें हैं, मगर टाइम की मेरे पास मर्यादा है। मगर थैंक यू, आप सब लगभग काफी सुबह 9-10 बजे से आए हुए हैं और आज का ये सेमिनार फ्रूटफुल हो, इसी शुभकामनाएं। भारत माता की जय।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय आपका। हम सब के लिए अपार प्रसन्नता की बात है कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में पधारे हैं माननीय मंत्री श्री राघव जी भाई पटेल, जो आज अपने करकमलों से मोबाइल वेटरनरी यूनिट को भी फ्लैग ऑफ कराएंगे। जमीन से जुड़े और जमीनी विषयों को अपनी अनूठी सूझबूझ से सुलझाने में समर्थ ऐसे कृषि, पशुपालन, गौ संवर्धन और मत्स्य पालन विभाग के हमारे माननीय मंत्री श्री राघव जी भाई पटेल को आइए तालियों की गूंज के साथ आमंत्रित करते हैं अपने मार्गदर्शन के लिए।
आज के इस महोत्सव प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट 2023 के अवसर पर हमारे यहाँ उपस्थित रहे आदरणीय मंत्री महोदय श्री जगदीश भाई विश्वकर्मा जी, माननीय मंत्री श्री बचूभाई खाबड़ जी, हमारे विधानसभा के नायब दंडक श्री रमण भाई सोलंकी जी, हमारे जिला भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रमुख राजेश भाई पटेल जी, जिला पंचायत के प्रमुख हसमुख भाई पटेल जी, हमारे अधिक मुख्य सचिव श्री कृषि पशुपालन श्री ए.के. राकेश जी, उत्तर प्रदेश से आए हुए एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी श्री राजशेखर जी, हमारे यहाँ का पूर्व सांसद और पूर्व मंत्री दिलीप भाई पटेल जी, वाइस चेयरमैन अमूल के श्री कांति भाई सोढ़ा परमार जी, चेयरमैन श्री एनडीडीबी श्री मितेश भाई शाह जी, हमारे गुजरात एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज कॉरपोरेशन के एमडी श्री डी.एस. शाह जी, आनंद के कलेक्टर श्री प्रवीण भाई चौधरी जी, यहाँ उपस्थित रहते हुए टेक्निकल स्पीकर श्री औद्योगिक साहसिक और यहाँ जो उपस्थित हुए सब उद्योगपति अग्रणी प्रेस मीडिया के सब मित्रों, अधिकारीगण और सब भाइयों और बहनें, ये गुजरात राज्य के ये आनंद प्रदेश ने देश को सरदार पटेल जैसा लौह पुरुष और त्रिभुवनदास पटेल जैसे सहकारी क्षेत्र के महान लीडर्स दिए हैं। आनंद जिले की ये भूमि अपनी समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत, औद्योगिक उद्यमिता और प्रगति के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता के लिए जानी जाती है। इस गौरवशाली भूमि पर आज आयोजित एग्रो एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग क्षेत्र पर प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट न केवल हमारे किसानों को भविष्य को बेहतर बनाने के लिए है, बल्कि हमारे देश और राज्य की खाद्य सुरक्षा एवं आर्थिक समृद्धि सुनिश्चित करने के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। की नींव के रूप में स्थापित करने के उद्देश्य से 2003 में तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व में वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट की शुरुआत की गई थी। इस समिट को विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के विकास और अविरत विकास को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य से शुरू की गई थी। गुजरात देश का एक महत्वपूर्ण औद्योगिक राज्य है, जो पिछले 2 दशकों से भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को गतिशील बनाए रखने के लिए उसका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा है। इन प्रयासों के परिणाम स्वरूप गुजरात राज्य आज वैश्विक स्तर पर निवेश के लिए सबसे पसंदीदा स्थानों में से एक बन गया है। मित्रों, હવે હું ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરીશ। मैं અહીં ઉદ્યોગ સાહસિકોને પણ સાંભળ્યા, વહીવટકર્તાઓને પણ સાંભળ્યા અને પદાધિકારીઓને પણ સાંભળ્યા અને આપણે બધા જાણી છીએ એમ 2003 થી તત્કાલીન મુખ્યમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી જે દેશના અત્યારના આપણા યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન છે, દુનિયાના સર્વોચ્ચ લોકપ્રિય નેતા છે, એણે ગુજરાતને ઔદ્યોગિક છે એવા હેતુસર એણે આ વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત નામનો કાર્યક્રમ શરૂ કર્યો। મને બરોબર યાદ છે ત્યારે એનો ઘણો બધો વિરોધ પણ થયો હતો, પણ નરેન્દ્રભાઈનું જે વિઝન હતું, જે દ્રઢતા હતી, એના પરિણામે તેઓ મક્કમ રહ્યા. દેશના ખ્યાતનામ ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ આ કાર્યક્રમને સહકાર આપવા લાગ્યા. દુનિયાભરની મોટી મોટી કંપનીઓ, જે મલ્ટીનેશનલ કંપનીઓ કહી શકાય, એના ચેરમેનો, સીઈઓ આ કાર્યક્રમમાં જોડાતા ગયા. અને જેનો શરૂઆતમાં વિરોધ થતો હતો, એ કાર્યક્રમને આજે આખો દેશ અનુસરી રહ્યો છે. જો કોઈને આભારી હોય આ બધું, તો માત્ર ને માત્ર નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીની દીર્ઘદ્રષ્ટિ, એની દ્રઢતા, એની મક્કમતા અને ગુજરાતને ઔદ્યોગિક ક્ષેત્રે નંબર 1 બનાવવા માટે એણે એ વખતે જે કલ્પના કરી હતી, એ કલ્પના જ કારણભૂત છે. આ કાર્યક્રમની શરૂઆતને 2 દશકાનો સમય પસાર થયો અને આપ બધા જોતા હશો એમ ઔદ્યોગિક ક્ષેત્રે ગુજરાતનો સર્વાંગી વિકાસ થયો. અને સર્વાંગી વિકાસમાં જો કોઈ પાયાનું કામ હોય તો આ વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત, વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ અને આવા પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટો છે. આવા સમિટોના કારણે આપણે અહીંયા સેમિનારો થાય, રોકાણકારો, વહીવટકર્તાઓ, વપરાશકારો, ઉદ્યોગકારો, આ બધાની જે સમસ્યાઓ છે એની ચર્ચા થાય, એના ઉકેલ માટેની વિચારણા થાય, નીતિઓ નક્કી થાય અને ક્ષેત્રનો વિકાસ કઈ રીતે વધુ ગતિ પકડે એ દિશામાં કાર્યવાહી થાય. અહીં જે પ્રદર્શન સ્ટોલો છે, સ્ટાર્ટઅપ થી લઈ અને આ ક્ષેત્રના જે સાહસો છે, એ સાહસોની જે કામગીરી છે, એની પ્રગતિ છે, એનો આપણને રૂબરૂ જાણકારી મળે. અને વધારામાં અહીં જે આ કાર્યવાહી થાય એના પરિણામે આપણા રાજ્યમાં આ ક્ષેત્રમાં વધુ ઉદ્યોગો સ્થાપવા માટે ઉદ્યોગપતિઓને પ્રેરણા મળે. પરિણામ સ્વરૂપ MOU પણ થાય અને એ MOU જુદા જુદા સ્વરૂપે અમલી પણ થાય. એટલે આખો હેતુ છે એ આપણા ગુજરાતને ઔદ્યોગિક ક્ષેત્રે નંબર 1 બનાવવા માટે જે આપણા તત્કાલીન મુખ્યમંત્રી અને અત્યારના આપણા યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીની જે કલ્પના છે, એ કલ્પના મુજબ આખી આ પ્રવૃત્તિ આપણા રાજ્યમાં ને અત્યારે તો સમગ્ર દેશમાં ચાલી રહી છે. ત્યારે મિત્રો, હું આ પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ઇવેન્ટ એમાં આજનો મુખ્ય વિષય છે કે લેવરેજિંગ લોજિસ્ટિક સ્ટ્રેન્થ ઓફ ગુજરાત. આ વિષય ઉપર આજનો આ ઇવેન્ટ આપણે રાખ્યું છે અને એના માટે હું તમને થોડીક ડિટેલ આપું તો ગુજરાત એક એવું રાજ્ય છે કે જેનો કૃષિ વિકાસ દર ખૂબ ઝડપથી વધ્યો છે. 2001 થી 2 લઈ અને 2014-15ના સમયગાળા દરમિયાન ગુજરાતનો કૃષિ દર 8.6% હતો. આ જ સમયગાળા દરમિયાન દેશનો કૃષિ વિકાસ દર માત્ર 3.2% નોંધાયેલો હતો. ગુજરાત રાજ્ય કેટલાય કૃષિ પાકોમાં દેશ કક્ષાએ નહીં પણ વિશ્વ કક્ષાએ પોતાનું આગવું સ્થાન ધરાવે છે. ગુજરાતે વિશ્વને તેની પ્રથમ કપાસ અને દિવેલાની સંકર જાતો આપેલી છે. ગુજરાત દેશમાં મગફળી, દિવેલા, ચીકુ, પપૈયા, ભીંડા, અજમો, જીરું અને વરિયાળીના ઉત્પાદનમાં પ્રથમ સ્થાન ધરાવે છે, જ્યારે તલ, દાડમ અને ધાણાના ઉત્પાદનમાં બીજું સ્થાન ધરાવે છે. આ ગુજરાત કૃષિ ક્ષેત્રે જ્યારે આટલી પ્રગતિ કર્યું હોય ત્યારે કેળા, રીંગણ, મેથી અને સીતાફળના ઉત્પાદનમાં ગુજરાતનું આપણા દેશમાં 3જું સ્થાન છે અને કપાસના ઉત્પાદનમાં રાજ્યનો હિસ્સો 24% જેટલો છે. બાગાયતી પાકોનો વિસ્તાર જે 6 લાખ હેક્ટર હતો એ વધીને 19.59 લાખ હેક્ટર થયો છે. આમ રાજ્યના બાગાયતી પાકના વિસ્તારમાં 3 ગણો વધારો થયો છે. એના ઉત્પાદનમાં 56 લાખ મેટ્રિક ટનથી વધી અને 264 લાખ મેટ્રિક ટન બાગાયતી પાકોનું ઉત્પાદન એટલે કે લગભગ એમાં 5 ગણો વધારો થયો છે. રાષ્ટ્રીય સ્તરે બાગાયતી પાકોના વિસ્તારમાં ગુજરાત 6ઠ્ઠા ક્રમે અને ઉત્પાદનમાં 5મા ક્રમે ગુજરાતનું સ્થાન છે. ગુજરાતની કેસર કેરી અને ભાલિયા ઘઉંને જીઓ ટેગિંગ મળેલું છે અને રાજ્ય બહાર કેસર કેરી અને ભાલિયા ઘઉંની દેશ અને વિદેશમાં ખૂબ જ માંગ છે. હરિયાળી ક્રાંતિ પહેલાં દેશ અને ગુજરાતમાં કૃષિ ઉત્પાદનમાં આપણે સરપ્લસ થયા છીએ અને આ સંજોગોમાં વધારાના ઉત્પાદનને વેલ્યુ એડિશન અને ફ્રૂટ પ્રોસેસિંગ આધારિત ઉદ્યોગો માટે આપણા ગુજરાતમાં ખૂબ ઉત્તમ તકો રહેલી છે. ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ સેક્ટરમાં રોકાણ વધવાના કારણે પોસ્ટ હાર્વેસ્ટ લોસીસમાં ઘટાડો થશે, ખેડૂતોના ઉત્પાદનોના સારા ભાવ મળતા થશે અને નિકાસને ખૂબ વેગ મળશે. અને એના માટે જે માળખાકીય સુવિધાઓ જોઈએ એ તમામ સુવિધાઓ જ્યારે ગુજરાતમાં ઉપલબ્ધ છે, ખાસ કરીને રોડ રસ્તા, ગુજરાતના તમામ વિસ્તારો આજે સારા રોડથી જોડાયેલા છે. ગુજરાતને આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય એરપોર્ટોની સગવડ પણ મળેલી છે. રાજકોટ, અમદાવાદથી લઈ અને આપણે આ એરપોર્ટના માધ્યમથી દેશ અને વિદેશમાં આપણી એગ્રો પ્રોડક્ટની નિકાસ પણ કરી શકી એવી સ્થિતિ છે. 1600 કિલોમીટર લાંબો આપણો દરિયા કિનારો છે અને એમાં મુન્દ્રા, કંડલાથી લઈ અને સારા સારા બંદરો છે, જેના પરિણામે આપણે આયાત અને નિકાસ બંનેની દરિયાઈ માર્ગે પણ સારી સુવિધાઓ ઉપલબ્ધ કરી શકી છે. રાજ્યના ઉત્તર ભારતના વિસ્તારોમાંથી જે કૃષિ પેદાશો છે એને નિકાસ કરવા માટે જો દરિયાઈ રસ્તે સગવડતા મળે એમ હોય તો આપણા દરિયાઈ બંદરો કંડલા અને મુન્દ્રા ખાતે મળી શકે એમ છે. એટલે જો આવા એગ્રો પ્રોસેસ યુનિટો ગુજરાતમાં ઊભા કરવા હોય તો ઉત્તર ભારતના રાજ્યોમાંથી પણ આપણને કાચો માલ મળી શકે એમ છે અને અહીં આપણા દરિયાઈ બંદરોના કારણે એની નિકાસ પણ થઈ શકે એમ છે. એટલે દરિયાઈ માર્ગની પૂરી સગવડતા છે, રોડ રસ્તાની પૂરી સગવડતા છે અને હવાઈ રસ્તે પણ આપણને પૂરી સગવડતા ગુજરાત રાજ્યમાં ઉપલબ્ધ છે. ત્યારે પરિવહન ક્ષેત્રે આપણા ઉત્પાદન માટે કોઈ તકલીફ ન પડે એવી વ્યવસ્થા રાજ્યમાં છે. ઉપરાંત સરકારની પ્રોત્સાહક નીતિઓ છે. ઉદ્યોગકારોને તમામ પ્રકારની પ્રાથમિક સુવિધાઓ, માળખાકીય સુવિધાઓ મળી રહે એના માટે પણ સરકારનું પૂરું આયોજન છે. બેન્કર્સોની પણ પૂરી મદદ છે અને હું માનું છું ત્યાં સુધી દેશ અને વિદેશના તમામ ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ જ્યારે ગુજરાતને પોતાના ઔદ્યોગિક રોકાણ માટે પ્રથમ પસંદગીનું સ્થાન ગણે છે એવા સંજોગોમાં સન્માનીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના સ્વપ્ના મુજબનું ગુજરાત ઔદ્યોગિક ક્ષેત્રે દેશમાં નંબર 1 છે એ નંબર 1 બની રહીએ અને હજી વધુ એ ક્ષેત્રમાં આગળ વધે અને ખાસ કરીને આપણા જે એગ્રો પ્રોસેસિંગ અને આ ફૂડ ક્ષેત્રે ગુજરાતની વધુમાં વધુ ઔદ્યોગિક રીતે વિકાસ થાય, એનો લાભ રાજ્યના ખેડૂતને અને રાજ્યના લોકોને મળે એ દિશામાં આપણે બધાએ જો સાથે મળી અને વિચારી અને જે 2024 જાન્યુઆરીમાં જે ગ્લોબલ વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ ગુજરાત છે એમાં મોટા પ્રમાણમાં આ ક્ષેત્રના ઉદ્યોગો માટેના MOU કરી એના માટેના જો કોઈ પ્રશ્નો હોય તો એની પણ આપણે આજના સેમિનારમાં ચર્ચા વિચારણા કરી. કારણ કે અહીંયા ઉદ્યોગકારો પણ હાજર છે, વહીવટકર્તાઓ પણ હાજર છે અને પ્રજાના પ્રતિનિધિઓ એવા મંત્રીઓ પણ હાજર છે. એટલે તમે બધાએ જો સાથે મળીને આજના દિવસનો સદુપયોગ કરો, આપણા સેમિનારોમાં પ્રશ્નોની ચર્ચા થાય, વધુમાં વધુ આપણે અહીંયા MOU થાય એના માટેની વ્યવસ્થા વિચારણા થાય આ બધી પ્રવૃત્તિ માટે આજે જ્યારે આ પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ અહીં આપણા કૃષિ ખાતા દ્વારા રાખવામાં આવ્યો છે ત્યારે તમને બધાને મળતા મને ખૂબ આનંદ થાય છે. રાજ્યના કૃષિ પશુપાલન મત્સ્યોદ્યોગ વિભાગના મંત્રી તરીકે મારી તમને બધાને ખાસ આગ્રહભરી વિનંતી છે કે આજના ઇવેન્ટનો પૂરેપૂરો લાભ લેજો. તમારા જો કંઈ વિચારો હોય, મનમાં કોઈ મૂંઝવતા પ્રશ્નો હોય તો એની પણ સેમિનારમાં ચર્ચા કરજો અને વધુમાં વધુ એમઓયુ થાય એ દિશામાં સૌ સાથે મળી અને આપણે આજના પ્રસંગને સફળ બનાવવા માટે પ્રયત્નો કરીએ એ જ અપેક્ષા સાથે સૌનો આભાર. અસ્તુ. ભારત માતા કી જય.
ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી આપનો પણ. આપણા સૌ માટે આનંદની વાત છે કે માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી આજે જે ટેકનિકલ સેશન યોજાવાનું છે તેમાં પણ ઉપસ્થિત રહીને આપણું ઉત્સાહવર્ધન કરશે. ટેકનિકલ સેશન આ સત્ર પછી તરત જ રાખેલ છે, માટે આપ સૌને વિનંતી આપનું સ્થાન જાળવી રાખશો. ધન્યવાદ. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very important segment of this event, and that is MOU signing ceremony. For this sector, we have already firmed up around 55 MOUs. So far, today, we are going to exchange 7 MOUs in the presence of this August gathering. We would now request Mr. D.H. Shah, MD, GIC, to come forward as a nodal officer for this sector and to exchange MOUs on behalf of Government of Gujarat. मंच पर विराजमान सम्मानित मंत्रीगण से भी नम्र विनती करते हैं कि आप भी इस गौरवपूर्ण कार्य में अपने आशीर्वाद प्रदान करें. First of all, I would like to invite Managing Director of GCMMF, Mr. Jain Mehta, to come forward for exchange of MOUs. These are 3 projects, namely Packaging Material Manufacturing Plant at Rajkot, Dairy Plant at Rajkot, and Dairy Packaging Film Plant at Gandhinagar. समस्त गुजरात के लिए ये गौरवपूर्ण क्षण. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Managing Director of Firelive Growers and Farmers Group, Mr. Dev Patel, to come upon the stage for exchange of MOUs. The project is about Blueberry Protected Cultivation Farming Project at Junagadh. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the representative of CIL Nova Petrochemicals Limited, Mr. Rajan Srivastav, to come upon the stage for exchange of MOUs. The project is about establishment of ethanol plant having capacity of 300 kiloliters per day at Sanand. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Chairman and Managing Director of Subhangai Exime Private Limited, Mr. Pragnesh Shah, to come upon the stage. There are 2 projects, namely establishment of Agro SEZ at Bajau and market linkage to farmers producer organizations. और अब आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री धवल रावल को. Now onwards, the MOUs are regarding strategic partnership with government. I would like to invite Chairman of Abhyuday Bharat Project Private Limited, Mr. Dhaval Rawal to come upon the stage. The strategic partnership is for creating help desk for the micro food processing projects at INDEXT-A. और अब मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री किन्नर शाह को। Please welcome Production Head of Bharat Biogas Energy Limited, Mr. Kinnar Shah. Partnership is for providing training to farmers to boost up natural farming. Thank you, sir. And now there is a tri-party MOU. I would like to invite founder of Drone Lab Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Uday Bhai Purohit, and director of Here Global's Agritech Collaborations Private Limited, Mr. Jayendra Methia, to come upon the stage, please. The strategic partnership is about promotion and support for Namo Drone Didi Yojana to women's self-help groups. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का और सबको शुभकामनाएं। So before we conclude this inaugural session, we would now invite Mr. Jain Mehta, MD, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to convey the vote of thanks for the success of this very first pre-vibrant event at the milk capital of India, Anand. You look at the theme of this topic, leveraging logistic strength of Gujarat, and I'm reminded of a quote by Napoleon Bonaparte, and he said, "The amateurs discuss tactics, professionals discuss logistics." So this is the success and the vision of our government to have thought about a very, very important subject, to see that the growth of Gujarat continues to be very, very fast, very, very vibrant, and of course, helping India become the strongest and among the fastest growing economies in the world. Great US military strategist also once said that you won't find it difficult to prove that battles have been won or lost primarily because of the logistics. And that is why this seminar is of utmost importance. And the 20 years of vibrant Gujarat, which has been inspired by our Honorable Prime Minister and now the Chief Minister of Gujarat, actually motivates all of us as partners to this state for progress in this very, very vital sector, which is agriculture, because it is a source of livelihood for lakhs of farmers, not only in Gujarat, but across the country. And what Gujarat does shows the way to the country. And what is the vibrant Gujarat success is all of the government approach. This is where we have now seen that for last 20 years, this has been working on very well. And we are really thankful to all the three honorable ministers, Ministry Raghavji Bhai Patel, Honorable Minister of Animal Husbandry, Agriculture, Cow Breeding, Government of Gujarat, Shri Jagdish Vishwakarma ji, our Minister of Cooperation, and Shri Bachubhai Khabad Sahab, Honorable Minister of State, Agriculture, Government of Gujarat, for sparing the valuable time in gracing this occasion and making this event a great success. We are also thankful to Rakesh sir, Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, Agriculture, Farmer Welfare and Cooperation Department, and also other distinguished guests on the dais, Shri Minesh Shah ji, Chairman NDDB, Piruz Khambata, Chairman Rasna, Vasant Gandhi sir, Professor of IIM Ahmedabad, and also other leaders of our district and the state, Shri Raman Bhai Solanki Sahib, Hasmukh Bhai Patel Sahib, Dr. Raj Shekhar, Secretary Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogesh Bhai Patel ji, Shri Vipul Bhai Patel ji, Kamlesh Bhai Patel Sahib, Rajesh Bhai Patel Sahib, Kanti Bhai Soda Parmar sir, who is Honorable MLA and also Vice Chairman of Amul Dairy, Chairman and Managing Directors of different district unions of Gujarat, the entire board of Amul Dairy Anand, which is here today, Shri Bhupesh Singhal ji, CGM NABARD, and Dr. Kathiria ji, Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University, and all distinguished guests for coming here and gracing this occasion and making it a great success. The credit for success of this show actually, and I would request to all of you to give a big hand to Shri D.H. Shah sir, who actually conceptualized this program. And it's about 100 days back, on Sir 22nd of August, you called me and said that we are looking at conducting a pre-vibrant event and we are looking at good location for that. I warmly invited him to Anand, and next day Hetal ma'am came and she visited all the venues, and after that for successively last 100 days with lot of involvement of Rakesh sir, Shah sahib, Kamal Shah made meticulous arrangements in making this event a great members of the media for coming in such a large number and showcasing the strength of Gujarat to the world through this particular event. Before I end, I would like to thank the chairman of Amul Dairy, the managing director, and the entire board for giving us perhaps the biggest auditorium in the entire state of Gujarat. This newly inaugurated auditorium with a capacity of 1,550 seats is actually a showcase of how Amul leads the country and is looking forward to becoming a strong force in the world. So I'd like to thank the entire team and also the event management company ESCOM for wonderful organization of this particular event. And before I close, I would end with some learnings from Chanakya's Arthashastra. And in his Arthashastra, he talked about Saptang. And Saptang is basically, comprises of the 7 elements which are very critical in our society. Swami, that is the leader. Janpad, which in our case is the customers and the stakeholders. Durg, that's infrastructure. Kosh, that is finances. Dand, that's the workforce. And Mitra, that is the allies, service partners, and the vendors and all the service providers. So if we are able to address and align all of these, the growth and prosperity will be a natural outcome. This is what we are seeing in this event. This is what we are seeing in the Vibrant Gujarat model. And this we are seeing in the growth of our country. And I end this event thanking all of you, all the 7 Saptang for their active participation and making this event a great success. And before I close, let me remind you, picture abhi baki hai. The Vibrant Gujarat event begins on 10th of January, exactly a month from now, 2024, and look forward to your participation in that event also. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। और इसी के साथ आज का ये उद्घाटन सत्र का हम समापन करते हैं। आगे बढ़ते हैं टेक्निकल सत्र की ओर। मैं मंच पर विराजमान हमारे सम्मानित अतिथिगण से विनम्र अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी कि कृपया आप मंच के सम्मुख प्रथम पंक्ति में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। आप સૌને વિનંતી, આપનું સ્થાન જાળવી રાખશો। આપણે તરત જ ટેકનિકલ સેશન શરૂ કરી રહ્યા છીએ। માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી અને મંચ પર વિરાજમાન મહાનુભાવો પ્રથમ 2 હરોળમાં તેમનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરે તે દરમિયાન આપ સૌને વિનંતી કે આપ આપનું સ્થાન જાળવી રાખશો। સહકારની અપેક્ષા છે।
Good morning, everybody. At the outset of this esteemed conference, I extend my warm regards to Honorable Cabinet Minister for Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Cow Breeding and Fisheries, Government of Gujarat, Shri Raghavji Bhai Patel. Honorable Minister of State Cooperation, Independent Charge, Government of Gujarat, Shri Jagdish Vishwakarma ji. Minister of State Agriculture, Government of Gujarat, Shri Bachubhai Khabar, and Additional Chief Secretary, Shri A.K. Rakesh sir. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to come and speak on multimodal logistics. Gujarat has the longest coastline, of course, and under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, then Gujarat Chief Minister, Gujarat has craved the path of port-led development starting from year 2001. Gujarat has been synonymous with growth since immemorial. It is often termed as the economic engine, a growth engine of India, with Gujarat's contribution of about 18% of India's industrial output, accounting for about 9% share of Gujarat's GDP, constitutes more than 30% of India's export, and almost amongst top 5 states in attracting direct FDI. And since last few years, we are amongst number 3 in the FDI attraction. At present, Gujarat handles almost 416 million metric ton cargo, which is 1/3 of India's total cargo, which is handled in the country. And as it can be seen, port are also available near all the consumption centers and manufacturing centers. It is said that ports are the point of convergence, where the railway, road, and seaport, everything meets. Sorry. This can be again seen that Gujarat is always ahead from all other states in handling cargo for non-major ports also. So GMB handles almost 60% or 64% of the total cargo handled by non-major ports in the country. Projection says that potential cargo which can be handled by the non-major ports of Gujarat is more than 750 million metric ton per annum. And that is industrial as well as agriculture both, which will roughly amount to 40% of India's throughput in the next coming years. As I said earlier, that seeds of development are sowed by Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, sir, in the year 2001. Starting then, GMB developed various business models, which has fructified multifold results for the states and the country. GMB operates all different type of business models for port sector to accommodate and to facilitate all the industries across the country. GMB run ports are there for the stakeholders. Private ports are there. Captive jetties are there. And private jetties also are there. There is one joint sector port is also there in the country, which is unique in the model across the country. All this together handles 30% of the cargo of the nation. GMB under the able leadership created maritime masterpieces. Multi-purpose ports at Mundra, Pipavav, Hazira and Dahej are developed under PPP model, which can accommodate any cargo available, be it liquid, be it bulk, be it container. Country's biggest port is Mundra, having the capacity of 260 million metric ton and handled 146 million metric ton cargo in the financial year 2022-23. Similarly, other ports are also not behind, 72.34 million metric ton they have also handled. And Gujarat in-place port capacity is more than 600 million metric ton, which is itself is highest in the country, which includes Kandla also, of course. At present, there are few brownfield and greenfield ports are under development. India is energy importing country, and Gujarat is pivotal in securing country's need for energy. We have in place capacity of almost 30 million metric ton for LNG import in the Gujarat, and more are coming at Jafrabad, Swan, and which is a floating regasification unit, and CNG terminal at Bhavnagar. This Bhavnagar port will accommodate container as well as bulk cargo also, and CNG terminal. So it will be a unique brownfield project. GMB was operating this port since long, Bhavnagar. GMB has kept that right with themselves and developed this another facility nearby. So that is again remarkable policy achievement of government, which will help overall stakeholders. There are two more ports which are under development. Chhara port at Simar, they will start their operation for LNG soon. I think by January 24, they are starting their operations. Development of Navlakhi port under able leadership of Gujarat. We have developed 435 meter of jetty at Navlakhi, which will overall help all the stakeholders across the country. Northern hinterland is dependent on Navlakhi, and that is unique place which gives minimum logistics cost to the stakeholders. So that is one thing. GMB is not behind in providing social infrastructure in the Gujarat. Fishery harbour at Madwad, Verawad and Sutrapara is under development with huge capacity, with ultra-modern facilities under able leadership of Shri Raghavjibhai Patel, as you all know. And other than this, wherever opportunities are given, GMB participate for social cause everywhere. Coming to the railroad connectivity and movement of the goods, the theme is today's session is multimodal logistics connectivity. And so these are the goods which are moved by rail and road. GMB ports are well connected with road, rail and pipeline network to its production consumption center in Gujarat and with the neighboring states also. Further strengthening through expansion and upgradations are being planned to capture the future potentials. Cargo mentioned here are handled by road and railways. To Gujarat, a brief logistics profile. To further giving boost to enhance road and rail connectivity of existing and future ports, GMB has earmarked around 14 rail and road connectivity projects amounting to rupees 3,000 crore, which will be being implemented by NHAI, RNB and railways. In fact, there are special purpose vehicles are also formed for implementation of this infrastructure project in the state. G-RIDE is one JV between railway and government of Gujarat, working in the railway connectivity part. And these are few achievements which are shown is here. Longest coastline is this, but road length, if we see highest road length connected to port is there. Container freight station, inland container depot, that are maximum in the state. Air cargo terminals are coming. Multimodal logistics park are also planned in this state with the help of various state agencies and PPP policies. Multimodal logistics, there are few, if we see, there are few benefits which are shown here of MMLP. MMLP are being planned by various states-owned agencies to facilitate an ease of logistics in the states. Of course, we need to expand our storage capacities. Numbers are coming in further slides, but we need to do that. This is one model shown for multimodal logistics parks, how it works, and this will overall help end users as well as manufacturers, consumption centers and manufacturing centers to ease the logistics cost. Key benefit, as I was saying, there are few key benefits which are mentioned here for the multimodal logistics parks: reduction transportation costs, reduction in CO2 emission, and congestion reduction. All these are benefits which we can ripe upon. This is one slide which shows container value chain. Time is the paucity, so I will not go in nitty-gritties of this.
કલ્પેશભાઈ,
Yeah.
તમે છે ને ખાસ કરીને એગ્રી લોજિસ્ટિક્સ માટે જો તમારું કોઈ નવી કોઈ પોર્ટ કે ફેસિલિટી હોય.
It is coming. Give me
Yeah,
1-2
please.
minutes more. Yes, sure. If you see integrated logistics and logistics park policy 21, that is Gujarat was number 1 in that. First state to come up with this policy with the aim to strengthen the entire value chain to increase states' competitiveness. The policy encompasses logistics park, warehousing, which is the acute need for agriculture, cold storages, that is also acute need for agriculture sector, that can be upgraded, that can be constructed with the help of this policy. For the emphasizing on the focus on associated development with the sector of logistics, GMB has established a special purpose vehicle, GPLCL, to implement projects related to logistics. The demand was food grain and Gujarat scenario. Numbers are there, everything is there. Mundra, Pipavav, Hazira, these 3 ports can accommodate huge storage of agriculture products. Gujarat ports are being used by central and north Indian states, hinterland for Kandla, Mundra and Bedi ports for export of rice, wheat and other food grains. And we are planning ports which is cargo specific related to agri products near Kutch area. That is also in planning. Food storage capacity in Gujarat represents about 1.26% of the national capacity, which we need to improve. The country witnessed industrial and warehousing absorption of 46 million square feet in 2022. But for agri, we have numbers are less, which we need to increase. Non-major port in Gujarat handled close to 30% of total fertilizer also, which is consumed in agriculture sector. And we have dedicated facilities on all the ports. If more cargo is there, then capacities are there which can be accommodated there. Urea, phosphatic, complex fertilizer and potash are fertilizer materials. And ammonia, phosphoric acid, rock phosphate and sulfur are fertilizer intermediates imported on our ports. And organizations like GSFC, CRIPCO, they are using our facilities. They are expanding their capacities at Hazira and Jamnagar to accommodate more urea and other products. As I said, GPLCL is another company which is formed by Government of Gujarat. It is joint venture between GSFC and GMB to cater the needs of the logistics, which is primarily focusing on the agriculture as well as port-led logistics projects. So that is there. We are constructing one GCT, Gati Shakti terminal at Bedi, which will cater to, Bedi is near Jamnagar, which will cater to container terminals, PFT at the place. Not only limited to industrial product, it can also be used for agriculture product coming from the Saurashtra region. With this, I think event organizers putting their efforts in the growth of agribusiness in Gujarat. All stakeholders in the agribusiness and related stakeholders
logistics and supply chain sectors can work together, leading to their effective contribution towards the reduction in the logistic cost of the nation. And GMB is committed to facilitate the process for the better. I thank you once again, Shah sir, also for this giving me this opportunity.
થેન્ક યુ કલ્પેશભાઈ. જે રીતના ગુજરાતનો એક્સપોર્ટ્સ ગ્રોથ ઇન એગ્રો અને ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ વધી રહ્યો છે, we find it required that we create more port-based infrastructure for the exports and also for the storage of the perishable products on the ports. Thank you. Now the second technical session, second agenda is the success story of Anand Agriculture University Incubation Center, and we have Dr. M.K. Jhala sir from Anand Agriculture University. He is also a director and a research dean in the university. Sir, we have around 10 minutes to finish. એના પછી આપણે એસબીઆઈના ડીજીએમ એગ્રી બિઝનેસ શ્રી વિનોદ કુમાર અરોરાજી આપણને વેરી બ્રીફ એમનો એક્સપર્ટ ઓપિનિયન આપશે. અને વી હેવ એ સ્ટાર્ટઅપ સક્સેસ સ્ટોરી ફ્રોમ મિસ્ટર હાર્દિક જોશી, હુ ઇઝ અ CEO ઓફ હેરિસન્સ વેન્ચર્સ. થેન્ક યુ સર.
Okay, very good afternoon and namaskar to all the respected directors and officials from NDTB, Amul, GCMMF, various state departments, my co-speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked to present a success story on Anand Agricultural University Incubation Center, that is AIC, AAU Incubation Center. And as the topic of this pre-vibrant summit is leveraging logistics strength of Gujarat for agro and food processing sector, I think the agricultural university, as you all will agree, have inherent capabilities to provide this logistics strength as well as the opportunities for expanding this strength. And because the basket of agricultural produce, commodities, and even the processed food is so large that there are ample never-ending opportunities for entrepreneurship and agro and food processing sector. So since my topic is very straightforward, just to highlight the success story, what we have been doing at the AU Incubation Center, I will not going into the whatever the futuristic or ideas and other measures, because other speakers and during the inaugural session also it has been touched. So with regards to the Anand Agricultural University, it's an heritage university, very old university. The seeds of which were sown long back before independence in 1937 by great Sri Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and Kanhaialal Munshi ji. And since beginning we have a historical linkage with the farmers and entrepreneurs, and that we have been doing. After it got separated from the erstwhile Gujarat Agricultural University in 2004. Now it is working as a separate entity for the Middle Gujarat zone covering the 9 districts. Long back actually in 2009-10 at AU we established a dedicated business planning and development unit, which was backed by of course ICR and through World Bank project. And since then we have been working on commercialization aspect or the entrepreneurial aspect since then. And when the Honorable Prime Minister launched this startup initiative in 2016, we at AAU also recognized this need for Agri-Startup Incubation Center and to develop further this ecosystem, the startup ecosystem at the university. Because earlier there were traditional entrepreneur training methods. So we tried to modify many of the modules and then we established very good infrastructure for the same with a simple objective to bolster support for innovators and aspiring agri-entrepreneurs, aiding them in bringing them their ideas to the market. So we set up an incubation center first for food processing, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji on September 2018. Why actually this AU incubation center was needed? Because we studied which are the possible reasons for the failure in agri startups and entrepreneurship. See, the very common and a major reasons for the failure is generally there is a lack of infrastructural facilities for the budding entrepreneurs or the startup. There are also lack of validation, the facilities for product and technologies which are being developed, even cost of marketing and consumer education, and even the competition of the young budding entrepreneur with the medium and large scale enterprises, and as well as of course, the very common problem of access to the finance. So we considered all these reasons for the possible failure and then try to incorporate them at our AAU Incubation Center activities later on. And Anand has, as everybody said earlier as well, that it has a advantage with many respects. It's an origin for revolution, the white revolution and Operation Flood through. We have an entrepreneurial mindset in this area. That is an Anand spirit, generally we recognize it. And it's also an education hub in Gujarat. This district has about 5 universities and about 140 plus colleges, harboring around 50,000 plus students in this area. And we also have a nearby GIDC at Vitthal Udyog Nagar, which has more than 1,000 MSME units. And also the connectivity with major hubs, with road, rail and air also have been ideal at the Anand. So it is always a preferred place for that. So considering all this 360-degree approach for the startup success, we ensure that to reduce the reasons for failure so that the chances rate is more. So at this AIC Incubation Center, we have a product development facilities. We have 7 pilot scale food processing plants with a food packaging station as well. Within these AIC facilities, we have a food extrusion line, continuous frying line, tomato product processing line, as well as the IQF, the individual quick freezing line, canning line, even food dehydration line, as well as the automatic juice bottle line also we have at this center. And in the university, along with these AIC facilities, we have a state-of-the-art laboratories, because as it was mentioned earlier as well, that innovation is also very important in entrepreneurship and the startup. So we have state-of-the-art laboratories for food quality testing lab, pesticide residue lab, tissue culture, micronutrient lab, and even on nanotechnology, and many other labs at various departments of the university, which always help for the innovations. So this is an exclusive co-working facilities for the startup at AAU, which was inaugurated the center in last May. And these are the facilities which we developed at this Satan, the co-working space, the discussion points, and other areas for the startups for brainstorming and for discussion as well. And we have this flagship entrepreneurship training and startup incubation program at our AIC. For budding entrepreneur, there is a program called as Pallav, and which is for a pre-seed stage program. And then there is a startup for startup companies, that is for seed stage program, that is we call it as a Prasoon, which is an expansion stage support, where majorly the networking with the market linkages are established. And the Pallav, as I mentioned, is for the idea or early stage support we provide. And funding support for the startups at this AIC, we have RKVY Rabi scheme under that, and we have an agripreneurship orientation program where even assistance up to ₹5 lakhs are given. We have, as I mentioned, Rabi up to 25 lakhs rupees assistance are given, and state government, as you know, student startup and innovation policy, especially focusing the students. So we get up to give up to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, and also another program of the government startup, that is scheme for assistance for startup and innovation by government of Gujarat, whereas up to 30 lakhs rupees assistance are given. And we have a 50+ mentor pool where we have an experts in all these sectors, in food processing, agricultural scientists, business mentors, financial experts. And these are the main events which we conduct. Sensitizing event, we invite the expert lectures, workshops, networking events, as well as exhibitions. Even we take certain initiatives for, especially for example, for finance networking. There was kind of a workshop with the senior bankers of Gujarat State, and Regional Director of Reserve Bank of India also attended this workshop. So this initiative to promote incubated agri startup, see about 7 agri startups long back, they backed about 68 lakhs of grant. And that awarding ceremony is shown, which was actually flashed in Times of India. And various other initiatives as well to promote incubated agri startups. Pre-Vibrant Gujarat Summit in 2021 was also held at our campus at AAU, where Honorable Prime Minister also addressed this gathering virtually, and the Honorable Chief Minister and Governor Shri were also present during this program, and they attended the exhibitions as well. These are the recognition and achievements. A few of the our startup, the Haniveda, now the next, of course, he will be presenting on that. So is the scene with Honorable Shri Parshottam Rupalaji. There is a Manja. He is also another startup from incubated at our AAU center, and then Minister of State for Agriculture at the Government of India, one of the another startup. Honorable Shri Dilip Sanghani sir, also one of our startup, it is interacting. One of the social worker, the bottom center which is shown, he is also one of the social worker. He has he is now a very good promising startup he has started. And one top right also is one of the farmer. He is actually working on moringa, and many products he has started on moringa, and he is a very successful startup as well. So then we established this AIC, AAU Incubation Center. It's a Section 8 company, not for-profit company, which we have established, and this is the team. I am actually the chairman of this, along with the other officials of the university, as well as the CEO of the team. So overall, 130 plus agri-food startups have been incubated, in seed stage about 58, and in idea stage about 72. And these are the few of the examples of our incubated startups from AAU. We have trained, as I mentioned, 130 plus, out of which, interestingly, 31 were women startups we have started. And nearly funding of nearly 2 crores have been provided through various government schemes. And these are all the successful startups brand which you can see. And many are, they have come out with very interesting products they have come. For example, this Bama deals with a casein-based dog food. Another, the Pura Potion is for, it is started by a lady. He works on a millet-based product for lactating women. We have Mr. Soya, that is a few ready-to-eat products it provides. The Teology, he comes with a herbal tea products, and where he comes with a cup having a pre-mixed tea powder, only hot water has to be added. So like this, many ideas come to our startups, and then we gave a hand-holding and support, the financial support as well. And 30 plus female entrepreneurs, they were incubated, and these are also few of the examples of their brand. For example, Asia, the top left, I think they are having stall here also at this Pre-Vibrant Summit. They are working on banana fibers and producing many home products from these banana fibers as well. Just because of the short of time, I am not describing each and every startup here. So these are the success story. The Beyond Responsibility Farming, actually that is a startup from Karnataka. It helping farmers to adopt natural farming practices through its Beyond Responsible Farming with a trademark. And it's an alternate solution to increase soil health and food quality without sacrificing yield level. And they have also organized one very big program in Andhra Pradesh in the near Tungabhadra river with Shri Shri Ravi Shankar, the group, whatever activities they have been doing. So they have undertaken a very successful program. Second, Manja deals with, for the first time, it's a Haryana-based startup incubated at our AIC. And they have built an exclusive platform to connect all the stakeholders for aquaculture sector. This is for the first time. So suppose you need a fish seeds, then there's a mobile app. So you just add the location, it will show you where these feed seeds of this particular fish is available nearby, in Pune region or in Delhi or whatever region it's available. And for Haniveda, I'm not describing because the next speaker, he will be speaking. He is a startup from incubated at our center. So this is Beyond Splash, the detailed statistics, and they have generated, see, even employment also is generated by this startup. That is again an advantage. These many units they have sold. Very successful startup. Another Manja, as mentioned, for the fish. So that mobile app, it gives all the details about whatever the source of those fish, seeds and other things. They have both on App Store as well as Google Play, those apps are available. And the Honeyveda, the one which is a very successful startup incubated at our AIC center, and this actually flashed in a very popular, program, Shark Tank India on Sony television. They have developed a very good network of honey producer, the processing and marketing. They got also a financial offer during the Shark Tank itself. So the next speaker will highlight more on this very unique, successful startup incubated at our AAU Incubation Center. So I also invite all of you to visit our center and have a more further interaction as well on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jala Sahib. So just very quick summary. AAU has a food incubation facility. All the available young talent startups can, I think they can use it, right, for product development? Is there any protocol or registered startup can use it or anybody can come and use it?
If they are having an idea with them, they can come. We have a different cohorts for that. So that idea will be further, strengthened depending on whatever innovation and their backup, research backup, even if it is required, even financial assistance it is required. And then they go to the next stage, the seed stage, proposed seed stage, where the more financial backup is given, and then industrial tie-up is done, and then they can have their own unit later.
And they have more than 50 mentors, highly qualified scientists and food technologists available there to guide you. Now I will request Shri Vinod Kumar Aroraji, DGM Agri-Business Unit SBI, to give his guidance and expert opinion.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। भारतीय स्टेट बैंक की तरफ से भी मेरा आप सभी को नमस्कार। मेरे लिए ये गर्व की बात है कि मैं आज यहाँ आप सबके सामने हमारे बैंक के जो फूड प्रोसेसिंग रिलेटेड प्रोडक्ट हैं या फाइनेंस से रिलेटेड प्रोडक्ट हैं, थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ में, क्योंकि समय का 2-3 बार बोला गया है कि ब्रीफ में बताना है, तो समय की सीमा नहीं है लेकिन बताना ब्रीफ में है। आई बिलोंग्स टू हरियाणा। हरियाणा में 3 साल पहले मैं यहाँ आया तो वहाँ पर हम गुजरात मॉडल के बारे में बहुत सुनते थे, लेकिन जब यहाँ आया तो कुछ चीज़ों में गुजरात मॉडल के बारे में जितना सुनते थे उससे भी ज़्यादा अच्छा पाया, और उसमें से एक है फूड प्रोसेसिंग। हरियाणा पंजाब में इवन दो दैट इज़ एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड एरियाज, लेकिन वहाँ 2-3-4-5 तरह की क्रॉपिंग होती है, फूड प्रोसेसिंग भी लिमिटेड है। बट इस इलाके में, सौराष्ट्र में, गुजरात में फूड प्रोसेसिंग देर आर नो लिमिट्स फॉर द स्कोप ऑफ द फूड प्रोसेसिंग। आई हैव स्टेड इन राजकोट फॉर अराउंड 2 years। मैंने ऑलमोस्ट सारा सौराष्ट्र विजिट किया। तो फूड प्रोसेसिंग में पोटेंशियल का तो कोई कमी है नहीं। अगर हम बात करें ग्राउंड नट, 30% ऑफ इंडिया कल्टिवेशन इज फ्रॉम द गुजरात। ऑनियन डिहाइड्रेशन, वन ऑफ द पोटेंशियल एरिया इन महुआ। एंड मिल्क, there is no words to state about the milk processing. Now coming to agro food processing. Agro food processing does not mean that the projects will be in crores of rupees. The food processing process can be started with around 2 lakh, 3 lakhs rupees and can go up to a term loan of 100 crore. So it depends upon the how much big unit we want to set up and which area we want to set up and what kind of specialization we want to have. Like some of my student friends are sitting in the back, for them I would like to say that for you people who are the students and who wants to initiate, who wants to do something new, who want to be entrepreneur, because the Gujarat is known for that, आप लोगों के लिए केंद्र सरकार की एक प्रोडक्ट है मुद्रा योजना। आप उसके अंतर्गत 10 लाख रुपए तक फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए विदाउट कोलेट्रल सिक्योरिटी लोन ले सकते हैं। इसमें किसी भी किस्म की सिक्योरिटी की ज़रूरत नहीं रहेगी। हाँ, आपको काम जरूर उस फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए करना होगा। कोई भारतीय स्टेट बैंक कोई भी ये एक ऐसी एक्टिविटी जो कि वैलिड एक्टिविटी है उसके लिए फूड प्रोसेसिंग में लोन देने के लिए हमेशा तत्पर है। लास्ट 1-1.5 साल से फूड प्रोसेसिंग पर जैसे केंद्र सरकार ने भी इम्पोर्टेंस ज़्यादा दी, 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट को, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे बैंक ने भी गुजरात स्टेट में एग्रीकल्चर फूड प्रोसेसिंग, एग्रो फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट से रिलेटेड 3 हमने प्रोसेसिंग सेल अपने बनाए हैं। और ड्यूरिंग द लास्ट 6, क्योंकि पहले ये जो लोन सैंक्शन किया जाते थे इट वाज यूज्ड टू बी डन इन द नॉर्मल ब्रांचेज, तो शायद कस्टमर्स को कुछ इश्यूज आते थे। बट फॉर द लास्ट 6 महीने से हमने जो 3 सेंटर्स अपने बनाए हैं, 1 इज़ एट राजकोट, 1 इज़ एट अहमदाबाद एंड 1 इज़ एट बड़ौदा, तो उन यूनिट से, उन सेंटर से हम लोग पिछले 6 महीने में अराउंड 500 करोड़ के प्रपोजल्स लोन अमाउंट्स के सैंक्शन कर चुके हैं और प्रेजेंटली 300 करोड़ के प्रपोजल्स हमारे पास हैं। हमारी तरफ से अभी हमने एक बहुत बढ़िया प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया है, एग्री एंटरप्राइज लोन, जिसमें कि आप 10 लाख एंड अबव से लेके अप टू 100 CR तक के प्रपोजल्स भी करा सकते हैं। आपके प्रोजेक्ट वाइबल हो, गवर्नमेंट से सब्सिडी है, दैट विल बी आल्सो टेकन इनटू कंसीडरेशन। रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट विल बी डिपेंडिंग अपॉन कि आपके जो आप प्रोजेक्ट देते हैं उसके ऊपर क्या रेटिंग आती है। और सिक्योरिटी जो है दैट इज स्टिपुलेटेड एट 40% ऑफ द लोन अमाउंट। बट अगर आपका प्रोजेक्ट लेवल छोटा है, 5 करोड़ तक का है, तो हम उसमें विदाउट कोलेट्रल सिक्योरिटी CGTMSE कवरेज लेके भी उसको किया जा सकता है। केंद्र सरकार का एक और प्रोडक्ट है एग्री इंफ्रा फंड। उसमें प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग, ग्रेडिंग, उससे रिलेटेड जितने भी लोन हैं, 2 करोड़ तक के लोन अमाउंट पर केंद्र सरकार से सब्सिडी मिलती है रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट में। रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट भी उसमें फिक्स है, 9% रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पर हम देते हैं। और फिर कोई कोलेट्रल सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, ओनली CGTMSE कवरेज लिया जाएगा। और उस 9% में भी 3% की आपको सब्सिडी आपके अकाउंट में क्वार्टरली बेसिस पर ऑटोमेटिकली, विदाउट आपके किसी भी तरह के क्लेम भेजे हुए, ऑटोमेटिकली आपके अकाउंट में आती रहेगी। तो इफेक्टिव रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट अंडर एग्री इंफ्रा फंड स्कीम इज ओनली 6%। इसमें आप रूरल गोडाउन के लिए भी कर सकते हो, कोल्ड स्टोरेज के लिए भी कर सकते हो, किसी भी एग्री प्रोडक्ट की प्रोसेसिंग, ग्रेडिंग, सॉर्टिंग, जहाँ पे मेजर नेचर ऑफ द एग्री प्रोडक्ट नहीं चेंज होती, उसके लिए आप कर सकते हैं। ये एक बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है, 6% रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, यू वॉन्ट गेट एनी वेयर। हाँ, यस, आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन हियर, इट इज़ नॉट ओनली विद SBI, इट इज़ अवेलेबल विद ऑल द बैंक्स। सो these are the major 2 products presently which we are marketing for agri food processing. Again, in the end, I would like to only say one thing, कोई भी एक्टिविटी आप अगर एग्री फूड प्रोसेसिंग से रिलेटेड करना चाहते हैं, जिस पर आपको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कोई भी सब्सिडी या ग्रांट मिलती है, भारतीय स्टेट बैंक उसमें आपके साथ पूरी तरह से साथ देने के लिए तैयार है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Arora sir. To summarize, State Bank is very aggressive to finance in agri-food processing, and they have set up a different mechanism or a processing loan application facility in the Gujarat state. And I have visited them. It is very good, and they are giving a special focus for agro food processing loans, and they have created 3 centers, that is Ahmedabad, Baroda and Gandhinagar. Baroda, Gandhinagar and Rajkot. Thank you, sir. Now I will request Mr. Hardik Joshi. Hardik bhai, ekdam jetlu bane etlu ઝડપથી, હા? He will tell us about his success story.
નમસ્કાર બધાને, અને થેન્ક યુ ફોર ધી ઓર્ગેનાઇઝર્સ મને આ ઇવેન્ટ માટે ઇન્વાઇટ કરવા માટે. અને લંચ અને ઓડિયન્સ વચ્ચે મારું સેશન છે એટલે હું એની ગંભીરતા સમજુ છું. I will try to wrap up myself as soon as possible. So, I've been told the subject as a success story of my startup, Honeyveda. Now, if I summarize what we do at Honeyveda, it's like I would like to present it in a way that we are trying to change the way we humans are dealing with honeybees, also how we harvest bee products and deliver them to consumers. This is essentially what we are doing for last 8 years. The activity has started as a hobby while I was working in a company. It was a weekend activity, but the more I came to know about the insect honeybees, I try to get very involved because I am so inspired by that insect, and then I get to know the amazing facts about the honeybees and how it impacts our ecosystem and the farmers. Very frankly, જ્યારે મેં શરૂઆત કરી હતી, I thought it is only about bee products like honey અથવા તો beeswax or something like it. But then gradually I realized that beekeeping is more than bee products. And in the farms and the forest where we worked, where we did beekeeping, I realized that I get honey, but then the farmers is also getting very good productivity for his crop, and also I came to know, I dream about a bee ecosystem at that time. I thought, let us create a business model which is sustainable, which can help farmers and tribals, which also supports bee conservation, ultimately the ecosystem. So from 2015 to 2019, it was my learning curve for beekeeping. It really took a long time. From 2019, I left my job and I set up my company. And I was very fortunate that in my early days of my startup, I got support from the Anand Agriculture University's incubation wing. That was my starting period, and I got lucky because earlier I thought beekeeping is a kind of social stigma. People do not consider this industry as a very professional industry. But when I got support from the incubation centers, I realized that even there is a community who understand what we are doing. So the incubation center also helped me brainstorming. We came up with new products. So for a honey powder product, we got incubation, and we also did a pilot. The prototype has been developed with the help of Agriculture University's support. And now my journey from 2019 and until 2022 is something very unique because I started business thinking I will get into B2C only. I thought मैं सिर्फ Honeyveda brand बनाऊंगा और मैं सिर्फ customers को D2C segment में supply करूंगा. But due to many aspects, even Corona and many industrial aspect happened, and I get into B2B segment. But even that came out to be very amazing segment for me. The last order we received from our exporter was 60 metric ton of honey. And during this journey, I actually, because of Honeyveda's beekeeping activity, we could pollinate more than 8,000 metric tons of this other pollen, and also hectares and hectares of farmland we could pollinate. Now, after that, I featured on Shark Tank India. Because of Shark Tank India, we got really good benefit and result for our D2C segment. So currently, our D2C segment as well as B2B segment is running. I'm concluding myself as we have very less time. And the last thing I would like to say that because beekeeping is really a priority sector for state and also the central government, with the help of both, in next 2 years, we are going to harvest more than 3 lakhs kg of honey. We are going to deal with 15,000 bee colonies in 3 states. And for this, we are fortunate, one of the CBP of Gujarat, Agro is helping us. And we are also receiving fund from IRMA for this project. And for Gujarat, it is going to impact 1,500 farmers. But in Rajasthan and in Uttarakhand, it is going to impact more than 1,200 farmers. So I am hopeful that ultimately by doing all these things, what is our ultimate vision is to create a supply chain for honey and other bee products in India. The supply chain that we have for a dairy product in Gujarat, we wish to create the similar kind of sustainable, traceable supply chain for the honey products. Thank you.
Thank you, Hardik bhai. It looks that you have worked very hard in last 3-4 years, and your vision is very huge vision, and we all convey our best wishes that you get it done. Now I will invite Mr. Gulshan John, who is a Managing Director of Net Spices, and he will speak about the new world emerging trends and future of food processing supply chain in India.
Good afternoon, everybody. Being the last session before the lunch, I think it's going to be a bit long for everybody who's here. I'll try to keep it short, and actually my presentation is a bit long, but I try to concise it and make it as efficient as possible. Can we have the presentation uploaded? So I've been given the responsibility to talk about the how do we adapt to the new world emerging trends and the future of food processing. First, I would like to play a small video just to set the context of what we're going to talk about. Can we have the video, please?
Ever since the Industrial Revolution, humans have been exploiting Mother Earth, causing damage to its natural resources. This is leading to an increase in greenhouse gases emissions, causing global warming, rivers getting polluted, drought, shortage in clean drinking water, and reckless plastic wastages, creating an imbalance in nature. Many times, what looks like the end of a tunnel is merely a bend in the tunnel. Welcome to the sustainable future. Are you ready for the NetSpice journey? At NetSpice, we are laying down our efforts to bring a change that creates a sustainable future. A future where we farm and process in a sustainable way to create a balance to protect nature by lowering the carbon emissions by 60%, recycling the water to save up to 100,000 liters per day. With all this and more, we are continuously moving forward to grow sustainably together with our farmers. NetSpice, working together on sustainable spicing.
Thank you. Can we have the next slide? Yeah, just to start with, a small introduction. I've got the numbers out there. I'm not going to run through the numbers, but just to tell you in a brief, NetSpice is a Rotterdam-based Dutch company. We have a presence in US, in Europe, in South Africa, China, Vietnam. We have processing factories in India and Vietnam where we really work with the farmers. We source, we process, and we export it across. NetSpice is also a 120-year-old legacy company, which brings me to the next part of the slide. Yeah. So the only thing which is constant in this universe is change. We have been facing changes which is coming into our businesses. Talk about 1990s, people were talking about basic cleaning of the spices, which came into certifications. Many companies didn't want to get into certifications. Then came the microbiological contaminations like steam sterilization. Then customers started asking about pesticide residues. It went further into sustainable certified products. And of course, what's coming up and what we see today is customers talking about what is your CO2 footprint, what is your greenhouse gas emission contribution, and these are things which is going to cause all the changes that we need to bring about. So the current focus, what most of the leading companies across the globe that they look for are how to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Sustainable farming, talking about biodiversity, we talk about sustainable factory, we're talking about green financing, using of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and data analytics. This is what most of the leading food companies are going towards, from conventional to sustainable. The United Nations has come up with the 17 SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals, and most of the leading food companies are going from conventional to sustainable. And sustainability is not only about food, it's also about everything else. The big corporates, if you do Google on Mother Earth with Apple, technology company has taken up a serious commitment on reducing the carbon footprint. And that shows that large corporates, whether it's Coke or Pepsi, they're talking about shunning the plastic bottles. They're looking at plant-based packaging material. I mean, this is there to stay. And today, we as companies that's planning for the future, would we be ready for it? This is another latest thing that's been happening in Europe. They've come up with a legislation called CSRD, that's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which makes the companies report on the carbon footprint, on the sustainability activity that they do. This is here to stay, which means it's not only about the company itself, but also about their subsidiaries in outside Europe. For suppliers in India, in US, in Vietnam or Sri Lanka, anybody who wants to supply to Europe will have to get into sustainability. You would be audited. The European companies would get their balance sheet audited by chartered accountants. One of the clauses would be that they need to report on sustainability, and these will be audited. So this is here to stay. This is going to change. Even recently, the Prime Minister was there for the COP28 meeting in the Middle East, where we have to make commitments on reducing our carbon footprint. So this is here. Does it have anything to do with spices? Yes, we are all part of it. I mean, the reason I say spices and food products is because we are all part of it. And CSRD impacts both the upstream and the downstream. Now that brings me to answer a question that many people have been asking. Why sustainability? One, it's an ethical thing to do. Two, it's economic thing, because as the world moves that side, it makes economic sense that we all adapt to sustainability. And three, it's a future proof. It has to be done. That's the only way forward. At NetSpice, we have sustainability in two levels. We do sustainability activities on the farm, we do on the factory. On the farm, we have something called the NetSpice Farmer Partnership Program that we run. We have programs running in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, in Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh. We have a sustainable NFPP program running in Vietnam for black pepper. We have over 5,000 farmers in our network. We do close to about 17,000 hectares of farming activity. And this is the way this is going to be going forward. Where the traditional supply chain has the farmer and so many intermediaries and then the customer, what we try to do is we take responsibility of whatever is happening between the farmer and the customer, and it's our responsibility to bring everything under one control. I'm not going to go in detail, but most of you do know under the sustainable programs, the various activities we do is on training, on visits. We work on package of practices. How can we help farmers reduce the dependency on synthetic molecules, try to increase the productivity. We bring traceability to the farm. There's weather monitoring stations that help us predict the pest attacks. We talk about collaborating with the institutes on trying to study what different pest attacks and what remedies that we can find out. There are many farmer trainings, couple of the pictures that shows here about the Nukkad Nataks that we conduct in the farmers' communities, the training classes that we do. We have mobile technology, which is all our farm activities is now completely traceable on a smart app, where we can give traceability on every activity that the farmers are doing. And finally, the sustainability, the factory part is the first factory that we have set up in Gujarat, and this is going to be a very different approach on how food is processed. We have set up a state-of-the-art onion dehydration factory in Mahua in Gujarat, Bhavnagar district. And this is going to be the first factory that's going to work on 60% lower CO2 footprint. If you come to Mahua, Gujarat, you would find there's the dehydration, you need fossil fuel to generate hot air for drying. Every factory out there has a chimney and blows out black smoke, burning the agricultural waste, or it is the fossil fuel coal. That's what it is used. But if you look at my factory, this is a drone shoot of that. We don't have any chimney. Our entire factory is without any fossil fuel. We don't even use the groundwater table for our process. I'll explain to you that in a little bit. So our factory, compared to a traditional dehydration, we use 60% lower CO2 footprint. We don't use coal or any fossil fuel for drying. We use electricity, but we use electricity with a new kind of a drying system called heat pumps that give us the similar efficiencies, but at a much lesser CO2 cost on the environment. In a factory, this is a very interesting slide, which I wish I could explain much more in detail. In our factory, we need about 1.5 lakh liters of water for the washing of fresh onions. We have to wash about 100 to 120 tons of onions on a daily basis, and we need about 1.5 lakh liters of water. Generally, Saurashtra is water scarce. People will dip into the water table and take the water from the ground water table. But at NetSpice, what we do is we generate our own water. How do we do it? The fresh onion, when we buy from the farmers, about 9 kilos of fresh onion gives us 1 kilo of dry onion. The rest of the 8 kilos of water generally gets evaporated through the hot air and is thrown through the atmosphere to the atmosphere. But at NetSpice, we harness it back. We don't throw that hot air going out. We collect it back, we harvest it, we remove the water from the air, water gets into the purification part, the air goes back into the dryer cycle, the water gets filtered and is reused for washing cycle. Overall, we would be water positive if you look at in the ways coming years ahead. In fact, we will be generating enough more water that we can actually give it back to the farmers for irrigation purposes. So in a way, farmer gives me the fresh onions with humidity in it. I remove the humidity. I use it for cleaning. I treat it, make it fit for agriculture, and I can, in the future, I can give it back to the farmer for the farming again. It's absolute example of what reuse, recycle, and reduce is all about. Of course, NetSpice also takes part in a lot of corporate social responsibility. We work in the communities, we work with the schools, wall paintings to educate, the table, desk, benches that we provide, clean drinking water, toilets. So there are a lot of activities that we have to do as part of our commitment on sustainability, biodiversity projects that we do. In the whole, if you look at, you need to do this. Did I speak anything about what we process? I did not speak about what we process. But what was the core business, say, 15, 20 years back? Today, of course, we do that. But along with that, we need to look at it in a very different light. The future is about sustainability, carbon footprints, greenhouse gas emissions. And I hope I could bring about, in a short span, some understanding. And any questions that will be there, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gulshanji, for giving a very inspiring information that how we can reduce the carbon footprints and do the sustainable agriculture and processing in food processing. Now, this technical session is now over, and
Thank you, sir, and thank you all our speakers. We express our sincere gratitude to our speakers, and I would now request Shri Anita Jula to please come upon the stage and give a memento to Shri Dhaval Rawal, our moderator for all three sessions. थैंक यू सर। अब आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री राजेंद्र सिंह राजपूत जी को कि आप श्री कल्पेश विठलाणी जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करके सम्मानित करें। Now we request Shri M.B. Patel to give memento to Shri Vinod Kumar Arora. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Anil Patel to present a memento to Dr. M.K. Jhala. थैंक यू सर। श्री नितिन शुक्ला जी से निवेदन करते हैं कि कृपया आप श्री हार्दिक जोशी जी का सम्मान करें, ये स्मृति चिन्ह अर्पण करके। धन्यवाद। और श्री जे.बी. उपाध्याय जी से विनती है कि आप श्री गुलशन जॉन का सम्मान करें, ये स्मृति चिन्ह अर्पण करके। Once again, thank you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had a great start of our pre-Vibrant Summit event with our inaugural session as well as our technical session. So, here we take our lunch break. So, we shall reassemble here sharp at 2:30. After 30 minutes, we will reassemble here for our next session. आप सभी से आग्रहपूर्ण अनुरोध है कि कृपया समय मर्यादा को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम 30 मिनट के बाद यहाँ पर फिर से सम्मिलित होंगे ताकि हम अपने और 2 सेशंस समय पर शुरू कर सकें। धन्यवाद।
एक अच्छा
च च हे हाँ वही कोई है नहीं अभी सब
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Sir, please be with us. We will be continuing. So please stay on us online, sir.
Yeah, I'll just turn off my audio and video so that there's no disturbance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the post-lunch sessions. जो स्टूडेंट्स पीछे की रो में हैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आप फ्रंट रोज में आ जाइए. आप सभी से निवेदन करते हैं कृपया आगे की पंक्ति में पहले बैठे. અહીંયા ઓડિટોરિયમમાં ઉપસ્થિત આપ સૌને વિનંતી કે તમે બધા આગળ આવી જશો. શરૂઆતની હરોળમાં આપનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરશો. ફક્ત પહેલી હરોળ છોડીને બાકી આપ બેસી શકો છો. પાછળ જે પણ લોકો હજી છે સ્ટેજની ડાબી બાજુ પાછળ જે લોકો બેઠા છે પ્લીઝ આગળ આવી જશો. હજી પણ અહીંયા વચ્ચે જે લોકો બેઠા છે પાછળ એ વિદ્યાર્થીનીઓને વિનંતી કે તમે આગળ આવી જશો. Namaskar. A very warm welcome to all of you to the post-lunch sessions. So after this delicious lunch, now we can start our second session, technical session, and it is on food supply chain management for one earth, one family, one future. So I would like to invite moderator for this session, Shri Dhaval Rawal, Chair, Agro Food Processing Committee, SOCM, Gujarat Council, to please come upon the stage. फिर एक बार आपका स्वागत. And we have on stage Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, Principal Scientist and CEO, NutriHub, ICAR, Indian Institute of Millet Research. सर आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत. और अब आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस्टर संजय मित्तल, Senior Partner, IBM Consulting, India, South Asia, to please come upon the stage. और साथ ही आज के इस सेशन में हमारे साथ वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से जुड़ेंगे मिस्टर प्रशांत परमेश्वरम, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर एंड सीईओ, टाटा कंज्यूमर सोलफुल प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. वी वेलकम यू सर. नमस्कार. सो नाउ वी कैन स्टार्ट द सेशन. ओवर टू यू सर. श्री धवल रावल.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon to all. Uh, this session we will discuss about the food supply chain management and in line with the saving the environment, that is one earth, one family and one future. We have with us Dr. B. Dayakar Rao and Mr. Sanjay Mittal, and we have online presence of Mr. Prashant. So I see a very large gathering of the young students, startups, technocrats, young entrepreneurs. So I hope this session will be interactive and we can have some question answers in the last. So first I will request Dr. P. Dayakar Rao to start with.
I have a presentation to make.
Hello. So first we are starting with Mr. Prashant Parmeshwara, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Soulful Private Limited. And he will be speaking on the supply chain management and logistics trends, optimizing food supply chain. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Prashant.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I cannot see all of you.
But we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. It's funny. It is funny to get on a session post lunch. It is funny to then be that first speaker, and funnier to then be the guy online. So hopefully, maybe at least it can feel like you're watching some screen time, watching some TV. I don't think I can be as humorous as what you would like as a post-lunch, session on a digital screen. But I think, the topic given to us and from what I understand with the audience who are here with us, optimizing food supply chain and in synergy with your logistics strengths. And I will specifically talk more around the area, of food, packaged foods, because food is also, as you all know, is a very, very vast area. So those of you who are keen learners, I think a book that I would highly urge you to read, it's a book called The Blue Ocean Strategy. Has made a very, very deep mark in my thinking. And if I actually just go into one section of that part, talks about the formation of clusters in manufacturing. And I will for a second move away from food and then we'll come back into food. The whole concept, and if you look at any manufacturing hub and if you look at anything around those, you always will see not just the factory, but you will also then see all the suppliers and everybody else around as well come around. And this is the formation of clusters. So we know in India, the automobile cluster, or where you are all, the milk cluster, if I may, close by to where you are, the gem cluster. Now, what happens with all of these clusters? It is the interdependence and the ability for the entire network to work together and to work seamlessly. Even though we are in a digital age, physical stuff and physical products and physical businesses requires physical logistics that are there. And that's something that we need to really, really embrace upon. You look at aerospace, you look at mining, you look at steel, you look at any of these, all of them have been very, very successful when they built and created this strong cluster around them. Now, when we dial into food, very, very similarly, in food, as we all know, there is something called a shelf life. There is something called freshness that the consumer is buying. What this really enables you and bringing the entire cluster together, how do we then not just talk about putting a manufacturing location or a food processing location in place A, place B, place C, but it's about looking at your entire back-end supply chain and the front-end supply chain. When I look at back-end and front-end, there are two pieces. The back-end really being your raw material, your sources of various different materials that you may require in the food processing plant. And then the front supply chain is how far is your consumer. So if you turn behind a packet of any of the large, packaged foods businesses, you will see a number of factories. So if you look at biscuits, you look at noodles, you look at all of them, you will see the clusters that are there. So I urge all of you who have not looked at the back of packs to see. So next time, turn to the back of the pack, look at the batch code of where this product that you are eating is made from, and think how far that factory is from your place. It'll actually be within, it'll mostly be in your state, if not the neighboring state. And this is the most important way of how do you optimize your entire supply chain network. Because what happens is, A, you're keeping the customer in the front, which is around looking at how do you have freshness. The second thing is, we know we are in a very, very dynamic world. What happens in a very dynamic world is there are different demands, different needs that really pop up. How do you then have an agile network that does not have very, very long supply chain, stages, if you will, which then enables you to really make differences, changes very quickly. You can actually have a summer seasonal, you can have a winter seasonal, an autumn seasonal, a rainy season, kind of particular products that you want, and the ability for you to change. I think these, to me, are the most important parts. What happens as a result from this is you are able to then also able to finally build a business which is very, very streamlined from an inventory standpoint, which becomes very important. A place where you are then able to also enhance your demand forecasting, being able to really start getting to what we call predictive demands. You know what's going to happen ahead of time as against thinking of what is happening back. At the same time, a very tight and simple cluster-wise approach also allows you to adapt very quickly, even if you are not able to do predictive analytics. The other piece that then becomes helpful is how do you then have technology as a layer that goes around with tracking and analysis of all of these. Because at the end of the day, all of this is data flow, right? As you have the physical structure flow, you also have the data flow that then has. So when you look at an entire food supply chain, think of something when you integrate the whole piece. Now I'll come to a topic which Dayakar Rao is very close to, which is millets. So the question that I ask is, why should somebody in Gujarat actually be eating ragi when maybe ragi is not as known to them as bajra is? Why would somebody in UP or MP want to be eating as much of ragi when they can actually eat something that is more locally grown around bajra or jowar? And then you can start seeing what then it makes. So it is not just about food supply chain that you think of. It is something that is actually around localization. It is around taking that and bringing that into something that we are able to. So without taking more time, and I know I've not been as humorous as you would have liked as the first session after lunch, but hopefully it gives you a feel, and I've at least given you some food for thought, if not for your tummy. So that's it from my end.
Hello. Thank you, Prashant, giving a very right preview of a supply chain importance. I will give one example. There was one company in Bangalore, 5-6 years back, they started the organic ice cream. Ice cream made of all the organic substances, even the milk was organic. They started very well. They set up in 100 numbers of outlets in Bangalore. Unfortunately, they could not gather their bag. They could not collect the organic milk or the substances or their raw materials, and then they required to close the venture. So marketing was for them very hard. They got it succeed, but they could not manage the supply chain. So you said very good that we have to focus on our local strength and supply chain. Now we will move to Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, and it is regarding the sustainable food management via natural farming, millets, and the importance of the FPOs. Over to you, sir.
It's always a very pleasure to see Prashant, my friend from Tata Consumer Soulful, giving a food for thought. That was a very pleasant thing. I'm sure that you are all awake. And today, I think you might take a little time to understand about one important thing, especially we are into this International Year of Millets. 2023, all of you are aware, Prime Minister is championing for us to take things forward. So there are issues. When I just gone through the topic, it was little concoction of several things that are asked for natural farming. Then you were talking about millets, FPO, perhaps all these things. But I just try to stitch them together and try to put it through this presentation. It might take little time, but then I am sure that this is going to benefit. I think at the end of this, with the permission of the chair, so we will also take an oath on millets. I think I would like to convert you all for millets. Now, this integrated millet value chain approach for sustainability and food security is the one I renamed the topic. Is there anything that somebody will? Oh, we are talking about this, in independent India, we were just very concentrating on food security. Now we are moving towards the nutritional security. So after a long time of a debate with rice and wheat being really pampered so much, I think after 7 decades that we are thinking about some alternative food. And one of the thing is the key factor that which we are thinking is about the sustainable food management, which includes climate change, environmental degradation, food insecurity. So the various points that I was talking about is also nutrition security, safety from diseases, and economic security, where we talk about the economic security of incomes and livelihoods of the farmers. So natural farming is definitely, millets are naturally organic, and also they are chemical-free farming, and they promise of enhancing a farmer's income, and of course, obviously, the environmental health and mitigating or reducing greenhouse gases, because they are primarily C4 plants. It means they are more efficient and the energy efficient also. Now, this is the way forward that which we are talking about. I think those who have seen millets, just Prashant gave an introduction about that, about a couple of millets, but there are about major and minor millets. I think you should be knowing definitely, because the world is, we are taking to the world to tell that these are the things. But there is a clear distinction between major millets and minor millets. And major millets constitute about 95% of the total production, while that of the minor millets, which are 6, they constitute about only 3 to 5% of the total production. Because this is very important in terms of that how we bring about the strategy around these things. And exotic millets like Africa, where teff and fonio are also taken up. So when we talk about that, these days they are smart foods definitely, in terms of if you want to define that, they are good for the planet in terms of the low water footprints, zero carbon footprints, and also energy efficient. While it is good for the farmers because short duration crops, and also we see that very limited investment that is engaged in this growing of this thing. Now, the good for you, that is what today's context, there should be unique selling proposition why we are talking about millets again. I think I'm going to talk a little detail about that, but Government of India, especially Prime Minister himself, has come up with a new branding to this particular thing to make them sustainable. And from Kadan in a Hindi, where you know that it is the least of the grains, he has named it as a Shri Anna. Now with this branding, I think we are taking to the globe. Now, Ajay, I'm going to tell you that unique selling proposition is that on production side, low water, I told you already, if you give one irrigation, there is a doubling of the yield, and there is potential to offer food, fodder, nutrition, and health and fuel security. Even biofuels can be made from these millets. And on demand side, of course, Nutri cereals, the new name that which we see that they are rich in minerals, vitamins, dietary fiber, antioxidant, possess a lot of health benefits which I'm going to talk about. But more so, these were inconvenient foods because lack of gluten. Today, the technologies are available for making them ready to cook and ready to eat thanks to the developments that has happened around, and they also offer as a functional food and the nutraceutical nature. Now if you see, go through, if you forget entire presentation, but you should remember this particular table, you see that how they compare with wheat and rice in terms of the protein, in terms of, see for example, you see the calcium, finger millet, what we call ragi, it has about 364 mg per every 100 grams. It means that in milk, if you have 1 glass of calcium, in ragi it is 3x. So, and it's also bioavailable. That way they are quite rich in that, they are good for each one of us, and a series of health benefits. It's very important that why we have really neglected over a period of time, all these 7 decades, but if you get into that, name a disease and then it has something to do with these millets and all this. Now, a lot of data is being generated to bring about the evidences so that Prashant was talking about the labeling. Labeling information is very important. Now, why just, you need to understand one basic fact here is that these millets were grown by the farmers for their own consumption. Now today, they will have to grow for your sake and my sake. So there is a transition that is happening from a domestic crop to a commercial crop. I think that's what is, we were building a value chain around that and to make it more sustainable in terms of that. Now India and world also, you can see that how various countries, they top, it's not just suddenly it has 131 countries, they grow these things. And then when you talk about their goodness about the climate smart crops, I told you already, they require 12 to 14 weeks, while the morpho-physiological, molecular and biochemical characteristics are better tolerant to environmental stresses than the major cereals, what we go rice and wheat. And my limited point here is that these are the ideal candidate crops for combating the climate change. If tomorrow this climate change is going to be more pronounced, the sustainability is a very big issue. You see that the water footprint, all the millets are 300, 400 millimeters of water you require. When compared to rice, you require about 1200 mm. So for each kg of rice, you require about 5,000 liters of water. So if you are exporting to other countries, you are exporting the water. So which is a very scarce thing that which we need to understand and all. In this context, I think that we need to really just take this thing in a sweet sorghum, variant of sorghum or jowar. It is also used for making that the water use efficiency is compared, and then that is what it is. It shows that how it is superior over maize and sugarcane, which are water guzzling thing. Now what happened, basically millets, when you compare with the wheat, rice and maize, see there is a technology that has happened here, almost on par with that of rice and wheat. But then there are some issues, you can see the bottom down. So there is, in case of maize also, there is a technology that is happening. But real problem is there is no policy driven demand in maize as well as all the millets. But at least maize has a market demand. But in case of millets, this was missing. That's the reason it went out of the consumption basket. And there might be several things. So we just see the viable solution is that millets for sustainable food, income and nutrition security. Now, India grows about 20% of the world's millet thing. And we are the 5th largest exporter. And these millets are not just akin to only one state. For example, bajra in Rajasthan, Karnataka, you go ragi, and if you get into Gujarat also bajra and a little bit of jawar is also grown. And that way, state-wise, if you go for the small millets, Uttarakhand, then Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, they are quite pronounced in that. Now, this is what the story of the millets. You can see that how that red graph, pre-green revolution and now how it has gone down. But the research results were proving that the green flagging higher side. Because of that, I think today still there is something hope for us to take things forward, because the decline is more pronounced after the early 90s, and now this area decline must be brought out. International Year of Millet started with a demand problem, number of people eating less. But after this International Year of Millet has pronounced the awareness campaign led by the Honorable Prime Minister. Today we see that the problem is not the demand side, but it is on the supply side. So it's so really just you can see paradigm shift that has happened. But I think in a short term you may face some problems, but in the long term I think there is several initiatives on the research side trying to enhance the demand and taking to the new areas, including the Gujarat also. I think that is what is the point I would like to make because whether you grow it or not, everybody needs millets. Whether you grow it or not, everybody needs millets. And there are several reasons for the historical perspective. So we have the brand ambassadors in front of us to take things forward. But reviving the millet demand in India, we had to take a value chain mode 15 years ago before anybody could think of. Indian Institute of Millet Research has taken up this and started creating this demand, building a value chain around that, especially the supply chain, what we are talking about, because it is a domesticated crop. 0.5 acres is an average, that the holding of this millets and all that. How will you make it a commercial crop without any proper supply chain? Thanks to ITC who has come in aid to us, trying to build up a pilot scale, we have brought out several interventions on farm production through technology backstopping, creating a demand at the farmer level itself through the farm gate value addition, showing them that there is money in millets also. And that 5 years of our study with the farmers has led us really just to give a commercial color to the millets. And then intervention, second one is the diversification of processing technologies. And the third one is the nutritional evaluation. You cannot talk on the top of your head, Nani said, this is good for your health, without any proper database that you should have. And the intervention about with regard to the commercialization, how you are going to brand and make it really a brandable, a product which can be marketed. And then promotion, popularization, entrepreneurship development, policy. These are the several things that which we took up, and it was a very successful endeavor for us to report that with the help of ITC, the backward integration and the supply chain management, piloted some models, how to aggregate, how to bulk that, and create some sort of a quality assessment at that level, and then farm gate value addition, where the farmers' incomes can be ensured and all. This was truly a very outstanding study that today has paved us. When Prime Minister want to really just promote these things, we are technology ready. Now, after that, then we have built up some about 50 farmers producer organizations. We don't want to get into the completely, but we want to model this FPOs in such a way the vertical integration happens and the incomes at the farm levels can be enhanced. So that was the model that which we built around with the help of ITC. And today in about 7-8 states that we have modeled. Now this will help us to take us to the various other 1,000 FPOs that are going to be established in the days to come. I think the second intervention is that clinical trials is the way out. And we built out the data because there was no data until and unless in today's content, FSSI will definitely ask if you want to commercialize anything, where is the data? You say it is good for diabetes. Don't talk about that, but you just come out with it. For labeling, it's very important. We built up some data and came out with a credible data with the help of National Institute of Nutrition. And the third intervention is diversifying processing technology to remove the inconveniences and diversified process. So, all of you must be knowing that how difficult it is to make a jowar chapati. You know that the flour you take it, add hot water to that, and then pat it with your hands, both the hands. And because there is no way that you can, because there is no gluten in it, it's so difficult. But if you understand the science, there is something like that. See, in most of the wheat chapatis and all those things, you have that convenience where the gluten formation happens and it gives a binding nature, immediately you can make it. But in case of millets, that's the reason this has been neglected by our own country where we were growing. For wheat and rice, several other countries have come up with several technologies and all this. Now it's time for us to really pull that, and Indian Institute of Millet Research with the Center of Excellence we established, trying to bring in several technologies and try to improve the shelf life. Not only that, but also create some consumers, some sort of options. Don't ask them to eat only chapati. Make him available all the products that are on par with the right hand. Maybe the younger generation must be asking for pasta, vermicelli. Do you have a technology that to take on? Science should play a very crucial role. I was telling about that inconvenience that which we removed, and we started manipulating the starch instead of protein and brought out various diversified processing technologies. And then primary processing, no machines were available, so we had to really just work on that and then take things forward. Just I'm going to close. So now all the products are available, what is available in wheat and rice. That was the success that I would like to pronounce. Just to make the various semolina or सूजी जो बनाते हैं उससे इडली डोसा आसानी से बन सकता है, उसको रोटी का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है आपको. तो उसके अलावा आगे चलते हुए कि एक्सट्रूजन, दिस विल रियली इंक्रीज योर शेल्फ लाइफ. आपका ज्वार का बाजरा का आटा 1 महीना रहना मुश्किल है. Extruded products like kurkure or even vermicelli pasta, they can stay up to shelf life up to 6 months. A simple processing technology could do that. Unfortunately, we could not do that, but now flakes are available. And we did a lot of exercise. We are trying to understand which of the technologies has the nutritional losses. So we would like to inform the startups or all the entrepreneurs so that they may not go same that indiscriminate polishing what they are doing with the wheat and rice. So they may come out with these are nutri-cereals, and if you repeat the same story, that is, so technically we came up with several processing technologies with which also what would be the increase in nutritional losses or decrease in nutritional losses. These are some of the best technologies that are available, and machinery we have put piloting, and now we have built up a case for common facility center for the startups. They can come and use that. Nowhere in the world that you will find this machinery that can be utilized and all that. So this is a good news because if you do any sustainable issues, you cannot do it at the part of value chain. I think in entirety that this is the message I want to give it. Now these are the machines that are available. I think we entered into the advanced millet processing. This is a land of milk. There is also hope that we have come out with a millet milk, and now it is being marketed by one of the better bet and others also. They are taking up this processing technologies and milk analogs, plant-based proteins, and then you have several other products where because these are available in other pulses and all this, we thought we will work in even the millet sector also and bring in provide consumers the best prebiotic or probiotics which are because of their health nature that we would like to take these things forward, and trying to get into some of the exotic things and build the recipes around the various millets that are there. Now we are taking to the globe, I think, the international recipes also. This book is being distributed across 230 countries that are embassies, and now it is getting popular. And entrepreneurship development providing, this is the first brand that which we posted, piloted it. And from there we move on to various products, and then the simultaneously doing promotion and popularization, whether it's a marathon, cyclothon or any exhibition. But the real change that has happened is because after the really coming up with institutionalizing this commercialization process. The establishment of NutriHub, an arm of Indian Institute of Millet Research. Now Indian Institute of Millet Research is a global center of excellence proclaimed by the Honorable Prime Minister. Now giving wings to the millet entrepreneurs. This is a need of the hour for us to take things forward, because if you want to take it to the world, I think our startups are the ones who can take it. We have 2 programs for those who are interested. A lot of students are here. So even the financial facilitation from 5 to 25 lakhs rupees is being awarded to them. And so far we have disbursed about 10.5 crores of money for more than 112 startups. So we have come up with the NutriHub with 400 startups in past 5 years. So what all you do, the technology building up and all those things is fine, but if you don't build up the last mile connectivity to take it to the consumer, and through startups we did that. And that is the success, and I'm surprised to know that there are more than 35% of them are women entrepreneurs who are coming, and some of them from your Ahmedabad IIM alumni also. They left their jobs and they're into this particular sector and trying to do that. So not only that the grantee needs, but they provide the employment, investment, and the social impact and the outreach connecting backward with the farmers. it makes it more sustainable. And some of the venture capitalists are also involved into that. The Tata Soulful is one such example. Now we take these things with a collaborative model, and it is well recognized model. We work with the various state governments with a olive branch that we have come to this particular land of Gujarat, so that something should happen here, at least to begin with in International Year of Millets. We work with Odisha, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and all those things. And these are some of the startups, beautiful startups that which we have industry partners in terms of the Britannia, Unilever, PepsiCo, Nestle, and entire range of the FMCG companies are coming forward. So beautiful packaging with various products and with the global center of the. So we are just trying to see how we can extend NutriHub Extension Center in Northeast, Central and West, and creation of millet experience centers in Delhi, and startup acceleration program, and getting into the private investment into that to make it more sustainable. We know that we are talking about International Year of Millet 2023, but beyond that there is a great, I think we all have that mandate to really just move forward. So what India can really go, positioning India as a global leader, India can offer, replicating this millet value chain to the African nations, take our best practices and efficient millet value-added technologies, including the FPO models that which we built, and also leveraging global platforms such as South-South Triangular Cooperation and linking our startups with the captive government markets. I think I might have really just taken a little more time, but it is all the time very important. My limited objective to come here all the way is to make you all a brand ambassadors of millets. Eat millets and stay healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. You have given very useful information. The takeaway is, I see a very large number of the FPOs, CBBOs, and also some young startups and students of agriculture and food processing. So, one question, what is your offering from your this NutriHub and ICMR for the Gujarat-based FPOs and startups who are willing to do something in millet-based processing value chain?
Sir, I was talking to Nestle, PepsiCo and all those people. They are now signed an MOU with us. So we want to influence even the bigger companies when they are entering into the millet sector. They should have a compulsory backward integration with the FPOs. Because this is not fully matured area where you can go to the farmer and procure all from Mandi, you can get it. This season you may get it, next season you may not get it. So it is a compulsory thing that because our presence should ensure that this backward integration takes place. Second thing is startups are having a very limited role to play to begin with because the creation of demand has to happen with the big sector. But startup should not be exiting from this. We would like to see that we have given some of the startups portfolios to them so that they may strengthen them, handhold them, and take them and get into some sort of a contract manufacturing. And they can also go into the technologies that which we are providing and see that they can be strengthened. So this backward and forward linkages should enable them to really, this is the message that what I want to say, that you may be thinking millet for the first time, but we are building the value chain little more robust and to make it more mature by various players from the beginning to the end of the value chain.
Thank you. And the second question is, for millet-based various value-added products, snakes or some our ready-to-eat products, the shelf life is a problem. The stability of a product is a problem. And it is very sensitive to the environment, processing area, and also the various ingredients or the, you can say the, some ways to how we can increase the shelf life.
So that is a very important and pertinent, because many a time when you talk about the value chain, the weak links, surely shelf life is one of the weak links that which we can. See, but the thing is, I told you in my presentation also, rice, wheat, how many countries worked research on that? And today what we are seeing, that shelf life is still a problem and all those things. Now, one important thing that which we are at the institute and with the consortium of the various bigger institutes and involving IITs also, trying to bring over the best. Now there are two ways of doing it. One is going for the integrated shelf life management. आप एक method की ज़रूरत नहीं है, that you need to go for pre-processing, you need to go for some sort of adding some of the preservatives which are FSSAI enabled, then you can have some sort of some other things. Now for example, you can choose some processing technologies which can straight away take into the 6 months bracket, from 1 month bracket to the 6 month bracket. So that is one thing, but at the backward also, but don't you think that one important thing is, once the industry comes, there is an investment that comes with this. They come up with that, they come up with their R&D programs, and I'm sure that with industry and academia and research, when they come together, I think, to my understanding, that maybe it is in 1 year down the lane that you will get anything which now we have come out with the 8 to 12 months of shelf life for some of the exportable products. So this has to be consistent in the mainstream product like flour, what you are talking about. So I'm sure that with the industry and all these people, stakeholders coming at, and be globally also. The other day I was there in one of the CIMIT, which is International Organ CGIAR Institute. They have taken up some gene editing and molecular. These are the new approaches that are coming. So it's like just you take a scissor and try to see that the gene which is really just influencing the shelf life, and try to see that how you are going to rearrange so that the shelf life. I think it's only a matter of time that you will be able to address these issues. But today there are products which are something like 4 to 8 months of shelf life. I think if you need any such assistance, all the startups, I told you that with money and with the technology and with the entire hand-holding 360, NutriHub IMR is ready to hand-hold it. It's in Hyderabad. So now please, I think you all must wish that one such NutriHub center may come to even Gujarat also. Sir, I need just 20 seconds. So now that I told you that National Institute of Nutrition says, I'm not here to preach you or tell you that you should be take away rice, wheat and all the same. NIN says that out of 270 grams of cereal intake, you should have about 90 grams of millets. It means 1/3 of your diet may come through that. Maybe it might be bajra here or somewhere in jawar, somewhere in raga. So my only limited point I want to make you all is that to take an oath, consciously saying that let us propagate millets. I think with the permission of the chair, shall we stand up once and take an oath? I request all of you please stand up and just 20 seconds. So I think all oaths will start with stretching our right hand, and then I say simply, let's millet, and you need to repeat that. But I don't want to force anybody, but let us meaningfully say that let's millet, either by in our consumption or propagation. And उसके बाद हिंदी में भी बोलना है, millets हो जाए. Let's millet. Millets हो जाए. Thank you very much.
Thank you. આપણને બાજરીના કે જુવારના રોટલા કે રોટલીની જ ખબર છે, પણ there are so many new products coming up, અને એમાં પણ શેલ્ફ લાઈફ માટે લિક્વિડ બેઝ મિલેટ પ્રોડક્ટ્સ, અને જેમ આપણે ઇડલી માટેનું પેલું આપણને જે તૈયાર મળે છે ખીરું, એવી પ્રોડક્ટો પણ રેડી ટુ ઇટમાં માર્કેટમાં આવવા માંડી છે. આ ભારત નહીં પણ આખા વર્લ્ડનું બહુ મોટું માર્કેટ થવાનું છે, એટલે આપણે અત્યારથી તૈયારી કરીએ. નાવ મૂવિંગ અહેડ, I will request Mr. Sanjay Mittal. He will focus on the AI, blockchain technology for food supply chain and digitization.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Rao, for enabling a lot of us on the benefits of millet. I'm sure with the oath, at least we will shift one meal to millet if we have not done it now. So I think we heard a lot of eminent speakers since morning. I will not take too much time, but I want to focus on some of the technologies which will enable the value chain and which will actually bring India where we are all seeing as a vision. And Gujarat, we heard, we have to do it much earlier by 2030 or 2035. So I'll encourage, I see a lot of people from academia here and also from the industry. Look at some of these technologies and how the companies are leveraging them and how we can create an ecosystem around those technologies to bring them to our state and to our country. I know we are running behind schedule, so I will make it fast, but we have some videos which we will show you, and you will be able to make out, how these technologies are being leveraged. Can you just go to the first chart? Just the first chart, the beginning. Yeah, just stay there. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to call out that, we are dealing with a lot of uncertainty, as we say. Post-COVID and even before that, we had always had disruptions, whether they are geopolitical disruptions, a border conflict 2,000 kilometers away from us actually disturbs the supply chain in a smaller village. So what we're really looking at is digitization as a mean to actually manage some of those conflicts and those challenges. And digitization with intelligence, I think most of you would have heard about ChatGPT. It is given a power of AI into everybody's hands. So you have a powerful device like mobile. Many of them have much higher processing power than a PC that we used to do. And with ChatGPT, AI has become a way of life. So how do you create digital channels? And I call them intelligent channels the moment you infuse intelligence in them, which is AI, and leverage it to create platforms with all stakeholders. And I'll show you some examples that how you can actually leverage the digitization, bring all the stakeholders together and create intelligent systems, and how farmers in India and some of the other stakeholders are using that. So just move on. If you look at any platform, it's primarily got three different elements. The first element is it's about the reinvention of the digitization as a technology. So how do you really adopt and keep yourself on pace with the latest in the digitization? The second component is the entire predictive analytics that you build on top of that, which is what we call as artificial intelligence now. And there are many models available wherein you bring all the digital sources together, the data sources together, and you create predictive analytics on top of that, which makes the system more and more intelligent. And the third element is how do you collaborate? You created a platform and then you infused all kind of intelligence. The platform is getting day by day better, but you got to onboard some of the stakeholders who collaborate together on that platform. So on that, I want to show you one video. This is from Yara Fertilizer. This is a company which worked with IBM to create this platform. On the face of it, it looks like a mobile application, but it's truly a platform which is intelligent enough that it captures the knowledge from the people who are using it, and it also has all the stakeholders collaborating together to work for the benefit of the farmers and how they are adding to their income and how they're making them much more efficient in what they do. Can you play the first and the second video?
एक अच्छा मित्र वो होता है जो अच्छी जानकारी दे, सही टाइम पे सब कुछ बताए हमें। वैसे ही फार्म केयर ऐप है और एक अच्छे मित्र की तरह साथ खड़ा रहता है, दिन में भी रात में भी। सटीक हमें सब कुछ जानकारी मिलती है।
फार्म केयर ऐप जो है हमारे हमेशा काम आने वाली चीज़ है। फसल की बुआई से लेके उसकी कटाई तक हमारे साथ देती है। कब दवाई देनी है, कब पानी देना है, कब उसकी कटाई होनी है, कब उसके लिए कौन सा उपचार करना है, हमेशा हमारे लिए तैयार रहता है।
इस ऐप में बैठा है करो डॉक्टर और वो हमारी फसल की हर समस्या का समाधान हल कर देता है।
इस फीचर की मदद से आप अपने जो आपने फसल बोई है उस फसल की कोई बीमारी है उसका पता लगा सकते हैं।
कोई फसल आपकी और उसके आपके जो ये यारा के जो फार्म का डॉक्टर है उनके पास स्कैन करके उसका फोटो सेंड कर देता है और 24 घंटे बाद उसके बारे में वो बता देते हुए आपके खेत में ये प्रॉब्लम है, आप इस चीज़ का आप यूज़ करो और उससे जल्दी बीमारी पे कंट्रोल पाया जाता है।
फर्टिलाइज़र कैलकुलेटर बहुत ही अच्छा फीचर है। अगर मैंने समझो कि अपने खेत में धान लगाया है और मैं उससे पूछना चाहूँ कि मुझे इसमें क्या क्या यूज करना है, कब कब यूज करना है, तो केवल मुझे उसमें अपना एरिया सेलेक्ट करना है और उसमें वो अपने आप बता देगा कि आपको पर्टिकुलर इतने एरिया में इतना कर तो आपको यूरिया लगाना है, इतना तुम्हें इसमें डीएपी लगाना है।
फार्म केयर ऐप हमारे को जानकारी तो देता ही है और साथ में जुगाड़ भी सिखा दिया।
इसमें किसान भाई वीडियो डालते रहते हैं जिन्हें हम टाइमली देखते रहते हैं, के अनुसार हम आगे कृषि कार्य करते रहते हैं, तो उससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है।
फार्म केयर का एक फीचर है मैप माई फार्म, तो उस फीचर से भी आप अपने लैंड की जो है माप ले सकते हैं। खाली आपको अपने कदमों का इस्तेमाल करना है और आपके लैंड की बिल्कुल फिक्स माप आपके सामने आ जाएगी।
मौसम का भी हमें बिल्कुल सही जानकारी मिलती है।
आजकल अपने कोई फसल बीजनी है, कोई उससे पहले बारिश का अनुमान आ जाता है कि अब बारिश होगी, तो बंदा उस फसल को रोक लेता है, या पहले कुछ नडाई गुडाई करनी हो या स्प्रे वगैरह करना हो या कुछ खाद वाद डालनी हो, बारिश से वो चीज़ खराब नहीं हो जाए तो उसके में बंदा उस चीज़ को रोक लेता है। किसान के लिए एक वरदान है।
और हमारे को सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हम घर बैठे अपनी पूरी जानकारी इस ऐप से ले सकते हैं। बिजाई से लेकर और कटाई तक का इसमें पूरा विवरण दिया हुआ है।
अगर कोई किसान है और वो खेती कर रहा है तो वो जरूर यूज करे, टेक्नोलॉजी का जरूर फायदा उठाए, फार्म केयर ऐप को जरूर यूज करे।
हर सुविधा मिलती है, हर फीचर मिलता है जमींदार को, हर टाइप का। मैं इससे अच्छा बड़ा मित्र किसी को मानता नहीं।
मेरा नाम लखाराम है, मैं एक फार्म केयर किसान हूँ।
मेरा नाम केशव कौशिक है और मैं एक फार्म केयर किसान हूँ।
मेरा नाम नवीन है और मैं एक फार्म केयर किसान हूँ।
मेरा नाम दिग्विजय सिंह है और मैं एक फार्म केयर किसान हूँ।
Thank you. I think we'll go to the third presentation. Can we go back to the presentation? Since we are running out of time, we'll just go back to the presentation. So if you look at this, while on the face of it, it looks like a very basic application. But there are 2 or 3 very important things that we need to take note of. First of all, it is creating a community of farmers who are facing similar challenges. There is a feature in the app wherein you can take a picture of a disease on a crop and you can just load it on the mobile app. There is a set of scientists who are looking at it. They're able to give recommendation. A lot of this knowledge is getting captured and it's making it more intelligent. And it is also providing a lot of analytics back to the users to take timely actions. That's one very, very important thing, that it gets intelligence over the period of time. Second thing is that there are a lot of collaborators who are on this application. These could be scientists, this could be agriculture technologists, this could be companies who are actually trying to improve the crop yield into a particular area because they're getting a lot of intelligence. So what we call is, until now it was basically digital platform with the entire infusion of predictive analytics that you can put on top of the entire data that is flowing through these applications. These have become intelligent platforms. So there is a lot of possibilities. These are very basic applications. I think there are a lot of startups who are providing these kind of solutions. Of course, with Yara, IBM worked and we created this app outside of India. Now they started using it in UP and they're going to bring it to the other states as well. But this is really impacting the life cycle and the life of the farmers in being able to do their job better and get better yield. So that is one I wanted to show. We will move on to the next slide. This is actually a journey in the life of a salesman. I will not spend too much time here, but this also shows how a digital platform can help a salesman to decide on the beat. Because as a company, and we heard about it in the morning, there are 2 things that we are looking at. How do we increase the sale and how do we increase the value addition? So how do you sell more products which are value added? How your salespeople go through a journey which gives them feed from the field, which is the data that is coming from the field, based on a geopolitical situation or the, let's say, the catchment data, what is really going to sell in that area. And this kind of feed, when you build on an intelligent system, on an app, can actually tell the salespeople what kind of beat plan they should have, where are the stock outs, which area sells what. Now, all of this is possible by creating a digital interface and creating a platform that the salespeople can use. Many of these are being used by the FMCG companies, but they have now reached a different scale with intelligence coming in where the system itself is able to guide you through your beat plan, through the day, where you should be spending maximum of your time to generate the maximum wealth for your company and make the best use of your time. So it talks about a journey of a salesperson who's going out in the field to generate the orders. But I just wanted to bring it because this is something that is, part of our daily life, and the systems are getting more and more intelligent. Based on the business, we can also look at some of those applications. We'll move on. Now, of course, if you look at any of the intelligent system, what is most important is that you capture all kind of data that is available. And where we are looking at not only transactional data, I see a lot of people from the industry here, and they're regular users of technology like SAP, Oracle, Microsoft, where you get a lot of transactional data. But I think what has happened now with digitization and with the intelligence that is available, you can capture a lot of data which is available in the secondary space. Somebody talking about a product on Facebook, you can actually capture all of that data in the open domain and bring it together to create the system. So the intelligence is not just limited to the transaction system that you have in your respective organizations, but you can actually go out and capture all the intelligence that is available in the public domain to create something which is meaningful. In this particular case, for example, we are actually mapping the sales from the distributors of all the different brands in a particular catchment, and we are able to feed back to the distributor that which are the value-added products that are selling in this particular catchment based on a pin code, etc. But you are not fulfilling that demand. It's another brand who's fulfilling that demand, right? So we've created a system which is actually capturing the entire catchment data from multiple distributors and feeding it back to the company that we are working with. Again, a very good example of how do you leverage all the data available within the enterprise and outside the enterprise to create a business value. We'll move on. Now, this is another technology we've heard of, blockchain. Most of the time, blockchain is heard as Bitcoin, but blockchain is not Bitcoin. Bitcoin uses a technology which is called blockchain, and blockchain, for a easiest way to understand, is an irreversible ledger system. So if you create an entry, you can't wipe it, and it is available in a secured way to all the stakeholders in that chain. And I will show you a video how companies are using now blockchain technology for some of the applications, coming back to the value addition. And we know that in the entire food safety chain, the origin of the product is becoming very, very important. And I look at it two ways. One is the regulatory requirement, that if you are into export economy and you're exporting some products, the customers or the regulatory requirements in those countries demand to know what is the origin of that product. And it could be for multiple reasons. It could be geographical relationships. It could be because of the unpredictable environment that we are in post-COVID. So people really want to know what is the origin of the product. The second thing that I see is that if you are able to demonstrate the origin of the product, you can also get value add. I was recently reading a case about GI tagging of the products, and this saffron which is produced in Srinagar now has got GI tagged. And when you look at the total value addition, the price has actually gone to double. And that is primarily if you're doing a geo-tagging for of that product, that it is produced in a particular area where it is coming from. Now something like blockchain can give that authentication, that proof to your customers that the product I'm buying is coming from such and such source. So that is how food technology can be used. The blockchain technology can be used in the food supply chain to really know the origin of the product, and also take a lot of corrective actions that may be required once you know where it is exactly coming from. So we'll demonstrate you a very simple case. It's a video again of Walmart, wherein actually if you pick up a product in a retail outlet of Walmart and you just scan the barcode, you would exactly know where it is coming from. So this is one of the senior executives from Walmart who actually shows the product in one of the meetings and gives a challenge to his team. Can you scan the barcode and tell me how much time it took for you to find the origin? And it was actually a few seconds. So if you can play the third video, please.
I purchased a pack of mangoes. I came into my staff meeting. I put them on the table and I said, Your traceback exercise starts right now, and we timed how long it took them to get the information for each point in the food system all the way back to the farm. And I'm not going to give you the results after the pilot, but it's going to be good. When a customer shops in our stores, we know they expect great prices. We know they expect fast, clean, and friendly service. But an unspoken expectation is that they expect the products that they buy in our stores to be safe. You know, when there's a food event or a food scare, what you want to do is you want to be fast, but you want to be right. That food product is guilty until proven innocent. We at Walmart will actually pull all of the product until we know what is the implicated product and we can put the safe product back out. And so imagine if we could pinpoint with certainty within minutes, not days, that it was the implicated product. Walmart and IBM are working to make that a reality. If you think about the food system, it's pretty complex. It involves farmers, processors, distributors. And the way traceability is done today, each segment of the food system does it their own way. Most actually do it on paper or on systems that don't speak to each other. And so you can never have a full view of what's happening in the food system. What we hope to do with blockchain is bring all food safety system stakeholders and collaborate so that we do it one best way. We can do it very quickly and efficiently. Blockchain is a digital ledger that allows different segments of the food system to capture information about the product, what they've done to it, where that product has been. If we're linking that data with other data points, the Internet of Things, all that information will yield to insights that will allow us to have a safer, more affordable, and sustainable food system. But we don't believe traceability is the goal. We believe that transparency is the ultimate goal. Blockchain will give us the ability to not only track where food came from, but how it was produced. Was it produced safely? Was it produced responsibly? Is it sustainably grown? How many dates of shelf life are left on that product? The food system is a shared responsibility. And for blockchain and traceability and transparency to work, we need a lot of people working together. And so we're excited to be working with IBM on this blockchain initiative. But it's not just Walmart and IBM. We actually have some of our suppliers participating in this pilot. We've got some universities also participating in the pilot. And so we'll make sure.
So that was one which is actually in the stores in Walmart. And I think one thing that the Walmart executives spoke about was transparency. And I always see transparency is a way to get customer trust and actually add value. So if you go into a store, you can scan the product and you say that, you know, these berries are coming from so-and-so location. For example, we heard that the best of the fruits are now in Kutch. Imagine if you have a store in Delhi which has got a flexibility where you can scan and say that you're actually getting this product from Kutch is going to cost you 20% more because we had to pay 20% more transportation to get it here. So how do you use these technologies to build that customer trust, that customer loyalty, and add the value that you can get from the clients? That's one thing that he spoke about. The second thing is the regulatory compliances, because a lot of the products which are off the shelf for export will demand what is the origin of these products. Are these coming from animals who've had healthy life, they've been treated well? And don't think that this is happening in America or Europe. This is happening in India now. The entire value chain which is growing up and the middle class population where the buying capacity is increasing is looking for these kind of products and value addition. So I think while we work on our bouquets, we look at the technologies which can actually help us cater to a class who is willing to pay the premium and, you know, make that better margins on the products that we are bringing and put more money in the hands of the farmers or the other stakeholders who are actually helping grow those. So I just wanted to quickly share with you a few technologies. There are many more. The good part is that most of these technologies are available on an experiment basis through cloud. So you really don't need a very large data centers, etc. You can just go and start doing some small, you know, developments and create these magic applications and, you know, really feel them. That's what the word of cloud is enabled now. So I'll encourage especially the academia here. I know a lot of you guys are in the agriculture background, but use some of these open technologies and tools that are available to build something that can be used by the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. You have given very useful information. If you have, we give only 5 minutes for question answer. If somebody wants to interact.
करते हम तो कितना सेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ सकता है?
Sir, I think there were some studies किए हैं हैदराबाद में. There is one firm with irradiation facility and we tried out. It goes up to 1 year, simply straightforward. But the Indian customers are not very keen to have such a tagging with regard to the irradiation. That is the major problem. But otherwise irradiation with the safe limits of irradiation, you can straight away increase the shelf life for 12 months. Floors also. Floor also. Yes, yes. Data is there. But I think when you are talking about the export market and others, because that is one major thing that is coming up. India is the 5th largest exporter of millets. If they are Dubai and Middle East countries, they are increasingly looking for this atta and other things. I think perhaps there the application of the irradiation comes because there it is more acceptable. Pardon? Oh, there are several books, sir. I think you can go to our website, Indian Institute of Millet Research, IIMR, and you will find several books which you can, and on the top of it, even I think you can also contact us for any specific information that you require. I'm seeing a very large crowd of the students and startups. I think once again I encourage you just take this. It's going to be a real potential area for investing into a cause for social justice also, apart from your profits.
Thank you, sir. So,
thank you.
Sir, if you talk about pearl millet, bajra, blanching is one thing which people do that. There is also flour before that. So blanching, and there are some pre-processing technologies that now most of the pearl millet flours that are available are 3 months they are giving. So having an integrated shelf life, आपका packaging जो होता है ना उसका भी the type of the packaging use also makes, but only thing is that when you go for the staples, the margins are very thin. But of course, currently millet products become a little costlier. Maybe this year it could happen on a short term, but the next year onwards, I think as you scale up, things are going to be better off.
thank you.
So with this note, we conclude our second session. Really, we had a very fruitful discussion, and we are thankful to all our eminent speakers who shared their knowledge and experiences with us. We would like to present a memento to them as a token of our gratitude and respect. We now request Shri Falgun Mode to come upon the stage and present a memento to Mr. Sanjay Mittal. We also request Shri J.B. Suthar to please come upon the stage. Thank you, sir. And now we request Shri J.B. Suthar for presenting a memento to Dr. B. Dayakar Rao. Thank you, sir. We also express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Prashant Parmeshwaran. Thank you, sir. So it's time for a group photograph, please. Please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you once again. So now moving forward, let us begin our third session, that is Gujarat fortifying global food platter with greens, white and blue. This session will complement with the insights on cluster-centering approach for exports of greens like agri and horti products, white signifying dairy processing, and blue implying potential of marine sector. We have domain experts from all three components that are fortifying the global food platter via exports. So for the third technical session, I would like to invite Dr. Sudhanshu, who is going to be online. I would like to invite Dr. Manoj Sharma, Managing Director, Mayank Aquaculture Private Limited, to please come upon the stage. Dr. Manoj Sharma. And also we invite Shri Jain Mehta, MD, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation. And our moderator, Shri Dhaval Raval.
Yeah.
Over to you, sir.
Sudhanshu is not here, right? He is online. Okay. So, good evening to all. And now we will start with Dr. Sudhanshu. He is a secretary in APEDA. And the topic is and horti products. Hello. He is online.
Hello. Good evening, sir. Sir, I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Sudhanshu. Sir, he's just on the way. He would be joining in 5 to 10 minutes, sir. If you can just continue with the rest of the session.
So he is joining in 10 minutes, right? So
yes, yes.
So till that time, we go with Dr. Manoj Sharma. Yeah.
Ma'am, you can put my presentation. For the slide changing. Somebody will help me for that. Good evening, everybody. I'm actually a farmer and an expert in shrimp farming. And I'd like to thank you for Ashok M and the Agro division to invite me to talk about shrimp farming leveraging the immense potential of marine exports. એટલે બહુ બધા લોકોને ખબર છે કે I can be in all language. બહુ બધાને ખબર છે કે ઝીંગા ફાર્મિંગ શું છે. પણ actually any in-depth knowledge કોઈને છે નથી. So I'm here to tell you the real live story of it, that what is the guts and glory of shrimp farmers and what they have done in Gujarat. બહુ બધા ઓછા લોકોને ખબર છે કે ગુજરાતની અંદર પણ shrimp farming આજે 3,000 કરોડનો બિઝનેસ થઈ ગયો છે. તો આ પ્રેઝન્ટેશનની અંદર હું 4 ભાગમાં વાત કરીશ કે what is shrimp farming, how it is done, the basic, how a small group of farmers have developed such a fantastic business, and then what is the future in terms of leveraging the marine exports. So fact file of shrimp farming, I still remember, Rahul Sahab, when I came to Surat in 1994-95, there was not even a trace of shrimp farming in Gujarat. But today, what Gujarat in coastal area, what we started in South Gujarat, now today has become one of the biggest blue revolution
And that time I remember when we start this business, આપણે સુરતમાં 94-95માં ચાલુ કર્યું હતું તો આપણા ઇન્ડિયાનો પોઝિશન 7મી 8મી હતી વિશ્વમાં. But today I'm very proud to tell you that Gujarat is also doing excellently well. We have per capita productivity best in the world. But fact is that shrimp farming is doing extraordinarily well in India, and we are one of the largest shrimp producer and exporter in the world. Last year we have done 1.73 million metric tons of seafood. Out of that, 70-75% is shrimp only. So India, as I said, we are doing into 2 lakh hectares, and average productivity is 5 ton per hectare, and almost 2 to 2.5 crore people are involved into this aquaculture business. So in second slide you could see the global shrimp basket. એટલે આખો વિશ્વમાં ઝીંગાનો માર્કેટ કેટલો છે? 5.6 million ton. And out of that, only 2 countries, India and Ecuador, are producing and supplying almost 75% of that. India and Ecuador closely 10 lakh tons. So what are the basics of shrimp farming? There are some certain steps because there are a lot of new people here, mostly from agro, dairy and poultry. Hardly I could see anyone from shrimp farming. So before it's boring to you, because इतना अच्छा खाने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं आप सबको तो नींद आ रही होगी, तो कम से कम I will try to wake you up by telling you a very fascinating story about the shrimp farming development. So these are the basic steps. You have to just understand it is nothing much different than aquaculture. Agriculture and aquaculture are almost same. The medium is different. You use soil and we use water. So basically steps are same. Site selection, layout and design, pond construction, pond preparation, seed and seed selection, then growing the animals, water quality, health monitoring, all steps are so common. So you could see even aquaculture industry required seed feed, medicine, healthcare product, energy, technicality, even export house. लेकिन इसके अंदर सबसे खूबसूरती ये है कि this also create an immense opportunity for entrepreneurs to develop. So these are the 2 species what we do. That's one white looking is Vanami. Like poultry, you have a desi plus broiler. So we do also have a white shrimp versus the black tiger. And these are the very most common design of a farm. આપણે ગુજરાતની અંદર સૌથી બેસ્ટ પોલિસી છે સિંગલ વિન્ડો પોલિસી છે. એક ખેડૂતને એન્ટરપ્રિનરને કે જે કાંઠા વિસ્તારમાં છે એને 5 હેક્ટર રેવન્યુ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટથી ફિશરીઝ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટથી જગ્યા મળે તો આ 5 હેક્ટરનો ડિઝાઇન છે કે કેવી રીતે એક શ્રીમ્પ ફાર્મ કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન કરવામાં આવશે. You could see the proper size of the pond, and you could also see the gate where we built it to harvest the shrimps. Then you could see how it has been constructed. ખેતી લાયક જ છે, તળાવને ખેડવાનું, કલ્ટી મારવાનું એવી રીતે જ છે. Then you could see that since we are using the medium of water, our paramount importance is the water. We need at least 10 to 20 HP per hectare. Then you could see the pond drying and tiling. Then you could see how we also do the cracking. Then proper plowing and tractor work. Then again repairing of the pond. Then we also do very good filtrations. I'm going a little quick because I want to talk something else, because this is just the basic. And every રીતે પાણી તળાવમાં પાણી ભરીએ. This is what we do the seed. એવી રીતે એરેશન જોઈએ ઓક્સિજન ઝીંગા માટે, અને એવી રીતે રેગ્યુલર મોનિટરિંગ હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ કરીએ છીએ. And then you could see Gujarat glory. I came to 1994 in Gujarat, and we started with few ponds. So that era was a very slow era. So 1990 to 20,000 I divided. Gujarat used to produce hardly 3,000 tons. But we started with only 2 tons, sir. So 3,000 tons, then 6,000 tons, and the peak was 2017 up to 55,000 tons. Then came the big dreaded COVID. બધા જ એક્સપોર્ટ પર બહુ ખરા આડા અસર થયા, તો એટલે આપણે પછી થોડો રિડ્યુસિંગ ટ્રેન્ડમાં છે. ને હાલમાં જ્યારે હું તમને વાત કરું, we are somewhere about 30-35,000 tons. And this is the Vanami shrimp, and I'll talk about Gujarat. Gujarat is now closely producing around 10,000 hectares. Peak પર આપણે 50,000 ટન ગયા હતા. But it's not about the development of shrimp farming. It's the development of the complete rural economy, the coastal fisheries. 1 હેક્ટર 10 થી 15 લોકોને આજીવિકા આપે. હવે એનો તમને ઉદાહરણ તમે જો, આ 2005ની પિક્ચર છે ગૂગલ આર્કાઇવમાં, જ્યાં 5 થી 25 પોન્ડ હતા, અને તમે જો 2018માં 2,500 થી 3,000 પોન્ડ છે એ જ ખાડી ઉપર. આ ધુમ્મસની સાઇડ છે જ્યાં 25-30 પોન્ડ હતા ખાડી ઉપર, અને ઇમેન્સ ડેવલપમેન્ટ પછી આજે ત્યાં 7,500-8,000 પોન્ડ થઈ ગયા છે. And what are the basic highlights of shrimp? Why shrimp farming? Because ખાર ખરાબા આપણા ગુજરાતની અંદર 3,75,000 હેક્ટર વેસ્ટ land છે કે જ્યાં કોઈ જાતો નથી. Thus, land is producing $35,000 shrimp in 6 months. And 1 hectare of barren land, salt affected land, જેની અંદર મીઠા જ પાકે, એવાની અંદર તમે જો તો આજે 10 થી 15 લોકોને રોજગાર મળે છે. And biggest thing is that foreign earner, the biggest foreign earner. 99% of our shrimp is exported. And ગુજરાતની અંદર 3,75,000 હેક્ટર છે અને આપણે માત્ર એટલી મહેનત કરીને 25 વર્ષમાં ખાલી 7 થી 8% ડેવલપ કર્યું છે. And I think this picture says everything about it. Today, whatever job you have given to me and come and talk about the glory and guts to explore, this is me in 1997. Imagine a young graduate, PhD in shrimp farming, selling shrimps on the roads of Surat, just to tell people what is the X potential of it. એટલે मैंने टाइटल रखा है रोडपति to करोड़पति. I think anybody from aquaculture graduate, agriculture graduate can at least motivate by seeing this picture that anything is possible if you have determination and dedication to any subject. So as I told you, I was just a small-time technician, entered in Gujarat 1994 and with some group of local farmers. Now today we have done a blue revolution and our success, I don't want this is tremendous. And I am very much inspired with Dr. Kurian that what he has done in White Revolution, sir is already there. So we're trying to follow his path towards a blue revolution. So these are some pictures of early struggle in Gujarat. You can see me working almost like a labor, though I was a PhD in shrimp farming. Then you could see what today everybody call my journey from Jinga to Jingalala, because I have also started a restaurant chain work. So maybe because I strongly believe, sir is also there from. White revolution has happened, green revolution has happened because of the immense domestic consumption. So unless and until we start utilizing our own product into domestic market, there is no blue revolution will be accepted in our country. So you could see now these are my latest farms. This is Gujarat government has given me this 150 acres of land, which is one of the state of the art and best aquaculture certified. Then this is the slide is very important today because when we talk about leverage of marine product export, so what export is going to bring us? Bring us the immense employment. We have 3,75,000 hectares in Gujarat, and if I have given you the split, how a 10% can be directly employed. If this 10% are dependent upon 2-3 people, so it will be indirectly 30 people will have a livelihood opportunity. So this is an immense opportunity. As I said, 10,000 hectares we have developed, but indirectly we are now giving employment to more than 1 lakh people. Imagine if only 25% of this thing can be developed, Gujarat can create a 10 lakh people employment through wasteland, salt affected land. और सिर्फ वो भी नहीं, आप देखो कि सिर्फ मनोज शर्मा नहीं या कुछ 1600 फार्म डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुए, आप देख सकते हैं कि इसमें कई सक्सेस स्टोरी है. 10,000 તળાવ ને ખેડવા માટે 4 થી 5,000 ટ્રેક્ટરવાળા એ લોકોને પણ આજીવિકા મળે છે. રાજસ્થાનના છે ચૌધરી લોકો, એ આવીને આપણા સાઉથ ગુજરાતમાં આમ કામ કરે. ઉત્તર પ્રદેશથી આવેલા યુપી બિહારના ટેમ્પોવાળા જે 1 લાખ ટન ફીડને ફેરા મારે, એવા લાખો લોકોને રોજગાર મળે. આ બરફવાળા બાવા, એનો ખાલી 2 મહિનાનું જ બિઝનેસ હતું, માર્ચ એપ્રિલ મેમાં, હવે 24 કલાક 4 ફેક્ટરી ચલાવે છે. એવી રીતે ઇન્જન રિપેર કરવાવાળા 10-10 હજાર ઇન્જન છે, એને રિપેર કરવાવાળા લાખો લોકો તૈયાર થઈ ગયા. એવી રીતે આઈ એમ જસ્ટ ટ્રાઇંગ ટુ ટેલ યુ કે ધ ફની થિંગ ઇઝ દેટ ગ્રોસરી કિરાનાવાળા, કારણ 10,000 લેબર ઓડિશાના આવ્યા છે, એ લોકોને स्टेपल फूड पहुँच. देयर इज इमेंस अपॉर्चुनिटी. आप सोच नहीं सकते कि मोबाइल के सिम कार्ड बेचने वाले, चाय बेचने वाले, इतने ज़्यादा आप ओलपाड़ में कभी आओ तो यू विल सी दिस ग्लोरी. एंड आ जो भावनगर में मीठानगर में काम करता था, હવે એવા લેબરો અમારા ત્યાં 500 રૂપિયા પર ડે માં હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ કરે છે. આ નાળા બનાવવા માટે, કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન કરવા માટે, ઇવન 10 થી 25,000 લોકોને કાંઠા વિસ્તારમાં પીવાનું પાણી નહીં મળે, એવા ટેન્કરવાળા દિવસના 4-4 હજાર કમાવતા થઈ ગયા. So that is where I am trying to tell you, and this is what the official figure of Marine Product Export Development Authority and the Gujarat government. We have 3,75,000 hectares. હવે यहाँ બેઠેલા કોઈ પણ યંગ ગ્રેજ્યુએટ એગ્રીકલ્ચર છે કે એગ્રો ગ્રેજ્યુએટ છે, આ તમારા ચોઇસના ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટમાં તમે અપ્લાય કરી શકો એટલી જગ્યા છે કે અવેલેબલ. 80,000 hectares has been earmarked to develop shrimp farming in Gujarat. And what really can be done as to really take a leverage and to maximize the exports, what can be done? Land allotment is already been done very good in Gujarat. I think agriculture status can be a very, very big boost can be there. Insurance is already there, credit link, power tariff, value-added products. This kind of schemes are already there, and this will really, really take Gujarat very ahead in the world map. So why I say how to really expand this business. Processors are definitely few, manufacture supplies are moderate, but shrimp farmers are X in number. આપણે 10 લાખ 20 લાખ રૂપિયાથી shrimp farm તમે ચાલુ કરી શકો. Means what I mean to say, more the farmer, more the production, more the exports. This is what a simple theory. More the farmers, they will produce more, and there will be more the exports. And this is what an excellent scheme has been launched. આપણા honorable prime minister જ્યારે પહેલી વાર પ્રધાનમંત્રી બન્યા, so he was then former CM. He knew what is the power of aquaculture, what is the power of shrimp farming. સાહેબ જાતા બરાબર ત્યાં aquaculture ને industry separate ministry આપી. 20,050 crore. I think I have never seen such kind of a stimulus. And today each and every corner, every district, the fisheries has been promoted through Sagar Parikrama, Sagar Mala, everything. And you know, sir, yesterday on Navy Day, he specially spoke 2 minutes about the power of aquaculture to transform the coastal rural areas of India. So this is the scheme of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. And then every state components are there, central component there. But since the time was only allotted 10 to 15 minutes to me, so but last but not the least, I am telling, Gujarat has the immense potential to produce, and aquaculture has the power to change the future of mankind. So Gujarat, if you are done properly, if the government and the young entrepreneurs come together, we can be the biggest contributor of blue food to the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manoj bhai. It looks like that you are on a blue mission blue, and your blazer is also blue. So we wish you all success, and you inspire people so much. It is very good business and picking up very well. Now, Mr. Sudhanshu has joined from the APEDA, and now we will request him to join us on video conferencing for his talk and presentation to us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And first, let me compliment the government of Gujarat for organizing this one of the important event which is being organized since last several years for showcasing the strength and opportunities of Gujarat state. And I apologize for not able to join physically. Hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Hello, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So I sincerely apologize for not able to join physically. Incidentally, there was an important engagement, and I was thinking that I will not be able to join in time, but just reached office. So just not to waste time, the presentation topic which has been allocated to me is cluster-centric exports of agriculture and horticulture products. We'll request if the presentation can be done so that I will be able to speak in a structured manner. Is the presentation being loaded?
Hello. Sir, we are not able to see your presentation. Hello.
Incidentally, the presentation was being
Sir, we are making it on a screen. We are starting, okay?
Okay. So by the time the presentation is being loaded, let me utilize the time. As we all know that India is an agrarian economy, and from one part of another part of the country, due to various climatic zones, we are able to have a vast range of agriculture and horticulture products in the country. And the program where in Gujarat is being organized, the state is blessed with range of agriculture products. And please take to the next slide.
Yes, sir. Next slide.
As from the previous speaker who was from the marine sector, Gujarat has ample opportunities in agriculture, horticulture, aquaculture, and other animal husbandry, other parts of this agriculture sector. So if we see in terms of the total trade, the global export, the audience is able to see the presentation because I am
Yes,
not
sir.
able to see on the screen.
We are able to see the presentation. Second slide. Yeah.
So can it be connected on the screen so that the particular slide will also be in front of me in case if it is possible? So just to make a mention in the first,
Sir,
the first slide.
we can do one thing. When you will say we will change the slide, you can keep that open in your laptop.
Okay, no issue, no issue. I'm having a copy of the presentation with me. I will manage from that. Just to give a glimpse of the India's agri-export trade, the agri-export which has contributed nearly 12%, which is US dollar 53.12 billion, and of the total mercantile exports from the country in the year 2022-23. And India is positioned as 8th in terms of agri-export, while considering EU as a one block, means EU as one country. And though the country has immense potential in the agriculture sector, we can reach in the at least top five positions in the coming future. And if we see the main products which are being exported from the agriculture basket of the country, which are the rice, spices, cotton, oil meals, castor oil, coffee, cashew, range of products are there. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so just let us see from this pie chart the APIDA's export basket. In total agri exports, there are a number of organizations, but APIDA has been mandated to look after almost 50% of agri products, and which comprises of cereals, processed food, animal products mainly meat, poultry, dairy, honey, and in the processed food it is fruit, pulp, the processed fruits and vegetables. Cashew nut also has been added to the APIDA's basket, floriculture and seeds. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
And India, if we see the total state-wise, the export we have tried to capture the exports from different states. Next slide.
Yes.
Now, because today's program is mainly related to the state of Gujarat, and where we really need to highlight the potential of agri exports from the state of Gujarat. So the major fruits and vegetables are in terms of mainly fruits, which is banana, mango, date palm, then sapota, pomegranate, papaya, and this kagri lime. So these are the products which have the potential product from the state of Gujarat, and these products, due to the production base, the state stands in a very good position in terms of processing, which caters not only to the export but for the domestic market also. For example, in case of banana, there are production clusters. From those clusters, the banana is exported. In case of mango, we all know that the 3-4 main varieties which are exported from India. One is Alfonso, second the Kesar. Kesar is known from Gujarat state only. So these are the products which has the potential in terms of the table varieties of the product and the processing varieties of product also. Next slide, please.
Yes, moved.
Let us see in some of the products, Gujarat is the leading agriculture producer. For example, in the case of groundnut. Groundnut, in terms of export, if we see, the 30% of production of the country is from the state of Gujarat and the areas of mainly Rajkot, Junagadh, Surendranagar, Amreli, and these are the production base. and where our groundnut processing units are there, which are mainly catering to the export market. And total production of 45.36 lakhs ton, which is the third advance estimate in the year 2022-23. Mango, which is cultivated in this a large area of 1.66 lakh hectare, mainly which is the Kesar variety of mangoes, and the Kesar variety which is exported in the table form of table variety as, and the processing also the Kesar mango pulp which is exported to the international market. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Now coming to the other products are potato and dairy product. In case of potato also, Gujarat is blessed with to have both varieties of potato, which is stable variety and the processing variety also. That is why, because it has the processing variety, the leading giant, which is McCain, which is having the potato processing unit, and the potato cluster is also there, where the huge quantum of table variety potato and the processing variety potato both are handled. Dairy, everybody knows, the Gujarat is known for the cooperative model with the Amul brand, and the large range of dairy, their dairy industry is one of the model in the Gujarat state, and which is catering to the international market. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Just to have a glimpse of the statistics from the Gujarat state, though all this data is available in the public domain, I need not to read for that. The last 3-year data is there, and the top 5 products that we see, which are mainly the processed vegetables, groundnuts, guargum, basmati rice, non-basmati rice, though basmati rice is not grown in Gujarat, but it is reflecting because the port in Gujarat is used for majority of the agri commodities in the country. Next slide.
Yes, sir.
So the major processed products exported from the Gujarat, dehydrated onion, kesar mango pulp, peanut. We all know that dehydrated onion is majorly exported from Gujarat only. From Mahua, the district Bhavnagar, where roughly more than 50 to 60 processing units are there, and majority of the units are into export because the dehydrated onion is used as an ingredient for various food cuisines, and the product is exported to European market, US market, CIS countries, and other large number of countries. Kesar variety I have told about, the table variety and the mango pulp. Peanut I have already mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
So now coming to, just because in the target audience, the entrepreneurs will be there, how APIDA facilitates the exporters or the new entrepreneurs. The financial assistance is provided in 3 categories. One, for setting up of right kind of infrastructure, then the quality development, and third is market development. Because we believe, until and unless the right kind of infrastructure is not there, the agri produce cannot be handled in a proper, safe and hygienic manner. For example, for handling fresh produce, there is a requirement for pack house. APIDA provides financial assistance for pack house, for purchase of reefer van. Then for the processed food sector, there is a scheme component which is called Missing Gap. So details of all these schemes are available at APIDA website, and we have a small office also in Ahmedabad. So any of the entrepreneur want to avail the assistance schemes under these schemes, they can contact our regional office which is situated in Ahmedabad. The quality development and market development, mainly it is for purchase of laboratory equipment, the implementation of quality system, which is just like ISO, HACCP and the other system. Market development is basically for connecting to the market. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Just I have tried to capture some of the snapshot, the kind of infrastructure which has been set up with the assistance of APIDA in the last years. This is one of the banana pack house in Surat area. We have set up common facilities, which is common infrastructure. The idea of setting up common infrastructure is that the exporters, the small and mid-sized exporters who cannot set up their infrastructure. So common infrastructure, the small and medium exporters can go to these facilities, use these facilities for processing and for onward export. So this was basically a trial made for a cable car, because banana is a very delicate fruit. So we tried to set up this pack house with the cable car facility. So the idea is to basically minimize the post-harvest handling. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Food processing clusters, number of food processing clusters are there. I already mentioned about mango. Then potato already is mentioned about potato, dairy, dehydrated onion and mahua. I have made already a mention of this. And the few products also which have a small or mid-sized production cluster. And in the production clusters, it really becomes easy for the exporters to source the produce from the cluster, and because the cluster have all kind of facilities, not only for processing, but the ancillary units are there so that the processors need not take their produce to the far distant places and then connecting to the market. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Other traditional clusters are basically for isabgol processing, though isabgol is mainly psyllium husk grown in the Rajasthan and then in Gujarat, but the major processing is in the state of Gujarat only. Processing is mainly in Mehsana, Patan. Groundnut cluster, as I mentioned about this Amreli, Rajkot, Junagadh, dehydrated already mentioned. Under agri-export policy, which was announced in the year 2018, in December 2018, where the clusters for banana, dairy, banana was in Bharuch, Narmada and Surat area, dairy was Banaskantha, potato clusters was Banaskantha and Sabarkantha, and the mango, the 4 districts of Junagadh, Navsari, Valsad and Kutch area. So with these clusters, the exporters based in various parts of the country, because the exporter never deals only with one commodity. Normally they deal with a range of commodities, and wherever they are based, when they market the product, they get the order and source from all over India. So our majority of the exporters, either sitting in Mumbai or the southern part of the country, they have the sourcing from Gujarat, use the exit port from either from this Gujarat or from JNPT, Mumbai. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
So groundnut value addition units, just wanted to show the audience about the kind of processing infrastructure already set up, and majority of the units have been provided funding support also for upgradation of their units. More than 30 groundnut processing units have been facilitated in Gujarat, which are connected to value chain of export. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
This is the slide of a mango pack house, which has been funded by APIDA, established in Gujarat state only. Number of pack houses have been set up with the support of APIDA, just to show what kind of the infrastructure is in a pack house, which is used by the exporter. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
In Gujarat state, the APIDA has set up number of common infrastructure facilities. As I already mentioned, that these common infrastructure facilities are set up with the purpose of the small and medium exporters who can't afford to set up their own infrastructure. So 10 infrastructure have been facilitated. The cold chain infrastructure at APMC Dahod, one facility for groundnuts in Kodinar, pack house, banana pack house, which was set up in Pavi, Jaipur in Gujarat. Then one of the processed food processing unit in Surat, banana pack house in Kamrej. Number of these are the common infrastructure, the big size project which were set up with the support of the state government, and APIDA provided the funding support, and the running of the facility was, the responsibility was of the state government. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, just to show about some of the export promotion initiatives which have been done in the state of Gujarat. With the Honorable Prime Minister's call for vocal for local, or the local goes global and the Atmanirbhar Bharat, APIDA has been focusing on promotion of exports of locally sourced GI tag as well as indigenous ethnic agriculture product, which was mentioned in the agri-export policy announced in 2018. And since then, we tried to connect some of the potential product, whether it was a GI product or the ethnic product, to the value chain of export or to the international market. So the first shipment of GI wheat variety was the trial shipment was made of the Bhalia wheat, which was exported to Kenya and Sri Lanka in July 2021. Other GI products similarly were also connected to the international market from Gujarat. The idea of connecting these products for the first time when we use the term as flag off, the idea is just to lay down the road and show to the industry that it is possible. Then further industry takes it up. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
So in the similar way, we flagged off 5 traditional varieties of rice from Gujarat to UK in the year 2021-22. This was Gujarat 17 rice, Turti Kolam rice, Ambe Mor, Kali Munch and Indrayani rice. And the shipments were made, and later on, based on the response, the export was continued by the exporter. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
This was, we all know that the concept of, or the new trend of vegan products is emerging in the international market, and the consumers are increasing for vegan food product. So the plant-based, first consignment of plant-based vegan products from Nadiad to USA was sent, and the export is continuing from the state of Gujarat. So these were the basically efforts made and which we are doing on pan-India level basis, but I have tried to capture to the Gujarat specific just to show that the kind of potential Gujarat state has, and it can be taken further forward to heights with the support of all the concerned stakeholders. The next and the last slide.
Yes, sir.
It is not the last slide. So the first consignment of, please come to the hand. The similar way, first consignment of dragon fruit. Dragon fruit, earlier it was not heard anywhere. Since last 3-4 years only, the production of Gujarat, this dragon fruit has started. And from the area of Kutch region, this consignment was sent to London, and it was publicized through social media. And the idea is to make a branding that India is also in dragon fruit also. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
This is highlights of mango exports to USA. For export of mangoes to USA, the requirement for irradiation is mandatory. The US accepts only the mangoes after irradiation. So earlier only 3 facilities were there. One was in Mumbai, the second was in Nasik, and third was in Bangalore. So 4th facility, which has been set up by Gujarat Agro and in Bavla, the last year we organized the visit of USDA APIS delegation for pre-clearance and offshore program, and finally it was recognized. And in the year 2023-24, the export of mangoes registered a growth of 220%, where Gujarat also contributed well, though this was the first year, but Gujarat contributed well, considering it was its first year shipment of mangoes to US market. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
So participation in international trade fairs or oblique exhibitions. We take our exporters to all international trade events where the exporters set up their stall. We always encourage our exporters to participate in international trade events. The idea is to, by participation, not only they are able to showcase the product, but they are able to update themselves and learn what are the trends in the international market, what kind of the product competitors are making, what kind of packaging, what kind of labeling. So they learn a lot and come back and they customize their product. So we have almost organized participation 15 to 20 international trade events where the pavilion is set up and the exporters from all over the country participate. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
So this is the last slide, which is the way forward. How we can move further, or we can harness the potential of by increasing export from the state of Gujarat. One is strengthening the production value chain for viability of export-oriented produce, because whatever we grow cannot be sold, not only in the international market, but in the domestic market also. We have to offer the product as per the requirement of the customer. So there is a need for strengthening the production value chain for producing export-oriented produce. Second, standardization of local oblique ethnic food for connecting to potential importing countries, because the examples which were mentioned in the presentation, the products, those needs to be standardized as per the requirement of the international market. Third, focused branding initiative needs to be taken for identified potential products, because if the product, it's a quality product, but until and unless it is properly marketed and branded, the desired result cannot be achieved. So the branding is a must for increasing the exports from any part of the country. Promotional program, public road shows to be organized in a focused manner. So the entrepreneur, the state government need to first identify that which part of the world they want to push their product. So then the identification of the trade events can be done accordingly, or the road show can be organized with the support of a FIDA in a specific country, where a delegation of exporter can go to a particular country, showcase the product and publicize through various ways of various media channels, which can be either the online media or the offline media. Then we are confident with all these efforts, definitely the export from the state and the country can be increased. With this, I would like to sum up my presentation. Thank you very much and thanks for giving the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for giving your valuable time and giving very useful information to all of us. Now, I will request Sri Jayan Mehta, sir, MD GCMMF, for his presentation.
Okay, good afternoon and thank you so much. Baki nathi kya na bhai? Baki kya hai? Sound. Okay, it's okay now? Yeah. It's been a long day and I'll not take more than 10 minutes of your time. But we heard a lot about agriculture exports, the exports of opportunity for agriculture products and what all we need to do. So Shah Sahib, I'll request you that if we are in 2026 Vibrant, this is the 11th Vibrant, and 2 years down the line, if we are able to do this event again, you should invite a new multi-state cooperative called NCEL. That's a new multi-state cooperative on exports being formed by the blessings of the new Ministry of Cooperation, promoted by Amul, IFCO, CRIPCO, NCDC, NAFED. And this cooperative has got a mandate to export the products, all which you mentioned and discussed this morning and since morning, and what Sudhanshuji also gave a very nice description, to products produced by the farmers, organized into cooperatives, and giving them a market opportunity around the world. So this new multi-state cooperative was announced last month, was launched formally by Honorable Home and Minister of Cooperation, Amit Shah ji. And this has already got orders worth about 15,000 crore rupees. तो अभी तो जो संस्था शुरू हुई है, जिसका सबको शायद पता भी नहीं है, वो because the government's vision to promote the market for agricultural products around the world using the cooperative model. This is a new startup which has come in. There are 3 new multi-state cooperatives which have come up. One on exports, which I just mentioned. Second is on organics, and third is on seeds. And believe me, they will have a very, very dramatic transformation in the space of agriculture for the farmers through the cooperative movement. And I'm happy to share this story on a stage at Amul, where this entire cooperative movement started about 77 years back. So we started with just 2 village cooperative societies and 247 liters of milk in Anand, when Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel inspired the farmers of this district that you need to form a cooperative to prevent exploitation at the hands of the middlemen. And what they got in return was the market of Bombay. So what is Amul today as the strongest dairy brand globally, second strongest food brand in the world, the second strongest among the top 5 trusted brands in India? It was because of the market access of Bombay. And today it is now more than 10 billion liters of milk. 300 lakh liters of milk every day collected from 36 lakh farmers across 18,600 villages of Gujarat, and a sales turnover 72,000 crore rupees, which is about $9 billion US, and emerging as the 8th largest dairy in the world. So this is what an access of a market can do, and the creation of a model and a replication of a model can do. There are milk producers in every village. They form a village dairy cooperative society. All the villages of a district form a district milk processing union, like the Amul Dairy in Anand, which is owned by 1,100 villages of the Kaira district. And then there is a state marketing federation which markets the products of all the dairy cooperatives of a state, which directly reach out to customers. And this model got replicated across India by the National Dairy Development Board under what is called the Operation Flood program. And this led to a dramatic transformation in India, in making India emerge as the largest producer of milk in the world. So the simple task of connecting the producers with the market resulted into a brand for not only milk dairy, but also India, because this is where India, as the largest producer of milk in the world, holds a very, very high promise of becoming a dairy to the world. And this entire thing, going back to the topic today, is based on supply chain. Milk is the most perishable agricultural product in the country because it spoils in just less than 4 hours after we collect it from the cow. Now, how do you take a very difficult product, convert into a variety of products, starting with fresh milk and packages also, including butter, cheese, ghee, shrikhand, ice cream, and so on, and sell in India and abroad? And this is what is the magic of the supply chain, the power of logistics, the power of processing, power of technology, and how do you reach, and we will share with the example of Amul, how we have been able to manage this supply chain, supplying products across the country through the strong distribution network and also directly to the customers. But this is how we started. This is how the transportation of the first milk cans from here to Bombay, because with them, as I mentioned earlier, the market they identified was the city of Bombay. There were no pasteurization of milk. It used to be transported in such cans and delivered to Bombay. And this is where the first milk wagons, which government of New Zealand actually gifted to us, and they were doing it. And as we heard this morning, milk moving in tankers from here all the way to Calcutta, distance of more than 2,000 kilometers, taking more than 40 hours, but there's only a difference of about 2 degrees in the temperature because of the strong insulation. And this is what you see today, a dedicated freight corridor starting from Gujarat, going all the way to Delhi. The tankers actually go and sit on the railway wagon. After 12 hours, they reach Delhi and they are transported back to the things. So this is what this journey of not only Amul, but also is India's logistic and supply chain sector, the transportation sector. And what you say, the strength of Gujarat in managing this is demonstrated by this. Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned about this in his last Mann Ki Baat program the other day. Technology is all places of handling milk, processing milk, transportation milk using the latest technologies. But this is what, in one slide, if you want to know what Amul does in terms of entire supply chain and logistics, this is what we call the 4 distribution highways. Milk comes from 36 lakh farmers across 18,600 villages of Gujarat. Every single village in Gujarat has a dairy cooperative society, which shows the might of the logistics sector of the state, that there are motorable roads in which milk moves in tankers now, and not just the cans, from every single villages to 98 dairy plants. Half of them are in Gujarat, half of them in different parts of the country. And we manufacture products which are frozen, which is shipped at minus 20 degrees centigrade, which are chilled like butter products, butter, cheese at 0 to 4 degrees centigrade, ambient products being sold at room temperature, and fresh products like milk in pouches, dahi, chas, 48-hour shelf life, moving directly from the plant to the market, a network of 85 sales offices, 15,000 plus distributors and 1 million retail outlets. And this is how is this entire supply chain of cow to consumer managed with clockwork precision, round the clock, 24/7, 365 days. And even during COVID, there was not a single day in which you would have known there was a shortage or no supply of Amul milk in the market. So this is the resilience of the supply chain and the commitment of the farmers to ensure that not a single customer stays without their favorite glass of milk. And this is what it is. And we also we have branch offices across the country, exports to more than 50 countries around the world. And India, at least Amul, the largest exporter, and the kind of opportunity to become a dairy to the world. But you can see cow to consumer, every single member of the supply chain working tirelessly day and out with a simple objective. Either you reduce the cost or improve the efficiency, and how you make the producers happy, how you make the consumers happy. But again, then you see millions of transactions happening. 36 lakh farmers giving milk twice a day, and the quantity can be 2 liter, 4 liter, 6 liter, 10 liter. But everything happening on a common software and a common app. So millions of transactions happening every day, twice a day, across the state, lot of milk moving in such large volumes through this entire supply chain, and finally converging into the market, to the consumer. And Amul does close to 20 billion packs of dairy products every year. So this is the single largest dairy, or a brand actually, in the whole world. 20 billion packets in 1 year. So this is where it is, and that's why technology comes in. Farmers not only sell milk, they can also sell their cattle online. But more importantly, the mindset of the organization, and this is not just today, in 1995, when we had this strategic intervention in our business and how we wanted to reinvent our business, we said that we should think and work like an IT company in food business. And that's why IT integration has been happening. Technology was not a very popular thing in those days, but still, right from milk collection, processing, marketing, every single aspect we do, technology is a part of it, which means you are able to automate the sales force, sell at all the million outlets on a common software. Even the milk dealers place the order online. B2C platform for the distributors, for the consumers who can locate their pack of Amul or a shop selling Amul products within 5 kilometers radius, wherever you are in India, to India's largest dairy portal in which we sell our commodities also online, which means the price discovery also happens. And today, if you are a customer and you want to order any of the new range of Amul products, maybe the protein or the honey or the organics, there is an Amul shop, shop.amul.com, in which products will reach to you at your doorstep with no extra delivery cost. So this is where we are. This is where what we wanted to discuss, how to build a stellar vision for the entire dairy industry. And in next 10 years, when India's milk production increases from the share of about 24% to more than 30%, which means 1/3 of the total milk in the world in the next 10 years will be produced in India, how do you become a dairy to the world? And this is what is the vision and the objective we are moving forward. The government also is sharing this perspective. India has 7 lakh villages. There are dairy cooperative societies in just 2 lakh villages. So in the next 5 to 10 years, another 2 lakh village dairy cooperative societies will be built, created in the remaining 5 lakh villages. More milk will come in the cooperative sector. More milk will come in the organized sector. More women will be a part of this movement. And that will bring in a very, very dramatic transformation in India. Milk is already the largest agricultural crop of India with a value of output of more than 10 lakh crores. Which is more than wheat, paddy, oil seeds put together. So this is where such a large number of opportunity, giving livelihood to more than 10 crore families around the country, and giving nutrition to 1.4 billion people. And like we have a system of collecting milk, we are also setting up a system of collecting the dung. And a cow gives milk 300 days in a year. The dung is produced 365 days in a year. If we are able to collect this dung, convert that into compressed biogas or methane, which can light the chula of a household, it can run fuel stations like this, and more importantly, what is left behind is a biofertilizer which goes back to the farm, and consumers can get organic food without chemical fertilizers. So this is the power of circular economy we are demonstrating, and this would mean a better income from the farmers, because there is income from the dung which is produced there. India imports a lot of fuel and fertilizers. You are able to reduce that bill of imports. The economy is also happy. Consumer is happy because consumer gets food without chemical fertilizers. And more importantly, the planet is happy. So this is the power of circular economy, the power of milk as a product, as an ingredient, as a raw material. And more importantly now, as a model for helping farmers, milk producers, not just in dairy, but across agriculture spectrum, like I mentioned about the export cooperative or the organics cooperative or the seeds cooperative, and transforming the lives of millions of our countrymen and contributing to growth of the economy and the dream that we have to be among the top 3 economies of the world in the next 25 years. So this is the power of the Gujarat model. This is the power of this model which we started in this small place called Anand here. And finally, if I have to sum up, and this is my last slide, that we discussed a lot of numbers in terms of sales, turnover, volume, milk and all that. But the brand's currency, Amul's currency, is not milk, it is trust. Trust of millions of milk producers, trust of 1 billion consumers, and that is what is the brand keep going. Thank you so much for the time, and we're happy to have any questions.
Thank you, Mehta sir, for your very inspiring speech. Anand જે છે એ અમે આમ તીર્થ સ્થળ માનીએ છીએ ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગનું, અને આ એવું લાગે કે જાણે એક મોટું હોલ નથી પણ મંદિર છે. એટલું પવિત્ર કામ અહીંયા દાયકાઓથી થયું છે. Now is the certification. હા, ક્વેશ્ચન આન્સર્સ છે, કોઈને પૂછવા હોય તો 5 મિનિટ માટે આપણે રાખીએ.
સર હમણાં તમે વાત કરી ને કે પેલો ઓર્ગેનિક નેશનલ ઓથોરિટી જે એ બી એક ગામમાં નાની મંડળી ઓર્ગેનિકની બનાવી છે જે જિલ્લા રજિસ્ટર રજિસ્ટર છે. તો જે રીતે 3 કંપની બનાવી એનું થોડુંક કહો તમે કેવી રીતે જોડાઈ શકીએ, કોને સંપર્ક કરી શકીએ?
બહુ સરસ કામ કર્યું તમે કે આવી રીતે કોઈ પણ ગામમાં આવી રીતની મંડળીઓ બની હોય તો તમે રજિસ્ટર કરી હોય તો તમે NCEL અથવા NCOLના મેમ્બર બની શકો છો. એની વેબસાઇટ છે એ તમને ncol.coop. અમારા નિમિત દોશી સાહેબ અહીંયા જ છે, તમે એમનો સંપર્ક કરો. જે આઇટમ તમે બનતી હોય, અમૂલે ઓર્ગેનિકની મોટી શ્રેણી લોન્ચ કરી છે. આપણા ઓર્ગેનિક અમૂલનું નામે જ આપણે ઓર્ગેનિક લોટ, ઓર્ગેનિક જુદી જાતની દાળો, ઓર્ગેનિક ચોખા એ બધું લોન્ચ કર્યું છે. સાથે ઓર્ગેનિક ગોળ, ખાંડ, મસાલા પણ લોન્ચ કરવાના છીએ. તો આખી એક મોટી શ્રેણી ઓર્ગેનિકની જે પણ ખેડૂત ઓર્ગેનિક પ્રોડ્યુસ કરશે એનું બજાર આપણે ડેવલપ કરવાનું કામ અમૂલ કરશે. આ નવી મલ્ટી સ્ટેટ કોઓપરેટિવ ઓર્ગેનિક્સની કરશે અને ગ્રાહકોને પેસ્ટિસાઇડ અને કેમિકલ ફર્ટિલાઇઝર વગરનું ચોખ્ખું સારું ભોજન મળી શકે એ માટે પ્રયત્ન કરશે. હા તો સર, હા તો ધીસ ઇઝ વોટ ઇટ ઇઝ. વીલ હેવ ટુ ડુ હેન્ડ હોલ્ડિંગ. જેમ સાહેબે કીધું કે ખેડૂતોને ઓર્ગેનિકની જાગૃતિ આપવી છે, સાથે સર્ટિફાઈડ ઓર્ગેનિકનું કામ કરવું છે. તો એના માટે જે સાહેબે કીધું ગોપકાનું સર્ટિફિકેટ હોય તો એ બી તમને કેવી રીતે હેન્ડ હોલ્ડિંગ કરીને તમને એ દિશા પર એ લેવલ સુધી લઈ જવા માટેનું કામ પણ અમૂલ અને આ નવી મલ્ટી સ્ટેટ ઓર્ગેનિક કોઓપરેટિવ કરશે.
મારે એ જાણવાનું છે કે અમૂલ જે છે ને કે તલાળાની જે કેસર કેરી છે, તલાળાની કેસર કેરીને ઓર્ગેનિકમાં જે છે માર્કેટ ક્યારથી પ્રોવાઈડ કરવા ચાલુ કરશે?
તો આ જ રીતે જેમ અમને વાત કરીને એવી રીતે જો આપણે ખેડૂતો ભેગા થાય, સરકારી મંડળી બનાવે.
એમ તો આપણે જે છે ને કે એક તલાલા ગીરકેસર ખેડૂત પ્રોડ્યુસર કંપની FEO છે, એના જે છે ને કે જે અત્યારે મેનેજમેન્ટ મારા હાથમાં છે, 1600 ખેડૂતોની એક ફાર્મર પ્રોડ્યુસર કંપની છે. એમાં જે છે ને દરેક પ્રકારના ખેડૂતો છે, કેવલ ઓર્ગેનિક ખેડૂતો અત્યારે નથી, પણ અમે જે છે ને કે ફોર્સ કરીએ છીએ વધારે કરતા ખેડૂતોને ટ્રાય કરીએ છીએ ઓર્ગેનિક ઉપર લાવવાની. અત્યારે અમે કામ તો સસ્ટેનેબલ લાઇવલીહુડ ઉપર જ કરીએ છીએ, પણ ટ્રાય એ જ છે કે પેસ્ટિસાઇડને રિડ્યુસ કરી રહ્યા છીએ, ધીમે ધીમે એને ઓર્ગેનિક ઉપર લાવી રહ્યા છીએ. તો પણ ઓર્ગેનિક જે છે ને ઓર્ગેનિક ઉપર કોઈ મોટા માર્કેટ મળશે ને તો ખેડૂતો જે છે ને વધારે પ્રોત્સાહિત થશે. એના માટે આ મારા પ્રશ્ન છે કે અમૂલ જે છે ને કે એના માટે કંઈક આગળના સમયમાં વિચારી રહ્યા છે?
તો આ બે વસ્તુ છે જે સર્ટિફાઈડ કરવાની પ્રોસેસ છે એ આપણે શરૂ કરવી પડશે. અને સાથે સાથે જો તમારા રેગ્યુલર પ્રોડક્ટ છે તમારે એક્સપોર્ટ કરવા હશે તો એક્સપોર્ટ કોઓપરેટિવ પણ એ મદદ કરશે. એટલે એવું નથી કે તમે જ્યારે ઓર્ગેનિક થશો તો તમારો માલ વેચાશે. આ બીજી સંસ્થાની મારફત એ પણ કામ પણ આપણે કરી શકશું. એટલે તમે તરત સંપર્ક કરો અને જોડાઈ જાઓ આમાં.
Anyone else want to ask any question? Shall we move forward? So I would like to invite our moderator for all 3 sessions, Mr. Dhaval Rawal, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you. સૌથી પહેલાં તો સવારના 10 થી 5 સુધી તમે બધા જે અહીંયા હાજર રહ્યા છો, ઓડિયન્સમાં બધા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ છે, સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ છે, ખેડૂતો પણ આવ્યા છે, FPO, CBBOના મિત્રો છે અને ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી અને એગ્રીકલ્ચર સેક્ટરના રિપ્રેઝેન્ટેટિવ્સ છે. સૌથી પહેલાં તમારો બધાનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર કે તમે આ કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવ્યો. બીજું કે મેં જેમ કીધું કે આ જગ્યા જ પવિત્ર છે, આવી જગ્યાએ જ એગ્રો ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગનો પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ઇવેન્ટ થાય એટલે સોનામાં સુગંધ ભળી કહેવાય. અને એ જગ્યાએ આ કાર્યક્રમ હોસ્ટ કરવા, ઓડિટોરિયમ અને આ વેન્યુ બધું આપવા માટે આપણે અમૂલ, GCMFનો, મહેતા સાહેબનો અને અમૂલની આખી ટીમનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ કે તમે અમને બધાને આખા દિવસ માટે સમય આપ્યો, જગ્યા આપી અને જે સહકાર આપ્યો. બીજું કે આ કાર્યક્રમની અંદર આપણા ગુજરાત રાજ્યના માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી રાઘવજીભાઈ, શ્રી જગદીશભાઈ અને શ્રી બચુભાઈ એ ત્રણેય મંત્રી હાજર રહ્યા. એ પણ ખૂબ જ વ્યસ્ત કાર્યક્રમમાં. એટલે એસોચેમ અને ટીમ વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત અને એગ્રીકલ્ચર ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ વતી હું એમનો પણ આભાર માનું છું. મીડિયાના જે મિત્રો આવ્યા છે અને જેમણે આ બધું કવરેજ કર્યું છે, સોશિયલ મીડિયામાં પણ અત્યારે એ લોકો બધી મહેનત કરીને બધું પોસ્ટ મૂકી રહ્યા છે, એમનો પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. અને આ કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવા માટે જે એજન્સીઝ અમારી સાથે જોડાયેલી છે એ એજન્સીના બધા મિત્રો અને એ ટીમનો પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. આપણા માટે આજે નવી શરૂઆત છે અને એમાં આજે ખૂબ જ ઇન્ટરેક્ટિવ, ખૂબ જ અગત્યની માહિતી મળી છે આજે, કે જે મિલેટ એક ન્યૂ ઇમર્જિંગ બિઝનેસ છે. જે મહેતા સાહેબે વાત કરી કે અમૂલ એટલે ખાલી મિલ્ક નહીં, પણ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ જે આપણે ઇન્ડિયાને વર્લ્ડ ફૂડ લીડર બનાવવા માગીએ છીએ એ દિશામાં જે સક્સેસ એમણે સફળતા અમૂલ મોડલની મિલ્કમાં વ્હાઇટ રિવોલ્યુશનમાં કરી છે, એમ ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગમાં પણ આપણને બધાને માર્ગદર્શન આપી અને ભારત દેશને વર્લ્ડના ફૂડ માર્કેટમાં નંબર 1 બનાવવાનું આ એક મિશન છે, એ પણ આપણને બધાને આજે જાણવા મળ્યું છે. એટલે જેમ રાવ સાહેબે વાત કરી કે આપણે એમ કીધું કે મિલેટ હો જાય, એમ આજે આપણે એમ કહીએ કે બધા જ એગ્રો અને ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ સેક્ટરમાં અમૂલ જેવી સફળતા આપણને મળે. અમૂલ હો જાય. બધાનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
આપનો પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર આ ત્રણેય સેશન્સનું ખૂબ જ ઉત્તમ રીતે સંચાલન કરવા માટે. અને આપણું આજે અંતિમ સેશન હતું તેના બંને વક્તાઓને આપણે સન્માનિત કરીશું. વિનંતી કરીએ છીએ શ્રી હરેશભાઈ પંડ્યાને કે આપ મંચ પર પધારશો અને ડૉક્ટર મનોજ શર્માજીને સ્મૃતિચિહ્ન અર્પણ કરશો. ધન્યવાદ. And now we request Shri N.B. Prajapati to present a memento to Shri Jayen Mehta sir. Thank you, sir. Undoubtedly, ladies and gentlemen, this was an enriching experience for all of us. This discussion will pave the way for making Gujarat self-reliant and more prosperous in all aspects in coming days. जनवरी 2024 में होने वाली वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट भी निश्चित रूप से सफल होगी, इसी विश्वास के साथ फिर एक बार आज के इस प्री वाइब्रेंट समिट में भाग लेने पधारे आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सबे કહ્યું કે ખરેખર અમૂલના પ્રાંગણમાં આ પ્રકારનું આયોજન એ આપણા સૌ માટે અવિસ્મરણીય અને અમૂલ્ય અનુભવ બની રહેશે. ફરી એકવાર આજના આ કાર્યક્રમમાં સહભાગી થવા માટે અને આ કાર્યક્રમને સફળ બનાવવામાં જેમનું જેમનું યોગદાન રહ્યું છે તેવા આપ સૌનો અમે ઋણ સ્વીકાર કરીએ છીએ. નમસ્કાર. કાર્યક્રમના અંતમાં રિફ્રેશમેન્ટ્સનું બહાર આયોજન કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. આપ સૌને વિનંતી તેને ન્યાય આપશો. થેન્ક યુ. Hello. I would now invite all the officers of Agri and Amul to please come upon the stage for a group photograph. આપણા સૌ માટે આ એક યાદગાર ક્ષણ બની રહેશે. આપ સૌને વિનંતી, અમૂલ અને એગ્રીના સૌ અધિકારીશ્રીઓને વિનંતી મંચ ઉપર પધારશો ગ્રુપ ફોટોગ્રાફ માટે. એગ્રીકલ્ચર ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ અને અમૂલના સૌ અધિકારીશ્રીઓને વિનંતી ગ્રુપ ફોટોગ્રાફ માટે મંચ ઉપર પધારશો.